The notorious school bully was so ruthless that everyone who saw him was terrified. But after 3 months of being sent to reform school, he ended up in a wheelchair and joined the disabled club. Helpless against the increasingly serious problem of student delinquency, the South Korean government abolished the juvenile protection law. Now young offenders would be sent directly to a reformatory, a place managed by the military that took in inmates for rehabilitation. If they dared to disobey, the wardens would teach them a lesson using physical methods. Min-soo was originally just an ordinary student. He ended up here after being framed by someone else. He once thought his life was as good as over, that he would suffer a torment no different from hell. Who would have thought that from a weakling who was always bullied, he would turn the tables and rise step by step, becoming the prison boss. At a high school, Nurse Kim was surprised by the long line of students waiting to donate blood. The number was several times larger than other places, and the nurses couldn't stop praising them. But they found it strange because teenagers usually weren't keen on donating blood. Truth was that the students were in a frenzy. Hurry up, the time to exchange for cash is almost over. A curious male student asked, "How much do you get for donating blood?" The answer was 5,000 won. In the corner of the yard, Lee Min-soo sat on a box, quickly counting a thick stack of money. He peddled 2 vouchers, 10,000 won total. Support us again next time. The students scrambled to exchange vouchers for money to top up their games. Min-soo flashed a sly smile as he recounted his trick. He bought 5,000 won gift vouchers for 10,000. It sounded like a loss, but the real goal was the attached blood donation vouchers. He knew well that the hidden value of each blood donation voucher was about 12,000 won. He just needed to sell them on a forum for 10,000 won, and customer messages would flood in. But no one dared to do it because it was illegal. Lee Min-soo was a juvenile, so he wasn't afraid, thinking that, even if he got caught, he'd just get a warning. The social reality was terrible because juvenile crimes, from violence to murder, had crossed all limits. Faced with serious offenses, the law couldn't handle them properly. Counting the money, Min-soo muttered to himself, "Only 600,000, this month is boring." He thought the police wouldn't bother with a case with no specific victim. Business wasn't that easy in reality. Just as his complacency began to bloom, a sudden coup straight into Min-soo's face, knocking him down. Money and gift vouchers scattered all over the ground. He bitterly realized, once you choose to commit a crime, you yourself become a target for other crimes. Lying on the street, Min-soo coughed painfully between approaching footsteps. He understood the price to pay. Don't complain, no one here has any pity. A group of tall youths surrounded him. The one with blonde hair asked with a malicious grin, "Min-soo, earn a lot of money today?" Min-soo gritted his teeth and groaned helplessly, knowing that in this damned place he had no one to protect him. Looking up at the slogan on the wall about the reform education law, Min-soo sneered. That was just a ridiculous joke. He despised this shitty world, where moral lectures were only good for empty talk. The bullies laughed and hurled insults. One of them openly farted, making the air thick with stench. Ringleader shoved a cigarette and pressed Min-soo's head down to the ground, growling, "If you have money, you have to hand it over." Went to reform school and came back a cripple, he casually spat right in Min-soo's face. He stated firmly, without Jo Chang-soo, Min-soo was nothing. The bully's face showed caution when mentioning that name. He admitted Chang-soo was 100 times more terrifying, but today Chang-soo was getting out of prison. Min-soo's eyes bulged, trembling in horror at the name Jo Chang-soo. Chang-soo was the boss of a crime organization formed by juvenile delinquents in the area. Almost everyone had been a victim, but no one dared to admit it, because they feared the brutal retaliation in the dark corners of the law. In fact, he was the type of madman who would do anything terrible without his hands shaking. Back to the scene, the bullies laughed seeing Min-soo tremble. "You said you were close, huh? Is Chang-soo your friend?" He reveled in his pathetic state, demanding, "Pay the tax. You don't want Chang-soo to hate you, right?" Min-soo lowered his head, reaching into his pocket as if to take out money, muttering, "I know, take it." But instead of handing over the money, he suddenly raised his middle finger at them, roaring in fury, "Here, take this, you bastards, take it." The provocative gesture hit the pride of the ringleader, Tae-gu. He screamed in rage, "Are you tired of living? How dare you mess with me?" Instantly, a brutal beating rained down, and Min-soo could only curl up and take it. The gang outside laughed. Tae-gu is angry. That kid really loses his temper easily. In an uncontrollable rage, Tae-gu grabbed a nearby wooden stick and roared, "Don't stop me, I'm taking this bastard out today." Ignoring the warning about the reform center, he was madly determined to make Min-soo fear him as much as he feared Chang-soo. But the stick never came down. A tremendously powerful blow came out of nowhere, knocking him out instantly. Witnessing that horrifying scene, the group of underlings stood rooted to the spot, their faces pale with terror. An unfamiliar foot suddenly appeared right before their eyes. It made Min-soo, even while severely injured, look up with a gaze full of astonishment. A stern voice rang out, "No school violence." It was Yu Song, the student council president. He calmly took off his glasses, helped Min-soo up and asked, "Are you okay?" The students murmured, recognizing the model president, but not understanding why he looked so different. Interrupted, Tae-gu roared in fury, "Who the hell do you think you are?" He swung his shovel, threatening to kill them all and only then go for rehabilitation. Facing his aggression, he evaded the move skillfully, causing Taigu's shovel's swing to only hit air. Before the opponent could recover, Yu Song grabbed his shoulder, pulled him close, and growled, "Have you ever killed anyone?" He roughly shoved Taigu's head onto the asphalt, causing him to scream in agony. Yu Song coldly warned him of the price to pay for taking another's life. The sound of cracking bones mixed with Taigu's desperate shrieks. "Ah! Wait!" The loudmouth finally begged for mercy. In extreme pain, he desperately ordered his underlings to attack and take down Yu Song. Seeing their boss humiliated, the gang of lackeys charged in. "You bastard, do you think you can meddle safely?" However, Yu Song maintained a terrifying calm. He continuously dodged and launched precise counterattacks, taking down each one. Yu Song grabbed one thug tightly by the head. He viciously slammed him to the ground without mercy. Seeing the horrifying scene, the last underling was so scared he could barely stand, stammering an explanation that he was just pretending to charge and begging Yu Song not to come near. "No, wait, really, don't come here, don't!" Shouts rang out as Yu Song took down the bullies. "I told you, no school violence." Watching the president's back, Minsu softly called out, "Kang Yu Sung." Hearing his name, Yu Song stopped, his hand still gripping an enemy's collar. He turned his head, smiling enigmatically. "Call me brother. Who calls me by my full name?" Min Su replied bitterly, "You bastard, you're not my brother anymore. Don't meddle in my business." Yu Song coldly asserted, "You are my little brother. No matter what you think, we are still brothers." Min Su turned away silently. Yu Song glanced at his brother's wrist, mocking the old watch and telling him to throw it away, for it was shameful for someone adopted by a rich family. On Minsu's wrist was a watch engraved with the words, "Penguin Orphanage," a memento he always treasured. Seeing Minsu trudging away, Yu Song asked if he was coming in to study but only received a careless reply, "Whatever, I'm going home." Yu Song sighed in exasperation, cursing his brother inwardly as an idiot. Secret lay on the wrist of that rich, good student president, as he also wore the same old orphanage watch as his brother. As he walked, Minsu tormented himself, fearing Yu Song's interference would affect his future admission into medical school. One was an outstanding president with early admission to medical school, the other a problem student. The ironic truth was that they were blood brothers. His older brother was originally named Yu Song, but after being adopted by a wealthy family, he changed his name to Kang Yu Sung. While the brother turned a new radiant page in life, Minsu still trudged back to the old place. He stopped in front of the gates of the Penguin Orphanage, the place where he himself remained trapped in reality. Minsu walked through a deserted alley, his heart heavy with worry, telling himself that Yu Song shouldn't get involved with him to avoid becoming a burden. While Yu Song headed toward the spotlight, Minsu chose a dark, solitary path to survive. He stopped before a chained-up donation bin for old clothes, the place where he hid all the assets he had accumulated over a long time. Inside were stacks of cash and blood donation vouchers, totaling about 3 to 4 million won. Huddled in the dark corner, Minsu calculated he still needed 6.6 million more, wondering if he should just rob a bank to be quick. He worried because the blood donation bus wouldn't return for 3 months, so he considered going to another school to continue earning money. His obsession with money stemmed from a harsh reality. He only had 2 years left before he had to leave the orphanage. Although he received 5 million won in government support, that amount was nothing compared to the expensive rent. As a minor orphan, he knew he would be refused for part-time jobs. He knew what he was doing was illegal, but it was the only way to make quick money and no longer be a burden to his brother. Suddenly, a large dark shadow enveloped Minsu from behind. The bully with a sneering grin spoke mockingly. "Our Minsu sure has a lot of money, huh?" He roughly placed a hand on his shoulder. Leaning close to his ear, he threatened that any money from a criminal offense would be completely confiscated by the state if he was caught. Facing the mad laughter and disgusting closeness, Minsu asked timidly, What do you want?" He growled, repeating his arrogant declaration. "I told you already. I will make you piss your pants every time you see me." While Minsu was in dire straits, at the school, the atmosphere continued as normal. Students were buzzing with chatter while Yu Song sat calmly taking notes at his desk. The teacher's voice rang out clearly, demanding the class settle down and sit as the lesson began. Everyone seated. "All right, here's a new announcement." Teacher entered with a cheerful face, announcing that Chang Su, the one who once terrorized many at the Reform Center, had officially returned, and asked the class to help him reintegrate. The students buzzed. "Looks like our school is in for a story now." They knew the Reform Center was nothing to Chang Su, as he was released after just 4 weeks. Chang Su, the ringleader of a juvenile delinquent gang, the one who was once so reckless that no one dared to touch him, has now appeared, but everyone was shocked to see it was not a master. So Chang Su was now only a cripple in a wheelchair, his face blank, his mouth hanging open in a pitiful daze. His glorious past had faded away. All that remained was a soulless man laughing foolishly unconsciously. The horror peaked when he wet his pants. Chang Su lost control and relieved himself on the spot in the crowd. The class, terrified and disgusted, shouted, "Teacher, he wet his pants." His mother quickly took the poor child outside amidst whispers about the madness of the one who was once a terror. It all started with the Special Juvenile Reform Act. The old protection law was abolished, replaced by strict regulations. Brutality only ends when paid for with death. Juvenile offenders would be sent to mandatory military reform camps. The reeducation period would last until they were judged to have completely changed, just like Jiangsu's outcome. At the moment, Penguin Orphanage was chaotic with police sirens and shouts. "Don't get close. Step back now." Police cordoned off a dark alley, residents buzzing about a serious incident, even someone dead. At the same time, Yusong's car was stuck solid in the crowd. Hearing the driver complain about being late for tutoring, Yusong suddenly realized this was the orphanage district where he once lived. A bad feeling rose high. He suddenly opened the door and rushed out, ignoring the driver's protests. Yusong's eyes were full of worry as he looked toward the scene. Under the dim light, a broken penguin orphanage watch lay on the ground. Yusong muttered in shock, "Don't tell me." The crowd's whispers cut into his heart like knives. A murder? The culprit is a kid from the orphanage. How terrifying. The severely injured body was covered with a white cloth lying cold on the road. Yusong frantically pushed through the crowd. He screamed in despair, "My younger brother! Where is my younger brother?" Yusong froze at the sight. The police announced the arrest of the suspect under Article 243 of the Juvenile Reform Act. It was Minsu, the boy with his head lowered, hands tightly cuffed, clothes stained with blood. Minsu's face was lifeless, his eyes empty along with wounds. From now on, all his personal information would be managed by the Military Reform Center. In courtroom 303 of the Juvenile Reform Center, the harsh sound of a gavel broke the suffocating atmosphere. The judge, with a stern face, growled, "Beyond reform." Minsu stood at the defendant's bench, hands cuffed, head hanging, listening to the accusations. "Lee Minsu, you show no remorse. Do not forget you are here for murder." No longer arrogant, he weakly protested, "I did not kill anyone. I have said it over and over. Why will you not listen?" The judge replied with contempt, "Titch always lying." He held up a bag of evidence containing a blood-stained brick. "Then how do you explain the fingerprints and blood on it?" The judge's patience was exhausted as he listed past crimes. "So you mean you did not commit those either?" He thought Minsu was like all other criminals who always blamed their circumstances to defend themselves. Murmurs in the courtroom. The judge is truly furious. The judge continued to scold about the lack of remorse. "Kill at the slightest thing. Will the world become a graveyard? So you need to learn a lesson." He mocked and lectured. "If someone bothers you, report it to an adult for help. The reason you committed the crime is because you do not trust adults." Immediately after, the sentence was pronounced. Under Article 28 of the Reform Act, he was to be detained at the Juvenile Reform Center. Minsu trudged onto the prisoner bus, heading to a remote place. The juveniles on the bus were restless. "Haha, the center is so far away. When will we get there? What is this, North Korea? Mom, it is all mountains and mountains." One asked crudely, "Hey, I need to pee. Is there a place?" "Hey, mister, sing us a song." One kid started teasing the escorting policeman. He just smiled and soothed, "Come on, try to sit still a little longer." Juveniles grew impatient, one screaming he could not hold his bladder any longer. But the noise was silenced when a majestic arched gate appeared before them. The policeman reminded them, "Once in there, you can perform as much as you want. No need to worry about running out of time." The bus trudged deep into the mountains, where a massive architectural structure named the Juvenile Reform Center awaited. The kids began to worry upon seeing the place's shabby appearance, unable to believe they would have to sleep there. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Hey, look over there, girls!" Outside the fence, a group of female prisoners was doing hard labor with shovels in hand. The juveniles on the bus went wild, pressing their faces against the window, uttering vulgar words and perversely breathing in the air. Their excitement was extinguished when the policeman spoke up. "Shut up! That area is forbidden land. Do not even dream about it." Heavy iron gate slammed shut, officially trapping everyone in a world with no escape. Just after getting off, the juveniles complained of back pain and demanded a game room. One even recklessly blocked a guard to beg for cigarettes. Being refused because he was underage, that one aggressively stepped closer and threatened, "Hey, want a punch? 1 puncher, 2, 3, 4. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Minsu looked around dazedly and was horrified to see a group of muscular men, bald-headed, wearing collars like animals, running and grunting as they rushed past, terrifying everyone. Watching the bunch of muscle-bound men run while squealing like pigs, new recruits couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing and mocking them, saying what kind of training produced such weird squeals. But the atmosphere froze solid when an officer shouted for everyone to stand at attention. Heavy footsteps approached, causing the crowd to panic, unsure of what was happening. As soon as the platoon command was given, the running muscle-bound men immediately stopped and lined up perfectly straight like machines. Strange words were tattooed on their chests, and iron collars hung around their necks like dog tags. At the warden's command, the entire platoon shouted in unison a bizarre squeal instead of a greeting. The sight of dozens of sturdy men blindly obeying stunned the new recruits. An authoritative man with a sharp gaze stepped forward ward, the one in charge of this place. Seeing this, the unruly youth, still unafraid, continued to mock the boring military affair. The warden wasn't angry, only curled his lips into a sinister smile before coldly ordering everyone to kneel. The new recruits still laughed innocently, challenging the old man to see what he would do. But in an instant, absolute authority here was asserted. Entire platoon of old prisoners prostrated themselves to the ground in unison, creating a terrifying scene of submission. The youths began to feel uneasy, telling themselves they still had child rights, so why be afraid? The warden pointed at them, saying today there were more pests coming to their death. He coldly ordered that in 10 minutes, they would be turned into pets. Immediately, the burly prisoners answered in unison with a bizarre squeal. One enraged recruit screamed, insulting the old man and threatening to break his neck. He said the quickest death was a broken neck, but his challenge was cut short. A burly hand punched him square in the face with immense force. Witnessing this, Min-soo could only stand rooted to the spot in utter shock. The true nightmare began when 7 men in animal skins charged in for a frenzied attack. Those who had just been arrogant now only screamed in despair and begged the monsters to stay away. One fellow prisoner was kicked flying. The sounds of impact and horrific screams echoed throughout the prison yard. The warden stood there laughing triumphantly, declaring that from now on, they were no longer human, only loyal slaves. When permitted to speak human language, the old prisoners prostrated themselves in unison, screaming thanks and submission, much to the horror of the newcomers. Amidst the chaos, Min-soo chose to lie still and play dead, hoping to escape the eyes of the demonic horde. Lying still and observing, Min-soo realized the situation was worse as the new recruits were hunted like prey. One poor teenage boy ran toward the security area, begging for help. But the reply was the face of a young officer with a weirdly wide grin stretching ear to ear. He waved his hand, mockingly warning not to come near. Min-soo sensed something was off. If he wanted to help, he would have acted long ago. As soon as he reached him, he swung his arm in a powerful attack, causing the victim to collapse, roaring madly that he said not to come over. That officer, screaming as he swung his baton furiously, his eyes bulging with rage, said any stubborn brat would get the stick. The sharp clack of the baton mixed with desperate pleas, begging him to stop with apologies. Lying motionless, Min-soo deduced this was a survival tactic of intimidation. He saw they controlled their force delicately, never hitting vital points. Min-soo told himself this wasn't lethal violence. Most people didn't want to be murderers, and neither did he. Min-soo's quick thinking caught the eye of a powerful officer. He leaned down close to his face, smirking, saying the kid was putting on a good act. Min-soo stammered, about to apologize. The man calmly cut him off and suddenly stomped his foot hard on his head. He growled a threat, saying he liked clever rats. From now on he was a rat, and he had to entertain him. Got it. Under the heavy boot, Min-soo groaned in pain, but he was corrected by the man. Not an oink, a squeak, squeak for me. The officers reported crisply that the new recruits had stripped, lined up in front of the trembling, half-naked youths. The new recruits stood frozen with dazed and humiliated faces. Witnessing this, the warden flashed a cruel smile, revealing his white teeth. He coldly declared, "All right, from now on the evaluation will begin." Meanwhile, in a quiet residential complex at 2 in the afternoon, a man in a stylish suit silently appeared in front of an apartment. He pressed the doorbell, greeting softly. After receiving no answer, he casually turned the doorknob, telling himself this was the perfect time to go out. Suddenly, he pulled a sharp pair of scissors from his pocket. With a highly professional and decisive motion, he cut the security seal wire on the door and broke in. Uninvited guests just casually opening the door for a bit of fun, Yoo-sung stepped into the dark room with a sharp, cold gaze. Childhood memories flooded back of him and his younger brother often breaking into empty houses. Min-soo would stand watch while he stole valuables. They lived like professional thieves for many years until the police caught them and sent them to an orphanage. It took them only 5 minutes to clean out a house between the two brothers. Yoo-sung thought the dark days were over, but now he had to break into someone else's house. He coldly looked at the man on the bed and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not stealing. I just need an answer. My younger brother is also inside there." The man on the bed was Jo Chang-soo, but now he was just an empty shell, his mouth agape murmuring. Yoo-sung wondered in confusion what kind of hellish place that reform center was, how it could turn him into this. The report said he fell from a height and hit his head, but Yoo-sung saw the body had no signs of trauma or broken bones. He did not understand what could make a once ferocious school bully become so broken and demented. Seeing Chang-soo crying because he soiled his pants, Yoo-sung completely lost patience. He roughly squeezed his face, gnashing his teeth in fury. "You only have 4 weeks, but my brother might never leave, so snap out of it and answer." In panic, Chang-soo screamed about being electrocuted, desperately begging, "It hurts so much, I was wrong." Yoo-sung found interrogating him useless, as he just kept screaming in fear of electric shocks. When he looked closer, he was shocked to see strange red scars on his chest. Meanwhile, at the center, the classification process was brutally underway. The letter mold pressed against the recruits' bare chests. Red paint was sprayed on to mark their rank based on the severity of their crimes. A line of teenagers had to kneel in humiliation with the blazing red symbol imprinted on their naked bodies. The warden sat on an armchair, flipping through each kid's file, muttering about Oh Sang-jin and Park San-yu, both classified as C rank. He was disappointed they were all petty thieves, nobody with a real reputation, but his eyes stopped when he saw a familiar face. A streak of red paint began to spray onto Minsu's chest. The warden shouted in excitement, congratulating the rat. It's Yoon-soo. Minsu meant to speak but corrected it to a squeak. He chuckled gleefully seeing the bright red letter A, asserting Minsu was more violent than he looked. Minsu was the only A-rank, his face clearly showing shock as he heard the warden promise welcome to paradise. The record stated clearly, Lee Minsu 18 years old, crime of murder classified as A-rank. At Ionji Girls High School, the appearance of a stranger caused a stir among the female students. One hastily urged her friend to stop eating and look across the street. An intellectual-looking young man was leaning on a bicycle, intently reading a book by Rimbaud. His handsome, romantic air made the girls exclaim, incredibly handsome. Seeing an opportunity, two girls excitedly approached to strike up a conversation. They pretended to have met him before to start a chat, not hesitating to say they wanted to be friends immediately. One girl even thought he was an idol trainee and proactively asked for his social media handle. Yu Song gently pushed up his glasses, saying he was a caveman, he only used carrier pigeons. The answer made the girls even more excited, thinking the guy who didn't use social media was adorable. Taking advantage of their attention, Yu Song got straight to the point, asking if they knew someone named Si-min. Hearing this name, the two girls immediately changed expression. One point to the other side, saying, why mention that monster? Bad luck for the whole day. Right at that moment, a girl with long, unruly black hair, wearing a loosely draped shirt and holding a helmet appeared. She nonchalantly blew a bubblegum bubble, her expression uncaring. The students whispered she had just come back from the reform center and warned each other she was extremely dangerous. Ignoring the warning, Yu Song stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the target. The two accompanying girls started to panic, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Without any hesitation, walked straight up to that thorny girl. Si-min spoke coldly, what's this? Yu Song looked directly into her eyes and asked bluntly, I want to know about the reform center. But Si-min showed not a shred of interest, only dropping a word, get lost, and brushed past his shoulder. Yu Song stood frozen. He muttered softly, my little brother is there. He watched Si-min's retreating back. He sighed, blaming himself for being too direct, and decided to find a different approach next time. Suddenly, a helmet flew straight towards him. He quickly caught the helmet. He saw Si-min seated firmly on a large, fiery red motor. She coldly ordered, get on quickly, do you want to be a model for these girls to stare at? The engine roared as they sped off down the long, endless boulevard. Yu Song wondered why she suddenly changed her mind. But my only reason for doing this is that my little brother is also locked up there. The wind battered against his goggles. Yu Song pressed impatiently. What exactly is the juvenile reform center like? In an ominous silence, Si-min only released two icy words, hell. Back in that earthly hell, the warden bellowed in excitement at the exhausted line of prisoners after only 3 hours. He ordered the next exercise. Minsu gritted his teeth and endured, drenched in sweat, utterly tired and despairing. Start frog jumps! The warden's shout rang out, forcing Minsu to squeak out his rat identity. In the scorching prison yard, Minsu and his fellow inmates had to jump continuously. He kept screaming, pitiful squeaks sounding without end. Damn it, it had been 3 hours. When would it end? Minsu gritted his teeth and endured, soaking in sweat after hours of torture. Above, the warden casually hummed a tune. He savored the screams of the pets he considered sweet. Suddenly, a prisoner collapsed from exhaustion. Instead of receiving help, he was kicked by the guard and yelled at to stop pretending to be lazy. The drop made everyone start over. The poor man could only beg to use the toilet from extreme stomach pain. The guard rushed in to beat him, mocking how ferocious he was when he first arrived, but now could only endure this much. In the midst of it, the head warden suddenly spoke up to stop it. He said beating someone just for wanting to use the toilet was too harsh. He gently helped the beaten man up, comforting him that he must have held it in for a long time before daring to speak. The warden approached, asking the whole crowd if anyone else wanted to use the toilet, a question that made Minsu suspicious. A chorus of me too rose from the exhausted prisoners. Minsu wondered if this was a trap for individual beatings. The guard roared, forcing everyone to line up and not speak human language. The warden continued his invitation, insisting that if they did not go now, they would have to hold it until evening. Seeing his cellmates happily lining up, Minsu found this highly suspicious. He thought to himself, with this shoddy public system, would they really let everyone pretend to have a stomach ache to rest? The warden kept inviting, saying this was a rare chance to get in line. Minsu looked at the greedy eyes around him and wondered. Unconditional kindness was like a strange fruit in a dense jungle. The more attractive and delicious it looked, the more careful one had to be when approaching. Deciding to try his luck, he raised his hand and let out a squeak to request joining the line. But just as the guard approached, Minsu suddenly changed his attitude. He shouted in human language that he no longer wanted to use the toilet and would return to training immediately. The officer went crazy, grabbing Minsu tightly and roaring, "Are you kidding us? Do we look like we are playing games?" Minsu painfully explained that he had a cramp from overusing his muscles, but only received a threat as he was thrown back into line. "Get back in line, you rat. I will be watching you." He roughly threw Minsu back into line and snarled, "Get back in line, you rat. I will be watching you." He fell over humiliatingly amidst the mockery of his cellmates. "What is that idiot doing? Haha." He wiped his sweat, realizing the abnormality. They treated them like animals but let them rest for the toilet. Only humans needed a toilet. This was surely a trap. The officer gathered those who wanted to use the toilet and announced they were all here. The warden with a sinister smile approached, granting a privilege, whether human or beast they needed to relieve themselves, granting 30 minutes. Go quickly or you will miss it. Remaining people washed with envy, regretting not quickly joining the rest. Those left began to mock the idiots who went to the toilet, but the smiles vanished when the warden pointed and roared, "Were you laughing at, as long as it is you not them?" The remaining teenagers stood frozen in terror. Speed realized they were the actual targets. The warden stood high above, coldly announcing a strange new punishment. From now on you will become the centipede. They were forced into a humiliating position, each person resting their legs on the shoulders of the one in front, faces buried in buttocks forming a long centipede-like line. The guards shouted, ordering them to keep their arms straight and still. If one fell, the whole group had to restart. Minsu bitterly realized they were now worse than insects. The nightmare arrived as the guards insulted them. You are worse than pigs, unable to control basic functions. And Ding Kuang forced those with stomach aches to relieve themselves right there in the centipede position. A toilet was a luxury for useless insects. The warden laughed heartily at the prisoners' pain. He trampled and urged them perversely. The portable toilet is right here, use it quick. The teenager collapsed, crying in humiliation as all human limits were trampled. What are you staring blankly at? The shout rang out along with kicks raining down on the exhausted teenagers. Only 3 hours had passed. The arrogance of the newly arrived wild beasts had completely vanished. Instead, they were hosed down with high-pressure water to be clean like pets. Those lucky enough not to be punished had realized a truth. In this place, the head warden's word was the law. The loudspeaker echoed across the running track, signaling rest time. All right, clean up and go inside. It is time to serve the buffet for the pets. The guards shouted in unison in acknowledgement. Then they led the prisoners towards the Reform Center cafeteria. Holding a meal tray, Minsu was shocked to see the meager portion. Just a bit of plain white rice and a few bland side dishes. He bitterly thought to himself there was nothing to eat. Humiliation peaked as he had to sit on the floor to eat. Minsu bitterly wondered why there were no utensils. Were they just pets? At that moment, an officer stood blocking the front and clearly announced, "Everyone join your voices in a song of gratitude." The old prisoners began to shout bizarre lyrics. We are not human, we are dogs and pigs. We ate the rations we were given and followed orders, while they frantically shouted thanks for being cursed at and beaten. Minsu stood frozen, utterly disgusted as he realized the horrifying inhumanity right before his eyes. On the wall, a framed song of gratitude had lyrics asserting they did not bark, did not bite, only knew how to obey orders. Minsu's gaze turned sharp as he understood the truth that they were treated like pets, grinding his teeth. Clutching the rice ball tightly, he told himself that whether a pet or anything else, he had to survive this hell. Minsu shoved plain rice into his mouth while silently vowing to endure it all. His eyes blazed with an iron will, determined to overcome the humiliation and escape this hell. Meanwhile, on a high rocky ledge overlooking the valley, Yusong stood still looking toward the Reform Center. The youth's silhouette slowly faded into the twilight. Gasimin sat perched on the railing, her gaze distant toward the prison camp. She admitted she came here every day out of worry for her younger brother, who was about to enter that place. When Yusong asked if that place was truly hell, Simin coldly replied that hell might actually be better, as that place was not meant for humans. The horrific memories gave her nightmares every night, forcing her to use sleeping pills to get any rest. Seeing Yusong's determination, she understood how worried he was for his younger brother. Yusong bitterly revealed it was his mother's last wish, but he had been unable to protect his brother. That was why Yusong came to Simin, hoping to do something before it was too late, because among the few who had gotten out, she was the only one who still seemed stable. Simin suddenly asked if he wanted to know the secret to surviving the days at the center. Yusong hurriedly asked how to escape unscathed, but Simin's answer left him stunned. She made a distorted face, stuck out her tongue bizarrely, and insisted that survive, he just had to make a stupid face like this. Seeing Yusong's doubt, she emphasized she was telling the truth. Yusong angrily growled that he was not joking and demanded she seriously tell him the truth. Simin just remained silent, turned her back, and softly uttered that she was not joking. Her hands slowly rose to her head, brushing a thick layer of hair to one side. Yusong was horrified, unable to speak as he witnessed the terrifying truth hidden beneath. On Simin's scalp were raised, crisscrossed, and disfigured scars. He said that at the slightest outbreak, they were ready to lunge and attack each other. That place was full of madmen. Some were brutally tortured with hot oil. Seeing Yusong bow his head in apology, Simin waved it off and told him he did not need to say more. He admitted she got out early by pretending to be foolish. That was the key to survival. But this method would not help his brother. Yusong still wore a sorrowful expression. She raised her foot in a threatening gesture, demanding he drop the pity if he did not want to get kicked. Yusong gave a slight smile, then asked her to put her foot down, inquiring about the strange marks he had seen. Simin explained that after the induction ceremony, prisoners were washed, issued uniforms, and given a meal. To prevent escape, each person was required to wear a GPS tracking collar. In the detention wing, Minsu clumsily put on his oversized oversized uniform. His hand instinctively touched the pitch-black collar that was tightening around his neck. He looked at it without knowing its true purpose. The guard shout cut off Minsu's thoughts. He trudged along, shouting the humiliating pig chant. Min said that after receiving their supplies, the prisoners were taken to designated rooms based on the severity of their crimes. Room E was for assault, Room D for drug trafficking, Room C for theft and fraud, and she had once been thrown into Room B. The heavy iron door swung open, revealing a dark and oppressive space. Semi emphasized that room held the most dangerous criminals, those charged with murder. Stepping in with his food tray, Minsu froze in his tracks before the presence of his distorted and terrifying cellmates. Sweat poured off him as he realized he had just stepped into a tiger's den, a gathering place for cold-blooded killers. His eyes were fixed on the group of cellmates sitting and waiting for him. Among them was Si-jun, whose long hair covered half his face, sitting silently in the corner of the room. The others were picking their noses or cracking their knuckles in a challenging manner, creating invisible pressure that made Minsu's sweat start to pour out. He thought to himself, it is too quiet, is this a standoff? He absolutely could not back down. The silence was broken when the scared brute snarled ferociously, "You bastard. Don't you know how to introduce yourself?" The one next to him chimed in, cracking his knuckles while interrogating, "Where are you from? What brought you here?" Minsu calmly replied, "I came from the Penguin Orphanage and attended Songrak High School." Upon hearing that, the whole group burst into arrogant laughter, sarcastically remarking that an orphan ending up in prison was a textbook promotion path. In the midst of the chaos, Si-jun suddenly spoke up, cutting through the noise, "Shut up, all of you." The leader stared straight at Minsu with sharp eyes, then coldly asked, "What crime did you commit to end up here? If you are in room A, you must have done something terrible." Minsu looked at the leader and casually dropped a single word, "murder," instantly freezing the atmosphere. Those who had been laughing earlier now stared wide-eyed, their faces full of terror. Finally, a real killer had appeared, or was he just bluffing? Seeing the excessive reaction of the cellmates, Minsu lowered his head, wondering why he had to lie about something that would be exposed anyway. Wait a minute, maybe he was the only killer here. He wondered if the crime determined power. If murder was the worst, he should be the strongest, but reality was completely the opposite. A short-haired guy turned to mock the one serving as a chair for Si-jun, guessing who would get stuck with which new inmate. That was a white-haired guy named Poppy. Minsu froze when he realized the one being trampled underfoot was the youngest, the lowest rank in the room. Si-jun stood up, making Poppy cower and apologize frantically. A heaven-sent kick immediately landed on the white-haired guy for daring to speak like a human. Lucky, huh? Daring to speak like a human? Poor Poppy only let out pitiful squeaking sounds begging for forgiveness. Minsu bitterly realized that inside or outside, the weak were always bullied. If they wanted to see him as a killer, he would accept that cruel identity to survive. 7 in the evening, the time to write self-criticisms began. According to regulations, each teenager at the correctional center had to write 10 copies a day. Minsu sat blankly before the white page, gripping a pen in helplessness. He cursed silently, "Damn it, I haven't killed anyone, what should I write?" Amidst struggling with chaotic thoughts, a crumpled piece of paper flew and hit his table. Behind him, the cellmates were noisily playing baseball with paper wads and homemade bats. They argued loudly over fouls or outs, ignoring study time. Minsu irritably asked them to be quiet and wondered if they didn't have to write self-criticisms. The delinquents burst into arrogant laughter, saying, "Why bother with that garbage?" One of them jerked his chin toward Poppy, who was hunched over writing amidst a mountain of papers. Poppy was the national secretary of this room. Poppy stood up from the pile of papers, annoying the cellmates. "What is it, Poppy? Why stand up before finishing?" He only barked out humiliating yips instead of words. When forced to speak human language, Poppy mumbled to go to the bathroom, but he was immediately scolded for forgetting his mouse identity. The leader laughed mockingly, allowing him to go relieve his sorrow. Minsu quietly observed and bitterly realized that, in this place, human rights were a luxury. The guards treated prisoners like animals. In hidden corners without supervision, the law of the jungle began to reign absolutely. Even while going to the bathroom, Poppy was violently attacked. "How dare you squat like a human?" A heaven-sent kick sent him tumbling, leaving him only groaning in extreme pain. Here, the weak were prey, and absolutely no one stood up to protect them. To survive, one must be strong or at least appear strong. The humiliation peaked when Poppy was forced to relieve himself like a real dog. Cellmates stood outside laughing uproariously, enjoying that disgusting scene as entertainment. 8 in the evening, bath time began in a cramped and oppressive space. Each person had only 3 minutes to shower with a tiny bar of soap that had been used by countless others. Minsu worried he would get sick from sharing toiletries with 50 people in these poor conditions. 9 in the evening, the pre-sleep roll call began under the strict supervision of the guards. The distinct shouts of the inmates rang out in sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, when it was his turn, instead of shouting the next number, Poppy suddenly let out a bark, officially breaking the game during roll call. Minsu stared wide-eyed in shock at Poppy's impulsive action. Instantly, the cold officer slammed the roll call book into his face. Poppy collapsed to the ground, only able to let out pitiful, painful cries. After the final roll call ended, at exactly 10 in the evening, all the lights in the camp went out. The entire room plunged into darkness, everyone lying close together on cramped mats, closing a horrifying long day. In the quiet space, the sound of Poppy's sobbing rose again. He painfully mumbled, calling for his mother, "I want to go home, there are only beasts here." A harsh voice roared, shattering the atmosphere. "Which brat is crying like a human there?" Poppy quickly covered his mouth, stifling his sobs to avoid further punishment. The first night at the correctional center passed by heavily like that. Exactly 5:30 in the morning. Everyone was roused to start cleaning and the morning roll call. Teenagers listlessly dragged blankets and mopped the floor mechanically. A new day in this hell began very early, when everyone's emotions had already become numb. 6 in the morning, the clatter of a cart and shouts rang out. "Food for the rooms is here." Meager trays of rice were pushed through the small gap under the cell door. As he ate the dry handfuls of rice, Minsu wondered why they didn't eat in the dining hall. A cellmate explained there was outdoor training in the afternoon, so they had to eat in the room. He looked at the tray and clicked his tongue. Getting a spoon was considered luxurious. While eating, Minsu suddenly asked where Poppy was. Why wasn't he eating? The cellmates nonchalantly pointed to the floor. "He's down there." Minsu was horrified to see Poppy crawling on the ground, carrying a wooden board on his back to serve as a dining table for others. A bully roared when he saw the soup bowl tipped. "Damn it, the soup spilled. Aren't you paying attention?" Poppy could only cry and bark pitifully to apologize. Seeing Minsu's worried expression, they laughed loudly, asking why worry. They took care of Poppy like a friend. Nowhere else had friends who personally prepare meals like this. Minsu doubted the personally prepared meals they spoke of. Immediately, one of them scraped all leftover food and bone fragments onto a plate and mixed them together. He proudly announced that the premium garbage delicacy was complete and invited the guests to enjoy it. Minsu stood frozen, unable to believe the cruelty of these monsters. Bullies sneered that this was the most perfect meal, and asked why Poppy was not drooling. Poppy trembled looking at the filthy plate of food, drenched in sweat. The ringleader shouted, "Poppy, why aren't you eating?" In extreme terror, Poppy lowered his head and licked the garbage off the floor. Minsu coldly spoke up, "Hey, don't eat that." He delivered a powerful kick, knocking the board off Poppy's back, sending rice and food flying everywhere. Sudden action made the cellmates' faces change simultaneously as they roared in anger. Minsu stared straight at Poppy and demanded to know if he was truly just a child. The poor boy Hyunjun looked up at Minsu with terrified eyes amidst the mess. At that moment, Si-jun suddenly spoke up, calling out, "Hey, murderer." He grunted, asserting that this place had its own hierarchy and rules. The newcomer had to follow the rules, and he challenged, "If you don't accept it, come at me and beat me." Si-jun coldly declared that Minsu had to defeat Poppy first. He threatened that if he lost, Minsu would take his place and become the new Poppy. Minsu sighed wearily, finding this game of establishing hierarchy childish and ridiculous. He thought contemptuously that even though he was here for causing trouble, these people still could not shed their depraved nature. Unexpectedly, Hyunjun lunged at Minsu with a flurry of punches. The cellmates cheered excitedly. "Hit him, Poppy. Being the youngest is boring." They laughed heartily at the weak kid having guts. Mocking and challenging words rang out as Minsu gritted his teeth and endured. He realized a bitter truth. Poppy was punching him while sobbing uncontrollably, constantly apologizing. He wondered how to strike back at someone crying while attacking. The story paused with a peaceful image at the Penguin Orphanage. In the familiar room, the director kindly asked Han Yu-song about preparing his belongings for enlistment tomorrow. Yu-song sat quietly, holding a penguin-shaped pillow, stating he had prepared everything as it was a memento of the two brothers. The director smiled, recalling the past, calling them a troublesome duo. She mentioned Yu-song, who once beat up the local kids thoroughly. Yu-song just smiled faintly and asked if it was true he had done that. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and dangerous. He insisted she had misunderstood. He had fought, but he was not the one they feared the most. Back in the cell, Hyunjun, crying, continued to rain down blows on Minsu. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to be Poppy anymore," Hyunjun sobbed. Minsu could only cover his head and endure helplessly. The leader with the scarred head laughed mockingly, saying Minsu's nickname Murderer was undeserved and called him weak. He roughly grabbed him, insulting him about being abandoned by his parents, asserting Minsu was trash, the new Poppy of the room. However, Yu-song knew the truth. The one the kids back then truly feared was not him, but his younger brother, Minsu. Just as his rage reached its limit, Minsu threw a spinning hook punch, sending the scarred leader flying backward. Yu-song admitted he might be better at martial arts, but when Minsu lost control, things became extremely terrible. Lightning-fast strike made Hyunjun and all the cellmates freeze in terror. Even Si-jun's face changed, his eyes showing clear caution toward explosive power of the one he had just looked down on. Minsu stood towering, emitting a chilling, spine-tingling murderous aura. Yu-song bitterly realized that once his younger brother went berserk, absolutely no one could stop him. Minsu launched a frenzied attack. "Poppy. All of you will become Poppy." His powerful punches left the opponent no time to react. He glared with murderous intent. I told you I would make you all like that. However, Minsu alone could not fight off the entire group. He was knocked down and sent sliding across the floor. The cellmates laughed mockingly. Turn us into Poppy? Are you crazy? Another added, one life and you think you can be the room boss. They continued to insult him, saying this place was full of pretenders. Do we look like a joke to you? One of them approached, insulting Minsu as a discarded orphan. Hitting a sore spot, Minsu roared, shut up, and charged forward crazily. He roughly shoved the toilet brush directly into the mouth of the one who had just insulted him. You dare touch my mother? Eat this toilet brush! Chaos ensued as the rest of the crowd rushed in. This madman shoved the toilet brush into his mouth for me. But they suddenly froze, not daring to take another step. Minsu's eyes were empty and terrifying. His hand gripped the toilet brush tightly, its handle broken into a sharp point. He growled, kill me? Have any of you ever actually killed anyone before? The scene shifted to a man with a scarred face and vicious eyes roaring, I will abolish the juvenile law. If words don't work, then force must be used. He stared at the golf ball as if it were his enemy. And he swung the club with powerful force, venting his anger on some unknown person who had taken his place. The lackeys applauded in admiration. Great shot, Senator. Very decisive. Inside, he was still full of resentment, wishing he could take down his opponent Hanmansu just as easily. Turning to Yu Song, who was kneeling on the ground, the senator coldly asked, why are you standing there? Yu Song remained kneeling, clearly stating his intention was still considering an early enlistment. Resolving youth issues at this time would be beneficial for his father's political career. Hearing this, the senator clenched his gloves tightly, curling his lip in a sneer at the boy's hypocritical filial piety. He exposed him. Instead of studying medicine, he went and played detective. Councilman swung his cane hard, shouted loudly, and told him to speak properly. Isn't it all because of your younger brother? He coldly said that even if Yu Song enlisted immediately, it wasn't certain he would go to that rehabilitation center. Yu Song lowered his head, pleaded earnestly, I understand, so I beg you for help, father. Only you can do it. The powerful father coldly turned away, asking why he had to clean up the mess his younger brother caused. Looking at that indifferent back, Yu Song's eyes darkened. He bitterly realized his father would never help him. Tit for tat, the councilman looked at Yu Song with calculation. Can you help father become president? Yu Song stood frozen, stunned, unable to believe his ears. Powerful father waved his hand and turned away, urging him to begin the journey to bring him to the pinnacle of power, if he wanted to save his brother. Back in the cell, tension peaked. Come on, all of you, rush in. Minsu, in his frenzy, face covered in blood, held a sharp broom handle in his hand. Before he could act, a burly guy suddenly closed in from behind, restraining him tightly, catching Minsu off guard. Take this, you bastard. A punch landed on Minsu's head while that guy still held him. Cellmates panicked seeing Minsu unmoving, tremblingly asked, is he really dead? Killing someone here means a life sentence. But Minsu jolted awake with sharp eyes. Seizing the opening, Minsu lunged a vicious kick straight into the burly guy's groin, causing him to collapse instantly with a painful scream. In the meantime, Si-jun stepped forward, looking down at Minsu mockingly. Is your trigger lock your mother? Or did being abandoned make you go crazy? Si-jun continued to rub salt in the wound. Does your mother know her abandoned child is now a murderer? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Minsu lunged to attack but was easily read by Si-jun and had his arm locked. He growled a threat, apologize unless you want to lose your eyes. Si-jun coldly continued to insult his past, because your mother abandoned you or because you killed someone. Suddenly he let go and signaled enough, stop here. Minsu was bewildered. Si-jun turned his back and raised his hands in surrender, blaming everything on him. It's all his fault. I was just passing by. Minsu stared in shock. What? Who are you talking to? Immediately, the guards burst into the cell shouting, you bastard, do you know where you are? All the inmates were pressed against the wall. The guards confiscated the broom handle and used physical force on Minsu. They didn't let up on the beating. This guy just got here and already caused trouble. Minsu could only groan in pain. The officer coldly filed a report on Minsu's behavior of using a weapon to attack a fellow inmate. When asked, Si-jun and Hyun-jun said in unison, that's right, he made it all up himself, we're innocent. Minsu was dragged away limping with severe injuries, considered a hopeless case. 15 days of solitary confinement, plenty of time to reflect. He lay curled up on the cold floor with his hands tightly bound. Minsu gritted his teeth and growled in utter helplessness. The solitary cell, a place of punishment, is where troublemakers are completely isolated. Even more frightening, these days did not count toward his sentence time. Minsu bitterly realized he just uselessly extended his term. But being alone in the silence actually made him feel comfortable. He even wished he had caused trouble sooner to get there. The peace was broken by the guard's yell through the door. Lee Minsu, sit up straight. If you still lie down, you will be locked up long longer. Immediately, Minsu was forced into a painful kneeling position. Wipe that look off your face. In this punishment room, inmates must kneel until bedtime under 24/7 cameras. Even the minimum right to move one's limbs was completely taken away. One rare consolation was that the bonds would be loosened when using the toilet. However, as soon as he sat on the toilet, Minsu was horrified to realize a lack. Where is the toilet paper? Hearing the noise, the guard snapped. Stop thinking. Finish up quickly. Minsu hurriedly explained, there is no paper here. He casually said, it's behind you. Minsu turned around bewildered but saw no roll of paper, only a dripping cold water tap. The guard's voice was final. Use the tap water to clean yourself. He looked down at his hands and then screamed in surprise. With my own hands, a humble tray of food with dried fish and bland soup was brought in. But for Minsu, eating at this moment was torture. With his hands tied tightly behind his back, he had to bend over and use his mouth to root around for food like an animal. He roared in rage, at least you have to untie me so I can eat. Anger flared with every hurried swallow. Minsu gritted his teeth and swore to record all your names in my grudge book. Wait until I get out. At 19, the time for writing the self-criticism began. Even in solitary confinement, Minsu could not escape the paperwork. Sullenly he wrote, I did nothing wrong, now I have to write twice as much. To kill time and reassess the situation, Minsu began to draw caricatures analyzing the group of cellmates in Cell A. From the tyrannical puppet master, the burly guy who only eats, to the weak-willed Poppy. They all appeared with contemptuous evaluations under his pen. He told himself everyone had issues, but the biggest trouble lay with someone else. Minsu's eyes turned cold when he stopped at a certain name. Sejun, I'm drawing you the ugliest of this bunch. Knowing he was good at fighting, his will for revenge overrode all caution. Night fell, the solitary confinement space became eerily quiet. Minsu collapsed onto the floor. He fell into a deep, exhausted sleep, his hands still tied tightly, a collar clamped around his neck, chafing against his skin. In his drowsy state, the horrifying memories flooded back. Young Yu-song and Minsu standing still in their pajamas in the dead of night. Before their eyes, a house was being fiercely devoured by a brutal fire. The red blaze reflected the haunted faces of the two children. Minsu woke with a start, bolting upright, panting with wide, terrified eyes. A panicked scream echoed through the dark room as the ghost of the fire from years past returned. Minsu gasped, drenched in sweat in his bound position, telling himself it must be the harsh environment causing the horrific memories to resurface. He panted in fear, afraid that if he fell asleep, the nightmare would strike again. In the end, Minsu had to endure a long, sleepless night in exhaustion. After an agonizingly long 16 days of solitary confinement, the punishment was finally over. The solitary confinement order for Lee Minsu has been lifted. Return to your cell. The moment he stepped into Cell A, he came face to face with the man who had sent him to jail. Minsu gritted his teeth and muttered, damn it. Suddenly, his cellmates changed their attitude, laughing and apologizing happily, saying they had gone too far, and that Hyun-jun didn't have to be Poppy anymore. Minsu doubted things could be resolved that easily. He accepted the apology but demanded that Seju apologize immediately. Sudden, sky-splitting kick came out of nowhere and slammed straight down onto Minsu's head. Looking for me? Eat this heel to sober up. Mitsuki didn't have time to react before his cronies rushed in to restrain him and cover his mouth. They roughly shoved a rag into his mouth, leaving him helplessly muffling. Sejun coldly dragged him to the bathroom, the other man sneering disgustingly. This is the underwear I've worn for a week. Seju sneered at the pathetic Minsu on the floor, taunting, Mommy's boy, were you looking for me? Too bad someone wants to see you even more than I do. He introduced the man who absolutely loathed being attacked by Minsu in that place last time. He let out a perverted sigh. It's been hard holding it in all day. He collapsed onto the floor, his mouth sealed shut, only able to utter desperate cries. Just when the situation was at a critical point, a stern voice rang out, shattering the atmosphere. That's enough. An imposing police officer appeared right at the cell door. Sejun glanced over, dropping a smug pleasantry. You must be the new guard. Don't bother. We have permission. The guard walked over coldly and asked back, permission? From whom? Then declared he'd settle accounts with them later. Unexpectedly, he extended his hand toward Minsu. Minsu stared blankly at the hand offered before his eyes. Amidst the suffocating, brutal atmosphere, the guard softened his voice and uttered a sentence he couldn't believe. Let's go home. Behind his glasses, the guard's face clearly showed a warm, radiant smile. Kang Yu-song, the older brother he had been longing for, now appeared in a police uniform. He grabbed his younger brother's hand and pulled him to his feet. With such a cool big brother, who could possibly stop them? Stride boldly into the tiger's den to save his brother. Yu-song had to strike a deal with his powerful father. In a luxurious karaoke room, the councilman roared into the microphone, singing about a snowy battlefield. Drenched in sweat and deeply engrossed, he made the atmosphere strangely tense. Witnessing the performance, General Jiaxu was moved to tears by the patriotic spirit. He endlessly praised the councilman as a true patriotic soldier. Yu Song sat silently, contemptuous of the hollow flattery. The councilman considered bending the rules to get his son enlisted as a privilege. Yu Song despised politicians who faked medical records for their children to evade service. He believed that immature brats should be sent straight to the military. When the councilman asked if he was ready to enlist, he replied, "Yes, father." With a sharp, determined gaze, Yu Song affirmed that his preparations to save his brother were complete. During Minsu's wait for trial, Yu Song ventured deep into the shadows to gather information, starting with interrogating Chang Su, to meeting Si Min and the director of the orphanage. The reformatory was truly a living hell. That was why Yu Song appeared with an unshakable resolve. Standing among the ranks of police officers solemnly saluting the flag, he vowed to pull his brother out of hell as soon as possible. Yu Song gently extended his hand to his brother. "Let's go home, Min-su." He insisted that if he just followed his lead, he would be free soon. Yu Song was confident in his perfect plan, believing everything would go smoothly. His smile suddenly froze. The plan crumbled to dust from the very first step. Min-su unexpectedly threw a powerful punch at inmate Tahu's face. Yu Song helplessly watched his stubborn brother. Si-jun watched with a cold, observant expression as his cellmates screamed wildly. His brother lost control, charging at the bastards. "I'll kill you all." The situation grew even more chaotic as Yu Song was surrounded by frightening individuals. A scar-faced man suspiciously asked if he was a guard or a new arrival, as he looked too young. They declared this cell was only for 2 people and began threatening him with the unspoken nightly rules. Facing the monsters closing in, Yu Song maintained an astonishing calm. He flashed a defiant smile and declared, "Then tonight I will follow the rules." The inmates laughed gleefully because their prey did not retreat. Minsu lunged forward like a wild beast, roaring in fury, "Get in here, you bastard." But Si-jun merely tilted his body, dodging the attack easily. He sneered coldly, "You fool. You think flailing your arms wildly will do anything?" With just a simple move, Minsu lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Si-jun looked down at him with contempt. "Can't even keep your balance. Just screaming like a madman." Furthermore, suddenly Si-jun's attention shifted to Yu Song. The man stood firm among the downed inmates and reminded him, "Wouldn't it be better to follow the rules?" Witnessing this, Si-jun was secretly astonished that the guard had subdued everyone in an instant. He wondered, what the hell is this guy doing? He is a type of person I've never met. Taking advantage of Si-jun's moment of distraction, Minsu suddenly launched a flying kick straight into his face and roared, "You looking at someone else in the middle of a fight, sweetheart?" Minsu laughed heartily, full of challenge. "Hey long hair, your opponent is me. Don't look anywhere else." Si-jun bowed his head slightly, and a cold killing intent began to emanate. He muttered, "I was planning to settle things nicely and leave, but now things are different." Si-jun looked up with a threatening gaze and declared, "Now you will be Poppy." Minsu roared back, "Cut the crap, enjoy being a dog on your own." Immediately, Si-jun launched an extremely powerful counterattack that caught Minsu off guard. What is happening here?" Minsu was horrified to realize he was completely overwhelmed. He cried out in pain internally as he took blows like thunder. This guy, he is unreasonably strong. Si-jun looked down coldly and asked a question full of implications. "Do you know why Poppy became Poppy?" Ignoring the threat, Min still charged forward madly with a furious roar. "I don't care, you bastard. Poppy used to be the head of a department here." Si-jun coldly revealed the truth about the brutal hierarchy of this place. He threw a punch like thunder, dazing Minsu, and added, "But just like you, he didn't know his own limits, which is why he ended up like that." Minsu gritted his teeth, telling himself not to let himself be overwhelmed. He frantically grabbed Si-jun by the collar and roared, "In this room, you are the most pathetic one, you bastard." Minsu was determined not to let himself be easily defeated. However, resisting only brought a gigantic fist crashing down from above. A horrifying blow with tremendous force slammed Minsu tightly onto the floor. He lay motionless on the cell floor. His eyes wide in pain, he could only utter in helplessness, "Damn it." Lying flat under Si-jun's feet, Minsu bitterly realized, so humiliating losing again at the feet of this bastard. The humiliation increased as he saw the warden's shoes approaching. Minsu inwardly tormented himself because every time he got hit, his brother Yu Song's face flickered before his eyes. Yu Song looked down at his barely breathing younger brother and asked, "Are you still alive?" Minsu felt truly terrible. He weakly replied yes. Yu Song sighed in dismay. He decisively hoisted Minsu over his shoulder and muttered, wondering why he was so light, "Couldn't they feed you anything here?" Seeing Yu Song carry Minsu away, Si-jun asked where he was taking him. Yu Song coldly replied that his brother needed a lesson and had to be put in solitary confinement for causing trouble. Yu Song suddenly leaned close to Si-jun's ear and delivered a mysterious message. "Alright, she told me to tell you to stop fighting." The sentence stunned Si-jun in surprise. "What?" Yu Song calmly walked out of the room, leaving Si-jun frozen in place among the subordinates lying scattered on the floor. Minsu woke up and realized he had been thrown into solitary confinement again. That long-haired bastard, the next time I see you, I'll tear out all your hair. Sudden stomach ache hit Minsu, forcing him to sit down on the toilet. But he still felt restless in his heart, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. Just as he was about to finish, Minsu was horrified to realize the tap wasn't running. He panicked, wondering if the tap was broken, and agonized over not being able to wash his hands. At that moment, a voice from outside reminded him that there was toilet paper there, and the tap only ran on a scheduled time in the evening. Minsu breathed a sigh of relief when he found the roll of paper and realized this time his hands weren't tied like before. A sudden rush of memories jolted Minsu awake. He frantically rushed over and pounded hard on the cell door. He screamed, questioning the guard outside. "Hey, you crazy warden. Have you lost your mind? Why are you here?" Ignoring Yu Song's sarcastic question about whether he had wiped his hands yet, Minsu roared through tears, "Who asked you to play hero and save me? You had a good family. You were supposed to live happily. You idiot, weren't you admitted to medical school? Just stop saving me. Get out of my life. Just leave a murderer like me alone. Why did you have to ruin your life for me?" Minsu screamed in despair through the bars of the solitary cell. He painfully confessed that if Yu Song got stuck in this place, because of him, he would live in torment and guilt for the rest of his life. Yu Song stood outside, calmly admitting that he was indeed a fool. "Who called you a murderer? I believe you didn't kill anyone, Minsu, because I am your brother." Seeing Minsu sniffling, Yu Song teased him, asking if he was crying, which made Minsu angrily deny it even though his sobs were still clear. He anxiously asked if he could really get out of here if things went exactly as his brother said. Yu Song affirmed that as long as Minsu stopped causing trouble so he wouldn't get thrown into solitary, just follow the program and listen to him, everything would be fine. However, Minsu suddenly made a very firm demand. "I want to fight that long-haired bastard again." When Yu Song asked why he wanted to fight someone who would surely win, Minsu gritted his teeth in anger. "That bastard insulted my mother. Damn it, I can endure anything else but not someone who insults my mother." Faced with his younger brother's determination, Yu Song did not stop him but instead encouraged him. "Fight him, I will teach you how to win." His gaze suddenly turned cold and threatening as he looked through the solitary cell's crack. "Lose to that bastard and do not bother coming back to see me." The remaining 15 days of solitary confinement were the only chance for Minsu to prepare for the life and death rematch. In the darkness of the cell, when everyone had fallen asleep, Sijun still sat still like a waiting beast. Yu Song knew 15 days was too short to build physical strength, so the only thing he taught was how to defeat Sijun. Minsu walked down the corridor and asked doubtfully, did he really think that would be enough to take him down? Yu Song coldly replied, "If he loses, handle it himself. I won't need to lift a finger." Minsu just clicked his tongue in resignation. Stopping in front of the cell door, Yu Song gripped the handle tightly and asked one last time, "Have you memorized the strategy?" Minsu stepped in decisively, asserting, "Of course, big bro, just trust me." As soon as he entered the room, Minsu was met with the hardened faces waiting for him. Chang He and his gang laughed smugly, asking if being locked up made him tougher and demanded to test him right away. Minsu lowered his head and flashed a sinister smile. "I told you I would turn you all into Poppy, right?" Then I thought again, faced with the brutality of the entire room. Minsu suddenly prostrated himself on the floor and screamed wildly, "Why should I turn you into Poppy?" Minsu laughed raucously in his pitiful state. "Isn't it faster to turn myself into Poppy? Woof woof, a true actor, Oscar calling my name." This bizarre action was part of the endurance strategy Yu Song taught him. First, endure all humiliation to wait for the only chance. Even when fellow inmates drew countless circles on his chest to make a go board, Minsu still gritted his teeth and stayed silent. The endurance peaked when the bullies sat playing go right on his body like a toy. They argued loudly about cheating on points. Minsu lay at their feet screaming inside from the humiliation. Finally, his limit broke. He jumped up and screamed madly, "I cannot take it anymore." The resistance enraged the thugs. Chang He roared angrily, thinking of quitting being a pet. Amidst the fury, Minsu could only grit his teeth and tell himself to endure. Outside the iron door, Yu Song silently reminded his younger brother to hold on. Just 5 more days and he would settle this room. Yu Song slightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes full of worry and anger. "Please, do not fight until then. I will prepare the stage for you in 5 days. Yet reality was a series of brutal beating. In extreme pain, Minsu gritted his teeth and endured. "Hold on, the day of payback is almost here." On the second day, Minsu began his days of humiliating labor. He was forced to kneel prostrate on the floor, holding a rag and scrubbing continuously like a machine. On the third day, he wrote a pressure-filled self-criticism amidst a towering mountain of papers, with non-stop yelling. Hyun-jun held a pen under the bully's supervision. "Write it properly. An apology for being born is not enough." On the fourth day, Minsu was taken to the lawn and forced to act like an animal. He could only growl in rage. During the subsequent meal, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely oppressive. Si-jun and his gang were eating heartily when they froze, faces shocked to see an unexpected event unfold. Minsu knelt prostrate on the floor, devouring a fistful of rice like an animal. He tried to let out excited bark, woof woof, but behind the submissive facade was an iron will. He told himself to endure because tomorrow was the 5th day. After the haunting meal, Hyunjun vomited violently in the restroom from being overwhelmed. Moonjun worriedly asked if he was pushing himself too hard. Minsu tiredly replied that he could still endure. Seeing Minsu so exhausted he hiccuped continuously, Hyunjun secretly handed him an energy bar. He kindly advised Minsu to eat to keep up his strength. If he kept throwing up everything, his body would soon collapse. Hyunjun told Minsu to keep it a secret because it was an item he bought with his own pocket money. Right after that, during outdoor training, the guards continued to mock Poppy number 1 Minsu. They sneered that even though he was tormented to the point of vomiting, his condition showed no improvement. At the same time, they proudly claimed that only they had the right to treat him that way. One inmate laughed loudly, his face red, insulting Hyunjun's running form, but suddenly panicked seeing him rush into a forbidden area. A heavy collision occurred, the scene chaotic with furious curses. 3 burly men from the kitchen team, their faces scarred and bearing a cold aura, looked down at Hyunjun and growled, "Who the hell are you, looking for trouble?" In the critical moment, Hyunjun maintained the demeanor of an animal. From a distance, Sejun was resting on the field. Sejun recalled the image of the warden. Yu-song had once carried Minsu away. He began to question that person's true identity. He wondered if someone had sent the warden, or if his own sister had secretly arranged it. Suddenly, a man from the logistics team screamed furiously, "Hey, you, the leader of room A3. Sejun glanced over with suspicion. The leader of the kitchen team tilted his chin and asked, "Is this your dog?" He brutally stomped his foot on Hyunjun's head and cursed. Sejun needs to learn to manage his pets properly. He growled, accusing Hyunjun of attacking his team first, asking if this was a declaration of war from room A3. While continuously kicking Hyunjun's head, he laughed gleefully. It felt so good hitting him. Let me borrow him for a few days to torment him some more. Seeing their roommate beaten, but those guys said nothing. It was not worth offending the entire logistics team over a pet. Not far away, Minsu quietly observed everything. He could not help but recall when he himself was shunned and bullied. Hyunjun had not hesitated to give him his only can, even though his brother had told him absolutely not to cause trouble at this time. But telling him to stand still and watch Hyunjun get bullied was truly impossible. Suddenly, a blue plastic plate flew past at extreme speed. The kitchen soldier had not yet had time to sneer when the plate smashed straight into his face. The strong impact sent him flying backward to the shock of his comrades. Witnessing that scene, the surrounding prisoners buzzed with noise. Even Sejun was stunned in amazement. Minsu slowly stood up amidst the crowd's shock. He roared in anger. "Did all of you cause trouble outside and now come in here? Planning to continue that cheap game here?" Minsu stepped forward while sarcastically remarking that even if treated like pigs here, even if their dignity was trampled and their will crushed, everything still had a limit. Minsu helped Hyunjun up and said, "No matter how bad it got, were you guys not ashamed?" Seeing his man hit, the red-haired guy in the cooking team came to warn Sejun. "This is no joke. I will report to my squad leader that you declared war on us." Not bothering to reply, Sejun immediately threw a punch straight at his face. Sejun roared with killing intent at the challenge, "War? Go ahead. But before that, I have to finish off this rebel first." Minsu gritted his teeth and silently apologized to his brother for ruining Yu-song's perfect plan again. The prisoners buzzed with discussion, some wondering if this was a war with the logistics team or a rebellion. Minsu bitterly realized he could not avoid this mess, but vowed to keep his promise to his brother. The crowd laughed mockingly, sure that Sejun would easily crush that newbie murderer. Sejun bluntly tied up his long hair, curling his lips dangerously. "Looking for a beating? I will oblige." Minsu suddenly flashed a crazy smile, clenched his fist tightly, and offered a proposition. "Want to bet? The winner becomes squad leader." Facing the tall leader, his eyes blazed with confidence and determination. "This time I will win." At the Reform Center, students still had to attend basic educational classes. During this class, all authority belonged to the correctional officer. Yu-song sat by the window, calculating the plan to make Minsu squad leader. He had prepared the perfect environment for this match, the most dedicated trainer of the year. Yu-song arranged the desks into a circle to create a fighting ring for his younger brother. He stood checking his watch, muttering impatiently, "Almost time, why have they not come yet?" Suddenly, cheers from the schoolyard echoed, making him turn to look. Hundreds of students formed a circle, cheering, laughing, mocking, and jeering Minsu. They were amazed to see Sejun's dodging ability and ridiculed Minsu for getting hit. Witnessing the unexpected scene, Yu-song sighed in helplessness. He rushed and clung tightly to the window bars. His face twisted in rage as he roared, "That bastardly Minsu, you fool!" The cheers in the yard grew louder and louder. Sejun threw an extremely strong punch at Minsu's face, sending him flying backward. Yu-song had taught Minsu the most practical combat technique. Step 1 was the powerful hook to break the opponent's defense. Step 2 was the vicious punch aimed at the opponent's liver area. Step 3, the hook punch. Step 4, the mid kick. Step 5, the low kick. Step 6, the front kick. Step 7, the spinning kick. And Step 8, the roundhouse kick. Yu Song demonstrated the technique to teach his younger brother. Finally, the powerful straight punch. He looked through the bars and asked, "Long time no see this move, do you recognize it?" "You just imitated a few moves," Yu Song said sternly. "So is that enough to win?" Min Su admitted Si Jun was very strong. Yu Song assessed that he lacked flow and formal training. Yu Song gently pushed up his glasses, asserting that Si Jun was just a brawler and could not defeat someone formally trained. Min Su lowered his head in discouragement, beaten to a pulp without landing a hit on his opponent, doubting that learning moves still meant getting destroyed. Yu Song explained why he wanted the fight in the classroom with the desks already arranged. If he kept dodging, Min Su would corner Si Jun because there were many dead angles to trap him, use the environment to pin him against the wall, and the combination moves would land. But the reality on the scene was disadvantageous. Si Jun still stood firm and arrogant. The crowd of prisoners around began to boo in disappointment at the overly boring fight. They continuously insulted Min Su as a loser and challenged him to fight properly instead of just taking hits. Min Su raised a hand to wipe the blood from his nose, realizing in shock that this time he was done for. In the training ground, all hope for the perfect plan vanished. Because there was no wall in front of him to corner his opponent, hundreds of prisoners surrounded them, forming a massive circle, turning this place into a life-and-death arena. Yu Song paled and sprinted down the hallway, his face full of panic. He shouted helplessly because his foolish younger brother never listened to him. Standing before the barbed wire fence, Yu Song froze in shock as he saw the crowd was too large, blocking all view of the fight. Throwing aside all calculations, Yu Song decided he had to stop the match immediately before things went too far. He roared, demanding everyone disperse. Suddenly, a box of popcorn flew straight into his face, making him halt. Yu Song was shocked to realize someone was calmly sitting and watching the fight like it was an exciting movie. It was the head warden. He sat arrogantly on a chair, eating popcorn while smirking and asking, "Why ruin such a good show?" Yu Song quickly stood at attention, saluted, and explained he was a new supervisor trying to stop a brawl. The head warden only coldly asked back why he would need to do that. He calmly chewed his popcorn and suddenly asked Yu Song if he liked watching nature documentaries where little mice appeared. Yu Song was stunned, not understanding what this old man was trying to say. He began to offer a cruel analogy from a nature program. When a hungry snake hunts a mouse, the film crew never interferes, because a snake eating a mouse is the inevitable law of nature. With a manic look and a sinister grin, he insisted the prisoners' fight was the same. It was all just a natural order to be respected. Watching them kill each other was an unparalleled pleasure. Witnessing that extreme perversity, Yu Song was horrified to realize the one in charge here was truly a madman. The head warden smirked casually and suggested Yu Song sit down and enjoy the show until someone landed a decent hit. Down in the yard, Min Su charged forward like a moth to a flame, his heart screaming with determination that just one hit and you are done. He utilized what he had learned, executing step 1, a feint hook punch to misdirect. Si Jun easily leaned aside to dodge by a hair. He coldly asked, "What the hell are you doing?" A powerful counter punch landed directly on Min Su's face, dazing him. In extreme pain, Min Su could only silently pray for just one hit, but Si Jun did not give his opponent a chance to breathe. He continued closing in as Min Su tried to execute step 2. Si Jun sneered smugly, "Are you learning first-grade math?" Min Su struggled to throw step 3 but still hit nothing but air. Si Jun calmly dodged and taunted. "Oh right, 2 comes after 1. Yu Song stood by the window, drenched in sweat as he watched his younger brother being completely dominated. Min Su bitterly realized his reach was too short, his stamina was drained, and all his tactics were useless against someone like Si Jun. Despair overwhelmed him as he realized there was no wall around to complete the combo. He helplessly told himself he could only take the hits. Si Jun threw a lightning kick that slammed into Min Su's body, the force sending him flying into the crowd. They clamored and screamed, "Damn it, why fly this way? Aim properly." Witnessing the pathetic scene, Yu Song painfully covered his face and sighed in defeat. Might as well go to sleep. Min Su lay writhing amidst the curses. "Get lost, you loser murderer." He gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation, the pain from his knee and throughout his body shaking his will. Min Su thought to himself if he kept going he would just lose pathetically again, so he had better surrender to avoid more injuries. Suddenly, the rough hands of the prisoners grabbed and yanked him up. They roared in anger, "How long are you going to lie there? Fight back. If you give up now, you will have to deal with me." Min Su looked around in confusion. He realized he was tightly surrounded by murderous faces, urging him to continue the fight. Si Jun sauntered over and delivered a final insult. "What is mommy's little boy doing? Looking for your mommy." Min Su lowered his head, but then a sinister grin suddenly spread across his lips. Si Jun halted, asking suspiciously if something was funny. He calmly replied, "Oh, nothing, my bad, just remembered something." He clenched his fist, revealing blood-stained teeth and a crazy smile. "I remember how to land that combo on you." Outside, the impatient crowd roared, urging them to finish it quickly. Are you fighting or confessing your love? Sejun had also lost patience. Mommy's boy, let us end this. Time is almost up. Minsu slowly stood up and replied calmly, fine, I was about to end it too. Minsu thought to himself he knew how to use the combo now, but how to lure him into the trap. The memory of the conversation in the solitary confinement room came back to him. Yusong had suggested that just cornering Sejun would guarantee victory. Minsu asked back if he did not understand. He analyzed that Sejun would never be stupid enough to get cornered. Yusong nodded in agreement but said you could bait him to come closer afterward. Minsu sat on the floor and sighed sarcastically that he had thought of that already, but there was no guarantee of success. If it failed, the plan was worthless. Hearing that, Yusong slightly smirked, full of implication. In that case, let me teach you a magic keyword that could make Sejun charge straight at you. Minsu was shocked, gripping the bars tightly and shouting, you were holding out on me. Why did not you give me such a powerful tool sooner? Yusong coldly asserted that just hearing this word would make Sejun lose control. Minsu frantically urged him to just tell him what it was. Back to the present, Minsu suddenly shouted loudly, hey Sejun, is Gasman pretty? He covered his face while laughing crazily. Instantly, Sejun lost all reason, his face contorted with rage as he screamed, who told you my sister's name? He charged forward, throwing a punch with immense force, shocking Minsu. Where did you hear that name? He roared furiously. Witnessing that reaction, Minsu was secretly pleased that his brother's magic keyword had truly worked. Sejun completely lost his mind, screaming and demanding why Minsu knew about his sister. Minsu replied with contempt, is that the best insult you could come up with? Amidst Sejun's stunned surprise, Minsu decisively raised his hand and blocked that thunderous punch spectacularly. Instantly, Minsu grabbed the opponent's collar and roared, you skirt chaser, now taste my power. He threw a decisive blow that left Sejun unable to react, accompanied by a sarcastic warning. Do not cry or call for your sister at all, understand? Seju curled his lips to calm himself. He pressed on, asking what knowing his sister had to do with this fight. He intended to step back to dodge Minsu's punch, but the harsh truth came crashing down. The crowd of surrounding prisoners began to push and shove, creating a tight squeeze. Sejun was horrified to realize his rear was blocked by a wall of living bodies. Seizing the rare opening, Minsu immediately unleashed Step 1, a powerful hook punch striking straight at his opponent. Minsu roared aggressively, come here, let me make you taste suffering. Sejun fell into a perilous situation with no room left to dodge. He intended to risk an attack first, but his arm was pinned tight within the chaotic crowd, unable to move. Minsu decisively launched the finishing blow of Step 2, a punch aimed straight at the opponent's liver area. Sejun gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap. He cried out in despair as his rear was firmly blocked. Seizing the moment, Minsu followed with Step 3, a hook punch that snapped his opponent's head back. Watching from afar, Yusong was horrified to realize his younger brother was not following the plan. He had told Minsu to use tables, chairs, or walls to corner him, but now he had found a more brutal method. He was turning the mob of convicts into living walls to trap Sejun in the middle. Minsu continuously combined Steps 1 and 2 in rapid succession, leaving Sejun to only take the beating under a rain of blows. In a panic, Sejun realized he could not dodge or counterattack if he stayed still, so he intended to slip to the side to escape. However, Minsu had already seen through that intent. He executed Step 5, a powerful low kick striking straight at the leg, causing Sejun great pain. Minsu laughed triumphantly and immediately returned to Step 1, hammering his opponent's face with combos. Sejun struggled, realizing the right side was blocked, so he intended to find an escape in the opposite direction. But he was immediately blocked by Step 4, a mid-level kick striking straight into his ribs. Where do you think you're going, huh? Sejun began to panic completely as he realized he was utterly locked in, unable to flee. In Sejun's eyes at that moment, Minsu suddenly seemed tall and terrifying, like a monster looming over him. He furiously unleashed a storm of blows with all the combinations from 1, 2, 3, 4. Then finally, ignoring everything, he threw a barrage of consecutive Step 1 punches. With a bloodied and swollen face, Sejun tried to hold onto his last shred of consciousness to desperately swing a fist in futile resistance. What the hell are you doing? You think swinging your arms around wildly like that can hit me? He threw a precise punch that sent his opponent flying backward and roared, touch my mother, and your time is up. His rage erupted. Minsu furiously rained down blows. Damn it. Just thinking about that makes me angrier. He executed a series of combined strikes exactly as trained for the mission. Minsu roared while attacking. What the hell do you know? The crowd of prisoners buzzed. What's wrong with him? Has he lost control? Sejun struggled to defend himself in pain. He realized he could not take any more hits, determined that the next blow must land. Yet reality was harsher than he thought. Minsu was faster, adding another extremely strong punch that left Sejun dizzy. He gasped in fury. What do you know about me or my mother? Apologize now, Sejun. Minsu did not stop his hands. He screamed, demanding the opponent apologize immediately. The explosive force completely exhausted Sejun. He mumbled incoherently before collapsing to the floor. Minsu threw a final punch full of resentment. Apologize to my mother now. The entire arena seemed to hold its breath. His fellow prisoners stared wide-eyed, frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. What the hell is this? Sejun has been taken down. Minsu stood there, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Damn it, this bastard still wouldn't apologize until the end. Crowd buzzed at the unbelievable result. Did Sejun lose? Did Minsu win? Someone sarcastically called him Silly Poppy, wondering if he would become the new section chief. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, breaking the chaos. Everyone, move aside. The guards roared, ordering everyone to perform the greeting ritual. Immediately, rows of prisoners bowed their heads in unison and shouted. Among the ranks, a warden with a cold, authoritative demeanor stepped past. "Oh, I didn't think you'd win, but you did it." The head warden stepped forward with an excited smile. He was delighted to witness a good drama, where the mouse had taken down the snake. Minsu breathed heavily in exhaustion, wondering in shock if he was the mouse and Sejun the snake. The old warden leaned close to his face, curling his lips in a mocking sneer. "You've been scheming since you arrived. Now you even entertain me while fighting." Minsu could only grit his teeth and let out an humiliating squeak to keep his life. When asked how to handle Sejun, who was unconscious on Yu Song's shoulder, the warden casually ordered to throw him in solitary confinement or something. Yu Song silently carried Sejun past his own younger brother. He sighed wearily at the stubborn Minsu, unsure who he took after be that hard to handle. Minsu smirked back defiantly, who else but his older brother. Despite blood still on his face and covered in injuries, Minsu was smug about taking down his opponent. Yu Song gently pushed up his glasses. His gaze turned icy. The showtime was over. Time to move to scenario 2. The scene abruptly shifted to a quiet painting studio. Jia Simin was focused on her easel, anxiously asking if her younger brother had already been thrown into solitary confinement. Yu Song looked flustered, sweat beading on his forehead, explaining it was an unforeseen accident and apologizing. Simin let out a cold, annoyed snort, demanding he stop moving so she could focus on painting. Yu Song was straining to hold a half-nude pose like a warrior statue holding an apple. Simin snapped because he kept changing positions, ruining the composition. Yu Song tiredly whined about how much longer he had to hold this position. It was too uncomfortable. They should choose something else. He pointed a completely nude statue as a suggestion, but hesitated. Simin casually said that was the whole point and coldly ordered the session to end. Yu Song timidly asked to see the painting. Simin sighed, saying his movements ruined the work. He could only mumble an apology. Simin looked at her work confidently, asserting it was enough for her to get top marks at art school. Conversely, Yu Song's eyes went wide in disbelief, asking if this was supposed to be art. Was that supposed to be him? Simin casually told him not to look so apologetic. It was only the model's fault. She suddenly asked if he was worried about his brother being in solitary. Yu Song thought she meant the disastrous painting, but Simin seriously warned him he was in big trouble. She meant his brother had gotten involved with the kitchen support team. She revealed she used to be a member of the women's kitchen team and knew they were extremely united. Mess with one and the whole group would come for your brother. And among them was someone Yu Song had to be especially careful of. In the cafeteria, a heavily muscled man covered in bulging veins appeared before Minsu, asking if he was Lee Minsu. That was Dubo, the kitchen team leader. Minsu immediately and dumbly confirmed his identity. Dubo piled a massive amount of food overflowing his tray. Minsu panicked. What was he talking about? Wait, how could he eat all this? Was he planning to fatten him up for slaughter? Simin explained why that guy was scary. Dubo looked nice but was actually dangerous and out of control. The horrifying truth was revealed: he had once nearly killed 2 prison guards. Minsu stood frozen, staring in shock at the food spilling off his tray. Dubo gave a sinister smile, declaring his underlings said he picked a fight with them, so he deserved this much. He poured more food while threatening he would regret it. Seeing the opponent's fierce face, Minsu pretended to be naive, picking a fight with the kitchen team. When pressed, he quickly covered up by saying he was Minsu, but it was just a common name, a coincidence. Dubo suddenly changed his attitude, scratched his head, apologized, and let it go. However, another team member suddenly shouted, exposing him as a liar. He had to verify it. The one who threw the trash can lid was him. Minsu sensed trouble and bolted away, leaving everyone stunned. Dubo roared in fury upon realizing he was tricked, yelling Minsu's name through the cafeteria. Minsu laughed smugly while running, saying he almost died. The shout to stop still chased after him. In a different development at the imposing presidential palace, the South Korean President Han Man-soo stepped out with authoritative strides. He flashed a radiant smile to welcome the guests. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend this summit. The high-level meeting between party leaders and the president. Man-soo stepped out looking cheerful, warmly shaking hands with Assemblyman Kang, complimenting his radiance. The Assemblyman replied with a professional smile, All thanks to that day's work, they put on a show of unity for the cameras. Yet as cameras flashed continuously, Mansu leaned in close to Assemblyman Kang's ear, reminding him of when they were rivals. He sneered arrogantly, but now it was for the country's future. Work hard like my subordinate, got it. As soon as he finished, Mansu suddenly slapped Assemblyman Kang's buttock in a humiliating manner. Assemblyman Kang froze, sweat breaking out from shock and humiliation. What the hell was that? Did that man just slap his butt, right in front of the entire nation? Rage erupted upon returning home. Assemblyman Kang furiously punched a heavy bag to vent. He gritted his teeth and roared with hatred for Han Mansu. How dare he insult him like that? Take this. In his fury, he turned to look at Yu Song and snarled, "Your father is enduring this humiliation. What do you think?" Standing in front of a planning board, Yu Song calmly asserted that bringing down Man Su was easier than expected. He believed that by destroying the juvenile detention center, the man's biggest political foundation, everything would collapse. That was why Assemblyman Kang had sent his own son into that hell as an inside man. When asked about the progress, Yu Song coldly revealed what he witnessed inside was not the educational facility the public believed in, a brutal scene of tyranny. Yu Song exposed the truth. The place forced children to use violence against each other. All forms of abuse were rampant and the brawls were ignored as entertainment. He stated firmly, this place was not a reform school, it was a living hell. Yu Song's face grew dark thinking about the cruel reality inside those iron walls. Hearing this, Assemblyman Kang smugly clapped in approval. Excellent. So the detention center was Mansu's weak point. He was really calculating. The Assemblyman believed that just leaking this information to the press would take down his opponent in one blow. However, the sly old fox suddenly paused, realizing that was still not enough. He coldly reminded that juvenile offenders were still enemies after all, and the real victims only wanted them to suffer even more. Councilman Kang ordered Yu Song to go back and dig up even more horrifying things from inside. Yu Song trudged out of the room with a heavy heart under his father's cruel demand. Back at the detention center, Yu Song in his guard uniform muttered to himself that it was still not enough. He stood looking at the prisoners who were forced to crawl on the ground in a humiliating posture. Sweat poured down under the scorching heat. Suddenly, Yu Song clearly called out Lee Min-su's name to step forward. Min-su looked up in bewilderment, not understanding what his older brother was up to. Yu Song clearly declared that Min-su had to come out to perform separate exercises. Min-su was overjoyed, inwardly thanking his brother for thinking he would get priority to rest. Damn great, thanks big bro. You're celebrating a bit too early, little bro. Yu Song suddenly roared, forcing him into a new torturous posture even more horrifying. Lobster. Min-su screamed in pain and humiliation as he had to crawl in a crab style across the yard. Lobster, lobster, damn it. Lobster. Yu Song quietly explained that if only he was exempt from training, it would raise suspicion, so he had to make his situation more miserable than the others. Min-su resentfully roared, questioning this disastrous help while still writhing and crawling on the ground. Amid his younger brother's miserable screams, Yu Song coldly declared, "Now let me explain phase 2 of the plan." The juvenile detention center operated on a strict point and penalty system. Yu Song brought out a detailed list, explaining that only when a prisoner accumulated 100 merit points would they be considered for parole. Conversely, the more penalty points, the further away freedom became. He looked down at his younger brother, sweating profusely in the lobster position, and coldly announced, "Your score is a solid -50. With 2 solitary confinements due to a major brawl, Min-su still hadn't earned any merit points." He widened his eyes, gasping in despair. How can I earn points? The fastest way for him to earn a large amount of points now is to volunteer as a kitchen assistant for the cooking team. As soon as he heard the 3 words cooking team, Min-su was stunned and screamed in shock. He immediately remembered the fierce face of Dubo, the murderous team leader of the cooking team. Min-su panicked and screamed, "No way, that bastard is there. I'll die if I go in. Those people are looking to get me." He would rather choose to be tortured than face those demons. "I don't care. Just kill me. I'd rather stay here." Min-su kept thrashing on the ground to oppose his brother's plan. But every time a guard passed by, Min-su had to return to the torturous posture and shout, "Lobster." Although his mouth mechanically shouted lobster as ordered, in his heart he still vehemently screamed, "Never. Lobster, just keep being a lobster." He would rather endure physical pain than step foot into that death kitchen. He frantically screamed in his heart, "I'd rather call the name of this shrimp 1,000 times than absolutely never join the cooking team." Witnessing his younger brother's extreme stubbornness, Yu Song sighed in exasperation. He reluctantly gave in and promised to find another job to help him earn points. Min-su was overjoyed as if he had found gold, silently grateful to have the greatest older brother in the world. The space suddenly became peaceful under the gentle afternoon sunlight. The rustling of leaves mingled with the chirping of birds, creating a rare atmosphere of stillness in the prison. Inside the classroom, the curtains gently swayed in the cool breeze, creating the perfect conditions for a good nap. Min-soo lay slumped on the desk, enjoying the relaxation after a morning exhausted from torturous exercises. He murmured drowsily to himself, wishing he could sleep in a bit longer. However, the sound of simulated motors kept ringing in his ears, interrupting his sleep. Anger flared, Min-soo slammed his hand on the desk and roared frantically, "Damn it! Let me sleep!" He angrily shouted at his fellow inmates for daring to make noisy sounds with their mouths, and claimed he didn't need these robotic vacuum cleaners anymore. Under the floor, the prisoners were still crawling, using their mouths to imitate motor sounds to clean the floor mechanically according to the bizarre order Min-soo had established. One guy even confidently claimed he would work better if he made engine sounds himself. He eagerly declared that if the noise was too loud, he would switch to sleep mode to avoid disturbing others. Min-soo sat watching, thinking the cleaning was almost done, but started to worry knowing that cleaning one classroom only earned a measly 1 merit point. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to accumulate 100 points to be free. Just then, the warden walked in and asked if the cleaning was done. Min-soo quickly replied, reporting it was almost complete. The warden informed Min-soo that he would have to move to the next location alone to do the volunteer work he had previously registered for. Min-soo was overjoyed, silently thanking his brother Yu Song for arranging a lucrative point-earning opportunity for him. However, as soon as he stepped into the new location, the smile on Min-soo's face suddenly froze. In front of him was not the easy job he had imagined, but the murderous-faced cooking team leader waiting for him. He grinned threateningly. The liar Min-soo reappears. "Huh, here you are, get ready for a beating." Min-soo looked around in shock, realizing he was standing in the middle of the death kitchen. Surrounding him were the sturdy guys from the logistics team. He was stunned to realize he had been tricked into coming. "This isn't what I signed up for. You promised you wouldn't send me to the cooking team." Sold out by my own brother. In his heart, he screamed the name of the brother who had betrayed his promise. "Kang Yu-song, you bastard." Kang Dubo, a burly man harboring a burning dream of becoming South Korea's top chef, was skillfully tossing a pan amidst soaring flames. His strength was truly admirable, as his right arm could easily handle the 30 kg cast iron pan and toss up to 2 kg of food effortlessly. Meanwhile, his left hand was trained for more delicate actions in seasoning and presentation. However, the harsh reality was clearly visible on the prisoners' meal trays. They constantly complained, "Damn, the taste is terrible. How long do I have to eat this? A chef like this should definitely be sued." Gang Dubo, criticizing the food, was no different from a direct insult to his honor. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he tried to suppress his rage. "These bastards, I have to endure." Looking at the chaotic kitchen behind him, where fire was everywhere and food was flying around, it was clear there was no real culinary talent in this damned place to assist him. The nightmare in the kitchen escalated as a scream rang out. "Aha, the fat is all burnt. It's on fire, it's on fire." A lackey with a gleefully stupid face brought out a blackened pan and cheered, "Dubo, I know how to make oil now. Our country has become an oil-producing nation." Not stopping there, a pot of soybean soup suddenly turned violet, causing another guy to ask about the color in confusion. "Who put purple cabbage in here? Step out now." He completely lost control, roaring in tears. Is there no one in this whole kitchen who knows how to cook? Though he wanted to tear apart his useless underlings, considering them members of his tribe, he had to suppress his anger again. However, it was a completely different story with Lee Min-soo. Gang Dubo coldly carried the pan. He slowly approached behind Min-soo with murderous rage. He growled, asserting that Min-soo had insulted his tribe and would receive no mercy. Standing imposingly behind his dazed younger brother, Gang Dubo declared threateningly, "I will teach you with this pan." But then he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the pan blazing with fire. Right in front of him, Min-soo was showcasing masterful cooking skills with 2 pans in 2 hands, seasoning with extreme professionalism, leaving the team leader unable to believe his eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dubo suddenly rushed over, lifted Min-soo off the ground, and roared, "Kid, where did you learn to cook?" Min-soo awkwardly replied that he only helped out at the orphanage. Hearing that, the captain burst into sobs, his face a mess of tears and snot. He muttered happily, "I found you." Dubo frantically hugged Min-soo, shouting excitedly, "Don't worry, big brother is here, my precious." He scooped Min-soo up and ran around the kitchen, laughing loudly as he declared the boy was the treasure of the cooking team, ignoring his younger brother's desperate screams to be let go. At that moment, in the supply warehouse, a pile of candy wrappers and trash lay scattered about. The cooking team's underlings secretly gathered, eating stolen goods and fuming about their failed plan. They had wanted Dubo and Min-soo to fight, but Dubo clung to him like a shadow. One guy gritted his teeth and asked how to make Dubo hate Min-soo, and immediately a venomous idea emerged. If Min-soo's cooking was bad, he would surely be despised. The group cackled with glee, deciding to secretly put trash in Min-soo's food to get rid of him, smugly declaring that this time Min-soo was done for. But their smiles froze when Yu-song suddenly appeared at the door of the storage room. He wore a cold smile, declaring he had found the cause of the supply's constant disappearance. Facing the panicked criminals, Yu-song growled that thieves must face proper consequences. Though they shouted challenges, he took decisive action to punish them. In an instant, he had taken down everyone who had tried to cause trouble for his younger brother. Looking at the people sprawled at his feet, Yu-song breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that because Min-soo didn't want to join the cooking team, he had been extremely worried. Yu-song looked at the defeated group, thinking Min-soo was adapting quite well, but he still wondered who had pushed his brother into the cooking team if it wasn't him. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, 2 guards rushed in, breathless to report, sending the warden into a state of extreme excitement. He thought the cooking team had gotten into another bloody brawl, but the truth disappointed him. Instead of a fight, today's menu was his favorite egg roll rice. The warden sighed in disappointment, hoping for a good drama instead of this boring meal. To please their superior, the 2 guards performed a strange and crooked magical ritual to make the food look more appetizing. Though initially confused after tasting it, Warden had to nod in agreement, admitting the dish was truly wonderful. In the mess hall, the atmosphere suddenly turned extremely serious. Dubo shouted that today was the special day that only came once a month, demanding everyone be extremely careful in their preparations. Min-soo was baffled, not understanding what was going on, especially when Dubo ordered a brand new cucumber-scented soap bar. He silently wondered, is this time for a bath or cooking? His astonishment peaked when he saw the captain start decisively grating the soap bar with a box grater. The bizarre cooking process continued with adding olive oil at twice the amount of soap, then double boiling it over high heat. Dubo ecstatically lectured about adding finely ground basil powder as an essential ingredient for creating the scent. Finally, he squeezed in some tangerine juice to add vitamin E, creating a mixture that was both moisturizing and fragrant. Dubo frantically stirred until the ingredients blended, then ordered it to cool. He shouted proudly, "This is too powerful, guys." Min-soo stared at the goopy mixture, his face blank. "What the heck is this? Are you going to eat that?" Dubo laughed with glee. "Eat it? No way, this is the logistics team's natural hair wax." As he spoke, he stylishly slicked back his braided hair. The underlings also began to fuss, primping and preening, careful not to let it get clumpy. Min-soo was bewildered. So it's not food, it's hair wax. But what special day makes you guys need to do your hair like this? Dubo smirked in reply. It's the day new supplies come in. Because on delivery day, we get to see the girls from the women's correctional camp, Dubo said, wearing a hopeful smile. Immediately, a group of female prisoners appeared, cheerfully carrying boxes inside. Dubo, "Hey, why are you guys so late?" A playful girl noticed the new face. "Who's the new guy?" "Hi there." Dubo explained that once a month, the mess received supplies and had to share with the women's camp cooking team. For the men, this was the only privilege of being on the logistics team. Amidst the chaos, a girl struggled with a heavy box. It's so heavy, sis, help me." A girl shouldn't be carrying something so heavy. One of Dubo's underlings quickly rushed over to help with the box, a grin on his face. Declared, "Let me handle this, miss. You don't need to lift a finger." But that was nothing compared to Dubo. To show off, the captain single-handedly took on a towering stack of boxes. "This isn't enough. A real man has to carry this much." The girls marveled. "Wow, Dubo, you're so strong." Min-soo shook his head, unimpressed. "What the hell are you guys doing? You'll break your back." "This little boy is so cute, and so tiny too." The girls suddenly surrounded Min-soo, teasing him, which made him angry. "Get lost. I'm not small." His anger only excited them more. "He's even cute when he's mad." Min-soo stubbornly refused but began to waver. Seeing this, Dubo gritted his teeth in fury. "That bastard dares to slack off and flirt with the girls?" As Dubo burned with jealousy, a small girl shyly approached from behind. She gently tugged on his apron. The girl, her face flushed with shyness, held out an envelope with a bright red heart sticker on it. "Take this before the boss sees." Dubo's rough hands trembled as he received the letter, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest. He was thrilled, cheering inwardly. Could it be a love letter? Watching the girl's figure run away, not forgetting to leave a playful smile, Dubo was completely lost in sweet fantasy. In the captain's mind at that moment was a vision of a perfectly happy future. He dreamed of a grand wedding, where he, in a dashing suit, would walk side by side with a beautiful bride to the sound of blessing applause. Dubo even imagined his future wife asking kindly, "What should we name our child?" Having just received the letter, he was already thinking about baby names. Then the image of a sweet little girl named Yeji appeared, filling him with happiness. Dubo's fantasy went so far that he saw himself as the father of a big family with 5 young children. Coming back to reality, Dubo was laughing and crying hysterically with emotion. Finally, it's my turn to have this. Let's see what romantic love song she wrote. But as soon as he opened the letter, a smile on his lips froze as he read the first line. To the head of Section A. Dubo's face completely twisted from the shock, veins bulging in a terrifying manner. In the quiet kitchen, Minsu was struggling to haul an extremely heavy box. He groaned in exhaustion as he worked, because the other kitchen staff had run off to help some girls, leaving their share of the goods behind. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow loomed over him from behind. Realizing it was Dubo, Minsu looked confused and asked a question. Dubo approached with a cold expression, his voice low and harsh as he asked if he was the team leader. Minsu honestly confirmed it. Yeah, that was right. What was the matter? Did he need something? That team leader suddenly asked strangely if he knew what November 22nd was, then declared it was his wedding day in 3 years. Delusional to this point was beyond cure. Minsu was shocked. What the hell? Dubo continued to interrogate him about Yeji. He roared threats that made Minsu start to tremble, insisting that Yeji was the name of his 5th child. Dubo's madness peaked. He ground his teeth and screamed that the pony-tailed baby should have been born if his wife had not been stolen. His eyes blazing red, he yelled he would kill him. Minsu's eyes went wide in terror as a giant fist hurtled straight at his face. Before he could even finish his sentence, a punch weighing 1,000 pounds slammed down right beside his head. The punch shattered the wall behind him in an instant. Minsu dodged in time but was stunned by the destructive force. He roared in fury, asking if he really wanted to send him flying. Dubo had completely lost his mind by now. He muttered in his madness, ordering that the enemy of his child must die. Minsu shouted, calling him a psycho, then took advantage of the opening and launched a flying double kick straight at his face. However, Dubo seemed completely unfazed. He quickly grabbed hold of his ankle. Without hesitation, he slammed him hard into the ground and roared in fury for daring to steal his future wife. Minsu realized in horror that if he took one more hit, his head would surely be crushed. Minsu tried to find a way to counterattack, privately calculating that if he could just neutralize the monster's right hand, he would be useless. But the harsh reality hit him. He bitterly realized the opponent's reach was too long, preventing him from closing in. The nightmare did not stop as Dubo's left-handed punches were just as terrifying. Minsu continuously took heavy blows, the feeling like crashing into large boulders. The impact force was so strong it sent him flying far away. Minsu suppressed the pain and told himself, at least the opponent's right hand was still stuck. Dubo roared and then violently ripped the iron cabinet door off. Minsu was shocked to see the restraint disappear. That madman kept shouting about his plan to take So Yang hiking at Bukansan and madly swung the iron door to attack. Dubo crazily smashed the iron sheet down, forcing Minsu to dodge desperately. He realized he had been cornered into a dangerous spot with no escape. In that moment facing the wall, Minsu suddenly remembered the technique of using dead angles that his brother had taught him. Dubo screamed about the first kiss with his future wife. Then he threw a punch aimed straight at Minsu's face. Minsu coldly spoke, saying he did not know who So Yang was, but his dating plan was really pathetic. He firmly grabbed hold of his opponent and sneered that no girl would want to go out with someone like him. Taking advantage of the opponent's carelessness, Minsu remembered the position-swapping technique to execute a combination move. He decisively turned his body, putting all his strength into Giant and the wall to reverse the situation. But he did not budge no matter how hard he tried. The bicep bigger than Minsu's head showed this match was not going well. He madly accused him of stealing his child's future. Dubo brutally squeezed Minsu's face and then slammed his head hard into the iron cabinet. He could only scream in pain as he roared out of control, insisting the punishment had only just begun. Dubo roared madly, throwing a 1,000-pound punch aimed straight at his opponent's head. Minsu realized in horror that he could not dodge the death blow in the cramped space. On the fragile line between life and death, he quickly reached for an object right beside him to fight back. At the same time, at the women's reform camp, the female inmates complained about the kitchen work and expressed their longing for Sister Seeming. A girl noticed a box of onions had been left behind and guessed it was from the men's camp, although her friends tried to stop her, afraid of Jang Dubo's fierce appearance. But the spirited black-haired girl eagerly volunteered to return it, thinking Dubo was cute so there was nothing to fear. Her taste was too weird. She needed to get her eyes checked immediately. In the men's kitchen, the chase was still in chaos, with Minsu's panicked voice demanding the madman stop chasing him. Dubo was panting heavily while madly chasing Minsu around the kitchen tables. He screamed, demanding to carry out the punishment on the enemy of his future family. Seeing the giant seemed to be tiring after the chase, Minsu immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. He decisively smashed the tray of eggs straight into Dubo's face and yelled, "Take this egg punishment." Liquid egg yolk ran down his face, making Dubo look even more pathetic and terrifying. Minsu even added a sneer about the smell of chicken shit and told him to get lost. The madman's fury reached its peak. Dubo grabbed a kettle and pots, throwing them frantically toward Min-soo. He struggled to dodge while cursing him as a psycho for these life-threatening actions. Dubo was still screaming frantically, demanding that Min-soo be killed immediately. The situation became extremely critical when Dubo threw the pan full of boiling hot oil. Just then, the girl from afar hummed softly as she approached the kitchen door. She bluntly opened the door and spoke up. "Hey guys, I brought the stuff you left behind." Suddenly, disaster struck as the hot oil from Dubo's hands flew straight toward the door. Dubo exclaimed in horror, "No way." He watched as all the oil poured directly toward the girl who had just appeared. "Get out of the way," Min-soo shouted resolutely. Without hesitation, he rushed over and hugged the girl tightly, using his body to shield her. The scorching hot oil poured straight onto Min-soo's back, causing him to grit his teeth as the burning pain seeped through his shirt. The girl exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh?" A piercing scream echoed throughout the kitchen. Hearing the noise, Yu-song sprinted down the hallway at a terrifying speed, shouting in panic out of fear for his younger brother. Yu-song rushed straight into the medical room, asking the nurse if Lee Min-soo was in room A3. The nurse told him to keep his composure and pointed toward the curtained bed. Yu-song tremblingly pulled the curtain back, calling his brother's name anxiously. Before his eyes suddenly appeared a cold skeleton lying on the hospital bed, leaving him frozen in shock. The skeleton spoke with a remorseful tone, apologizing to him, and Yu-song collapsed beside the bed in despair, thinking it was his brother. Min-soo's laughter broke the atmosphere, as it turned out he was only joking with a skeleton model. But his smile faded when he saw Yu's hand shaking violently with anger. Yu-song approached menacingly with a dark expression that frightened Min-soo. He stammered an apology for the joke that had crossed the line, but instead of an outburst, Yu-song suddenly embraced his younger brother, their brotherly affection so warm. Yu-song hugged Min-soo tightly, his voice choked with relief. "Oh God, you almost gave me a heart attack." Min-soo froze at the depth of his brother's feelings, softly replied and muttered an apology for worrying him. Behind them, the nurse flew into a rage, scolding whoever dared to mess with her skeleton model. Having just calmed down, Yu-song was surprised to learn that Min-soo still wanted to continue volunteering at the cooking team. Min-soo affirmed it was the fastest way to earn points, but also admitted he was scared and asked for his brother's help. Min-soo's eyes burned with determination as he asked his brother to teach him how to defeat Dubo. Yu-song gently stroked his hair, his face full of danger. He really was not an easy opponent. "Are you ready?" At the training ground, the head warden was impressed by Yu-song's new idea when asked about the training method. Yu-song coldly explained that this was an exercise for those who challenge authority, and he declared it was called the dung beetle exercise. The head warden praised the creativity when witnessing the prisoners having to crawl, using their backs and legs to push the boulders. He wondered where the rocks came from and received the answer that Yu-song brought them from the mountain behind. Under the weight of 1,000 pounds, Min-soo gritted his teeth, his face contorted, screaming and cursing Yu-song as a bastard. Yu-song calmly adjusted his glasses, praised his younger brother for doing well, and declared the training session over. Min-soo, drenched in sweat, eagerly asked if he'd fight Dubo now. Yu-song nonchalantly threw cold water on it. "Not yet, now roll it yourself." Immediately, Min-soo had to strain under the enormous boulder, screaming and cursing Yu-song as a scoundrel. He frantically pushed the boulder while unleashing a constant stream of curses due to the excessive torment. Seeing his younger brother exhausted, Yu-song relented, offering praise and telling him he could stop now. Min-soo joyfully asked if it was time to take revenge on Dubo, but the answer was still a firm no. Yu-song pointed at a giant concrete block and coldly ordered, "Next, this gift is for you." Min-soo once again fell into a living hell. He screamed in pain as he had to push the multi-ton block of material across the ground. Yu-song calmly adjusted his glasses. Even if it was a bit teasing, it was still wonderful. Min-soo lay flat on the ground, silently cursing his cruel older brother and wondering when it would end. Yu-song sighed, explaining that defeating someone in a different weight class is not simple, just making it budge is a win. But the moment he saw the next target, Min-soo was completely stunned. Before him was a boulder towering like a skyscraper, making him seem tiny sitting in front of it. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement room, Si-jun had been locked up for a whole week. He still could not understand why he lost, since in reality, Min-soo had not landed a single punch on him. Looking back at his opponent's futile attacks, Si-jun bitterly told himself it was all because he was too careless. Si-jun sat with a gloomy face, his gaze pensive, telling himself that if he had a chance for a rematch, he would definitely win. However, there was now a more pressing issue that demanded his attention. While squatting on the toilet, Si-jun bitterly realized the toilet paper was gone, and the water tap would not flow either. Looking down at his dirty sleeve, he realized he had only one choice left to handle the situation. He gritted his teeth and brutally tore a piece of cloth from the very uniform he was wearing. Just as Si-jun was about to use that piece of cloth, a roll of toilet paper unexpectedly flew into the room. A sanitary item was suddenly thrown in, rolling to a stop right at his feet. Yu-song's voice came from outside, dripping with sarcasm, telling him not to use those random things anymore and to use this to clean himself properly. Yu-song stood behind the iron bars, coldly reminding him that they still had important matters to discuss. He said to wait until Si-jun finished handling everything. Yu-song calmly opened the door and stepped into the solitary confinement room. The moment the guard entered, Sejun suddenly lunged to attack from behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent, gritting his teeth as he demanded to know how he knew about his sister. Yusong nimbly dodged the sneak attack, leaving Sejun utterly stunned. He realized this guard possessed strength and reflexes far beyond his imagination. In an instant, Yusong counterattacked and effortlessly pinned Sejun to the floor. He looked disappointed, mocking the other's cheap surprise attack. When he saw Yusong raise his fist to strike, Sejun could only shut his eyes tightly, resigned to his fate in helplessness. Waiting for a blow that never came, Sejun hesitantly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Yusong suddenly broke into a bright smile and suggested, if he was curious, why not ask her himself? He casually held out the phone connected to Seemin in front of Sejun. At the same time, at a dermatology and geriatric clinic, Seemin's phone rang incessantly. The screen clearly displayed the caller's name saved as husband candidate number 1. She answered and called softly, "Hello, Kang Yusong." Seemin calmly pressed the phone to her ear and asked directly if he had met Sejun. Recognizing the familiar voice, he stammered, asking how he had his sister's number. Seemin anxiously pressed him, asking if her brother had been released from camp and if he was injured. Unexpectedly, she asked Yu Song to cover his ears because she had something secret to say. Yu Song obediently replied, "Sure, okay," then turned around and firmly covered his ears. Seemin carefully checked, and Sejun confirmed Yu Song had his ears covered. She nodded. She took a deep breath and then suddenly screamed into the phone like a madwoman, unleashing a merciless torrent of curses. "Do you have instant noodles for brains? You think I'm that easy to fool?" Seemin screamed about the hardships she had endured because of him, from him going to prison to cleaning up the mess. "If you're going to stay silent, then just shut the hell up." Sejun stood frozen, his face drained of all color in the face of his sister's fury. Meanwhile, at the training ground, a massive boulder stood imposingly like an impossible challenge. Minsu strained with all his might, muscles bulging, drenched in sweat as he pushed against the boulder. He gritted his teeth, using both hands and feet to exert force in excruciating pain. The group of inmates watched from a distance, whispering and gossiping about whether the boulder had budged, then moved on to idle chit-chat. One of them shouted for Minsu to give up, then they discussed the day of Sejun's release and worried about a new fight. One wondered about Minsu's goal, receiving the answer that if he could move the rock, he would challenge Dubo, prompting everyone to hope he wouldn't. There were many strong guys in prison, but Dubo was the top of the food chain. One hit from his right arm and you were done for. Just look at what happened to Changsu. The inmates feared Minsu would meet the same gruesome end. Ignoring the warnings, Minsu continued to frantically pour all his strength into the boulder, gritting his teeth and screaming with determination to move it no matter the cost. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement room, Seemin's fury had not yet subsided. She screamed about how she raised him carefully, yet he turned out a fool, unable to see who helped him, and berated him for spouting nonsense. Unable to bear the scolding any longer, Sejun decisively pressed the button to end the call. On the other end, Seemin was stunned, unable to believe he dared to hang up. She regretted not being able to tell her brother to be careful. Just then, a hesitant nurse poked her head in to announce that the doctor had heard everything and was waiting, leaving Seemin to let out an embarrassed "Ah." Yusong casually took back his phone and asked if the call was over. Sejun sat slump on the floor, letting out a weary sigh, saying it hurt a little, then asked about his relationship with his sister. After confirming Yusong was Minsu's older brother, Sejun asked thoughtfully if he had taught Minsu how to fight. After a moment of thought, Sejun looked straight into Yusong's eyes with a determined gaze and declared he would do as he said. "So, teach me how to fight as well." Meanwhile, in the prison cafeteria, the atmosphere became more chaotic than ever. The underlings in the cooking team panicked because the food kept burning, afraid they would be kicked out if this continued. Someone wished Minsu was here, but was rebuffed, retorting that he was the source of all troubles. Since that fight, Dubo, the proud team leader, had completely broken down, sitting curled up in a corner of the kitchen, drawing circles on the floor and muttering in despair. Minsu suddenly pushed the door open and walked into the kitchen with a cheerful look, announcing the assistant cook was here to save the soup. The underlings panicked at the sight of the troublemaker returning, yelling to ask if he was tired of living, because he was the one who drove Dubo crazy. Dubo looked up dully, muttering Minsu's name with simmering anger. Immediately, the team leader leaped to his feet, stalking towards Minsu with murderous intent filling the air. Minsu suddenly halted the fury with a provocative question. "Do you know why women don't like you?" The question struck a nerve, making the giant freeze, curiously pressing for the reason. Minsu lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then he firmly let out a bitter, stinging insult. "It's because you're hideously ugly." "Ha ha!" Dubo's face twisted completely. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling in maddened rage from the insult. Dubo screamed in frenzy, "I'll kill you," and flew into a rage once more. The onlooking henchmen held their heads in horror at Minsu's recklessness, convinced there would be a gruesome crime scene in the kitchen today. Dubo lunged to attack, seemingly wanting to devour him alive, screaming that all the bad things were Minsu's fault. But he kept fueling the fire with sarcastic remarks, blaming him for his ugly appearance, making the crowd amazed at his audacity. Instead of confronting him, Minsu started chasing around the kitchen table, enraging Dubo even more. He refused the calls and kept issuing challenges. Underlings could only stand and watch Minsu display incredible speed to dodge the attacks of the enraged captain. Dubo roared helplessly, putting all his strength into a punch aimed at Minsu, vowing to crush him immediately. Dubo's mighty punch slammed into the steel cabinet, but Minsu had swiftly dodged it. He laughed gleefully, mocking his opponent. You idiot, are you brainless? How did you fall for the trap again? When he saw Dubo's right hand trapped in the rubble, Dubo still charged madly, but Minsu had calculated it from the start. He decisively grabbed the captain's massive arm, making him, he exclaimed in shock. Huh? Minsu roared with extreme excitement. No, I thought it through, you fell right into my plan. He gathered his strength for a decisive blow and shouted the skill name, Iron Fist Punch. While the fight in the kitchen reached its climax, Kang Yu-song tried to win over the head warden, with a private feast in the dining hall. Amidst the luxurious space with candles and wine, he elegantly introduced the private dish to the warden, who appeared satisfied. Yu-song solemnly lifted the lid, introducing a special steamed Alaska pollock dish. Even though it was just a simple braised fish, the head warden excitedly contorted his face, unable to believe he was enjoying such a luxury. Not stopping there, Yu-song continued to showcase his mixing skills by blending two types of fruit drinks. He skillfully shook the shaker and introduced a special drink called the Hybrid Star Flavor. Just one sip and the head warden was in heaven, feeling the harmony between fresh peach and sweet grape. Yu-song smiled meaningfully and invited him to start enjoying the dinner unfolding before them. On the banquet table, the head warden eagerly watched the fight between Jiang Dubo and Minsu through the glass window. Dubo roared arrogantly when he saw his opponent had no escape route, asking why he was standing still. He swung his 1,000-pound fist at Minsu, asking if he wanted to be executed for daring to block the attack with his hand. Dubo's smile vanished when he realized his right hand was locked by a skillful grappling technique. He wondered in shock where the kid learned that move. Minsu took the chance to land consecutive punches on his opponent's face, enraging Dubo. The cooking team captain fought back crazily. He roared in challenge, asking if Minsu could overcome raw muscle strength, then lunged into a brutal close-quarters fight. Time went back to a few days earlier, lying flat under a giant boulder. Minsu tiredly wondered why he had to do this exercise, instead of overpowering his opponent as he did with Si-jun. Yu-song coldly reminded him to think carefully before speaking. Because the weight difference between him and Si-jun was only one level, the overpowering move succeeded. As for Dubo, the physique difference was too great, up to 2 or even 3 levels compared to Minsu. Yu-song warned that it was Minsu who should pray not to be cornered by Dubo. When Minsu asked if his brother could help him increase his weight class, Yu-song scolded him for being an idiot. Muscles do not grow like mushrooms. Suddenly asked a scientific question about how Minsu moved a boulder heavier than his body. The answer was the lever principle. He explained that human limbs also operate based on this principle. Yu-song asserted that if Minsu beamed the lever moving the giant boulder, then he could also push back someone like Dubo. Back to the fight, Minsu braced himself to confront the captain's massive arm directly. Dubo stared in shock. Minsu rained blows on his opponent, roaring in fury about the hardships he had endured. Through the glass, Yu-song asked the head warden if he was enjoying the show. He admitted it was interesting, but the outcome was predictable. He pointed out that Dubo felt no pain from those tiny fists, while Minsu was beginning to tire. He asserted that in the end, no one could ignore the massive weight class difference. When the head warden remained skeptical, Yu-song suddenly made a bold proposal, betting on that kid, Lee Min-soo. The head warden paused mid-bite, smirked sinisterly. A bet, huh? Sounds great. You like risky ventures, don't you? Yu-song lightly pushed up his glasses, calmly stating exactly using reality to test the hypothesis that attacking the face is ineffective due to weight class difference. In theory, the basic stance of combat sports offers maximum protection for the face and head, as it is where the most vulnerable parts are concentrated. Min-soo tried to attack. Hit. Dubo still roared arrogantly, unaware that the deadly weak points were concentrated on the head, from eyes, temples, to the chin. A precise punch to the chin would concuss the brain and inner ear, disrupting balance. Min-soo put all his strength into a cunning blow aimed straight at the target, causing Dubo to feel dizzy. His eyes rolled back, aim for the chin, one hit and it is over. Although weight class is important in amateur matches, professional technique always prevails absolutely. He threw the decisive punch, completely distorting the giant's face. Min-soo coldly watched his opponent stagger and bid him farewell. Goodbye Dubo, farewell, amidst the delusion from the painful blow. Dubo suddenly saw the image of his dream girl smiling and waving goodbye affectionately. He shouted in desperation, panic, wife, no, do not go, wife. The entire bright future of a grand wedding, of the gentle wife and young children he always dreamed of, suddenly vanished into thin air with this fateful fall. Dubo lay motionless on the floor, still desperately calling out for his dream girl in his delirium, do not go. The cooking team underlings stood frozen, unable to believe their boss was defeated by a newbie like Min-soo. Even the head prison warden had to cry out in surprise at losing the bet. He stared at Yu-song, pressing him on how he managed to guess so accurately. Yu Song just calmly adjusted his glasses, flashed a knowing smile, and said it was just a gut feeling. The warden smirked in amusement before turning around and walking away, not forgetting to remind Yu Song to think about a reward for this victory. Min-soo sat down heavily on his opponent's chest, panting from exhaustion after the grueling fight. He accidentally discovered a letter with a heart sticker on it lying under Dubo's hand. Min-soo blankly read the line on the outside, addressed to the section chief. He was stunned, wondering, a love letter for Si-jun. The underlings confirmed that letter was originally for Si-jun, but Dubo thought Min-soo was the recipient, so he went crazy demanding a fight to the death. The shocking truth left Min-soo frozen in place. All that pain, all those times he had to push that massive boulder to exhaustion, all because of a ridiculous misunderstanding from this subordinate. Min-soo screamed in frenzy, lunging to punch the unconscious Dubo repeatedly. The underlings had a hard time stopping him from hitting someone who could no longer defend himself. In a heavily guarded, restricted area, the atmosphere was tense. Inside a dark room, a mysterious figure was casually playing cards and drinking, discussing the selection of the next candidate. He was worried that the strongest ones like Si-jun and now Dubo had been eliminated. The mysterious figure wondered doubtfully if Min-soo was truly strong enough to defeat Dubo. Two of the strongest are gone, what are we going to do? He asked contemplatively while shuffling his cards. He wondered who in this damn place was still qualified to catch their interest. The first name was Kang Min, the notorious shadowy gang leader from the Dehyun-dong area, a madman who often used brutal force to establish his authority. Kang Min stood towering amidst the crowd, laughing arrogantly over the pain of the defeated. But the candidate list did not stop there. The second name was Ha-seung Cheon, a member of the maintenance team. Unlike his rough appearance, Seung Cheon always wore a welding mask with sharp, focused eyes. The mysterious figure calmly poured a drink, understanding why Lee Kang-min was on the list, but wondering why Ha-seung Cheon was chosen. Im-ji-soo, aren't you going to pick anyone? Add someone to make the game more interesting. The one holding the #1 position at the Ganyo Center was none other than Im-ji-soo. He lightly traced his finger over the pile of gambling chips. His eyes showed a deep, calculating look. Im-ji-soo admitted he planned to skip this time, but hearing about the recent turmoil, his curiosity was piqued. With a cryptic smile, he decisively made his final decision. I nominate Lee Min-soo. After the brawl, Dubo was thrown into solitary confinement, giving Min-soo a chance to take over the work, but the price to pay was that he had to work in the kitchen, as a condition of the deal. Watching the flames flare up in the pan, Min-soo screamed in frustration. What kind of reward is this as he was spinning around with the work? The logistics underlings kept causing ridiculous troubles. They cheered excitedly, Min-soo, Min-soo. Look, this is amazing! The stupidity of those kitchen guys seemed limitless. One guy exclaimed in amazement seeing rice overflowing from the pot. Wow, the rice is multiplying. When asked how much rice he put in, he calmly replied a full pot, leaving everyone speechless. Not stopping there, another one proudly showed off his art piece, a crab placed precariously on top of an octopus. The peak of the disaster was an electric kettle placed directly on the stove flame, until it was charred black. Faced with the naive excuse, "You said to boil the kettle." Min-soo was completely broken, screaming in despair, "You idiots, stop it! Dubo, come back soon, I miss Dubo more than a lover." Just then, a group of female inmates appeared with boxes of goods, cheerfully asking and inquiring about Dubo's absence. The scene at the receiving area became chaotic as men fought to help. Shouts echoed everywhere, making Min-soo sigh. Those idiots are starting again. Suddenly, the girl he had once saved from the boiling oil approached and called out softly. When Min-soo looked confused, she said shyly, "Thanks for before, you saved me from getting oil spilled on me." Min-soo just laughed it off, saying the oil wasn't hot then, so it was no big deal. However, to Min-soo's surprise, she suddenly handed over a letter with a bright red heart sticker. Min-soo took it with a skeptical expression. Why make such a fuss? Just give it to Si-jun if that's the problem. Hearing Si-jun's name, the girl blushed crimson from embarrassment, shouting in anger, "It's for you, you idiot." She hurried away, not forgetting to say it was a secret. Min-soo froze looking at the words to Min-soo on the envelope. His heart skipped a beat. His love life was officially settled, folks. In his mind, a vision began to appear of a small house on a green meadow, where he lived happily with a virtuous wife and children. Min-soo's face turned red. He stood silent, staring intently at the first love letter he had ever received in his life. The content began with touching lines, "Dear Min-soo, a few days ago, at the very moment the boiling oil was about to splash onto me, I thought everything was over. You saved my life right then. But the truth is, she had secretly observed and known about you long before that." The first time she saw Min-soo was through a gap in the barbed wire fence separating the two camp areas. It was an afternoon when she was walking after a meal, when suddenly a horrifying scene caught her eye. A green trash can lid had slammed straight into the bully's face. Witnessing that decisive and powerful act, the young girl could only stand rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with shock and admiration. That day was the great battle between Min-soo and Si-jun. She was completely captivated by his eyes blazing with madness and resilience, a wild beauty like a honey badger that knew no fear. The moment she heard the crowd roar the name Lee Min-soo, she carved that name deep into her heart. From that moment on, her heart never stopped racing and she breathlessly followed his every move. To appear beautiful and hand-deliver this letter, she had prepared meticulously under the scarce conditions of the prison camp. She meticulously used the heat from the stove fire to preheat a pair of tongs. She carefully curled each strand of hair to her liking. When her cellmate suggested makeup, even without cosmetics, they still came up with a creative way. They soaked soapy water into a colored magazine and rubbed it vigorously. She skillfully used the magazine ink as blush and a unique homemade lipstick. Sarah applied the homemade color to her lips, hoping this appearance would give her enough courage to confess her feelings. The group of fellow prisoners couldn't stop praising. "The color turned out great, Sarah. You look beautiful. Why didn't you do this sooner?" Sarah blushed shyly, telling them not to tease, silently wondering if she looked pretty in his eyes. In the cell, Min-soo stared blankly at a letter with a message. "You have to answer me next time we meet." A jealous group of friends surrounded him, shouting, "Betrayal, death penalty. You got a girlfriend before us, huh?" Min-soo awkwardly admitted feeling happy but confused because he had only ever received letters from his mother or Si-jun. Faced with their curiosity, he handed out the letter and told them to read it themselves. Sarah's letter was full of affection. "I like you, thank you for saving me, don't get hurt." At the warden's office, Yu-song knocked on the door and reported. "Director, Sergeant Kang reporting." Entering with a formal posture, he clearly stated that he heard you were looking for me. The old director smiled and reminded Yu-song that he had been here for 3 months. He praised his impressive background, from graduating military academy to topping the sergeant exam. He smugly believed he was lucky to have a talent like him at the center. Yu-song promised to give his all, but inside he schemed to build trust to increase points for Min-soo. The atmosphere turned cold as the old director leaned close to his hand, sneering that he had seen something interesting on the CCTV. Yu-song was stunned, cold sweat starting to form under his glasses. The old director widened his eyes and pressed him about their relationship in a threatening, perverse tone. Scene shifts to the bathhouse area. Min-soo was struggling under the shower head. He looked at the tiny piece of soap in his palm, complaining it was even smaller than before. Suddenly, a hand offered a full bottle of shampoo, causing him to ask blankly what this was. Min-soo was stunned, unable to believe such a luxury item had made it into the correctional center. He turned to look at the person who gave it to him, a prisoner with long, wanderer-like blonde hair. That man possessed a calm, mysterious face as he stood under the shower. To save Min-soo, Yu-song had to hide the fact that they were brothers, a secret no one knew. Facing the old director's gaze, Yu-song broke out in a sweat, wondering if he had caught a whiff of something. Yu-song thought to himself that he couldn't let him find out, desperately searching for a reason to cover it up. Suddenly, the old director burst out laughing, asking if it was a teacher and student relationship. He smugly confirmed he had seen Yu-song secretly teaching Min-soo how to fight. He was certain Yu-song was betting because he knew his student would win. He danced a few punches while excitedly asking if the kid was good at fighting. Yu-song quickly went along, saying Min-soo wanted to be stronger, so he was helping out. The old director told him not to get too close to the garbage, then ordered him to prepare for the outdoor activity. He watched Yu-song's retreating back. He muttered about Min-soo's desire to become a real man, calling him an interesting brat. As soon as Yu-song left, the old director immediately picked up his phone and ordered a subordinate. "Investigate Sergeant Kang's background. I feel like we'll find something." Receiving confirmation on the other end, he smirked with calculation. Things are getting interesting. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement room, Si-jun thought about how his sister had escaped from the correctional school. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing echoed in the hallway, catching his attention. Following the sound, Yu-song saw him. Yang Dubo was curled up in a corner, crying miserably. "It's not fair, it's all Lee Min-soo's fault." Yu-song flatly stated that Dubo getting rejected wasn't Min-soo's fault. Dubo howled in resentment, asking what the guard knew, saying Min-soo stole his wife and child. His delusions were too strong. Yu-song coldly corrected him, saying the head of Section A was Si-jun, not Min-soo, and Dubo was mistaken because he didn't know the positions had changed. Dubo changed his attitude, crying and apologizing to Min-soo before shifting his hatred Si-jun. Yu-song sneered, telling him not to jump to conclusions, and handed him his phone to show him a picture of Si-min and Si-jun. Dubo was shocked to realize that his goddess Si-min was beside Si-jun. Dubo howled madly, not understanding why the goddess was close to that bastard Si-jun. He cursed the world for being superficial, swore to kill Si-jun, but Yu-song poured cold water on him, saying they were biological siblings. Dubo's face twisted into a crazed smile when he realized Si-jun was his future brother-in-law. He clung to the bars and screamed excitedly, leaving Yu-song speechless. Si-jun from inside his cell went berserk and roared, "Who are you calling brother-in-law, you pig? Shut your mouth." Ignoring him, Dubo still planned to flatter and promise to cook many delicious dishes for his brother-in-law since they were about to become family. Yu-song sighed as he walked amidst the noisy arguments about Dubo daring to set his sights on Zeeming, and reminded Si-jun to think of his future nieces and nephews so he would speak more properly. Putting aside the matter of Min-soo, Yu-song began to pay attention to the heavily guarded restricted area. He silently told himself that he needed to investigate the dark secret the old director was hiding at the reform facility. Yu Song knew that going public with this matter would only be a minor scandal, but to bring down the president, he needed a more fatal weakness. Even as a warden, he still could not enter the heavily guarded restricted area. Yu Song believed there was something suspicious behind those closed doors. Peeking through the crack in the door, he was shocked to see the guards standing. They were carrying a prisoner on a stretcher, his face covered in blood and bruises. Yu Song wondered what terrible thing had happened behind that door. His gaze suddenly froze when he saw another prisoner quietly appearing. That person walked into the restricted area in a bright red uniform instead of the usual gray. Yu Song was stunned, determined to investigate clearly about these people in red. In the bathhouse, Min-soo had just finished washing his hair, thanking the person who lent him shampoo for getting a proper wash after so long. But when he looked closely at the person opposite him, Min-soo suddenly froze, realizing something abnormal. He was astonished, pointing at the clothes of the mysterious blonde man and questioning, "You, is your uniform red?" Min-soo suspiciously noticed that the muscular, rugged man was not wearing a rank badge on his chest. He asked cautiously also, "Why do you not have a rank insignia?" In the solitary confinement area, a questioning voice rang out in the empty hallway. Why let him win so easily? Dubo could not believe that Si-jun had failed at the hands of someone like Min-soo. Sitting behind the bars, Si-jun admitted he was careless, while Min-soo appeared with a thorough strategy. Dubo bitterly admitted that he had fallen into the trap when he intended to toy with his prey. Si-jun realized this victory would draw the attention of those at the top towards Min-soo. He asserted that it had already begun. Min-soo caused a rift within the kitchen team, and could be chosen to replace them. Hearing this, Si-jun curled his lip in contempt, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his hands clenched to the point of trembling. He asserted that he was the only candidate. Si-jun swore to make Min-soo pay for this humiliation at any cost. In the changing room, the mysterious muscular blonde who lent Min-soo shampoo revealed himself. He introduced himself as Im-ji-soo, confirming Min-soo's identity through the name tag on his chest. Before Min-soo could regain his composure, Im-ji-soo suddenly reached out and rubbed his head condescendingly. Min-soo asked irritably for the reason. Im-ji-soo mocked that his head was smaller than he thought, wondering how such a small guy could win. Despite being annoyed, Min-soo endured out of gratitude for the borrowed shampoo earlier. Im-ji-soo looked Min-soo straight in the eye, declaring war mysteriously. "This time I found you, next time you will have to find me." He warned that the path ahead was not easy, but he would always be waiting. Watching Im-ji-soo's back disappear, Min-soo scratched his head in bewilderment, not understanding what this weirdo was hinting at. The scene closed with the image of a bizarre pot of ramen, fish heads surfacing in the broth. Who put fish into this sacred pot of noodles? A logistics guy yelled in shock at the steaming pot. Wouldn't adding something delicious make the taste even better? He calmly picked up the noodles to eat, but then he noticed everyone was staring at him with strange expressions. Min-soo asked blankly, "What is it? Why aren't you eating and just staring at me?" Before he finished speaking, a massive dark figure loomed over him from behind, accompanied by a chilling murderous aura. It was none other than Jiang Dubo. He stood there imposingly with his enormous hands raised as if about to strike. A fatal blow was about to land, causing Min-soo to freeze in terror. Min-soo's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as if he had taken a bath, thinking his life was over at the hands of this madman. But instead of a punch, Dubo suddenly knelt on the floor, kowtowing earnestly an apology. "I am sorry. Dubo is no longer the boss." The team leader sobbed, confessing he had mistaken the letter and had wrongfully tormented Min-soo all this time. Dubo painfully recounted how Si-jun had become his brother-in-law, preventing him from taking revenge for Min-soo. For his sincere remorse, Min-soo gently raised his hand, speaking softly. "What are you saying? I accept your apology. Get up quickly and let us eat noodles together." Dubo was touched and embarrassed when Min-soo forgave him and invited him to eat noodles. "Do you really forgive me, and even let me eat noodles?" The group of underlings gleefully laughed, teasing that Dubo did not need to worry, because Min-soo already had a love letter from another girl. Hearing that, Dubo's face twisted in fury. He roared madly, "Lee Min-soo, you bastard, you dare set your eyes on my second wife?" Chaotic chase began. Min-soo ran for his life while cursing the man as a scumbag. Though he was out of breath, his heart was filled with eager joy, because tomorrow he would hand over the reply letter to Sarah. Life was not a dream. Min-soo stood still in front of the prison bus, his eyes clearly showing shock and disappointment. He bitterly questioned himself. Why? Why did everything turn out like this? Min-soo flopped onto the floor, throwing a tantrum. "I do not want to go volunteer. I have to meet Sarah and give her the letter." Girls are the top priority, aren't they? Ignoring his strong protests, he was still forced onto the bus because this job carried many reward points to gain freedom sooner. Upon arriving at the volunteer site, a group of strangers blocked the way with arrogant attitudes. The short, scar-faced man with buck teeth approached, inviting condescendingly, "Be my lackey. I will let you open a fried chicken shop." Min-soo curled his lip in contempt, turning to Hyun-jun. "Look, there is another guy spouting nonsense just like you did back in the day. Dismissive action bruised the ego of the group of underlings. They yelled, "How dare you treat our boss as a fraud? Do you know how much money the boss makes?" A guy named T-Ho suddenly grabbed Min-soo by the collar and lifted him up, looking at him with disdainful eyes. "Are you sure you beat Si-jun and Dubo? You look so damn weak." Immediately, the yelling of the old officer rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Stop right now." He flew into a rage and shouted at the inmates, wanting to fight again, knowing today was the volunteer day, but still refusing to see reason, always using violence to solve everything. Seeing the warden furious, the shorty T-Ho quickly shifted the blame, reporting to the officer that they were minding their own business when the others came looking for a fight first. Wang Hyuk, with the brain-shaped scar on his head, looked confused and retorted, "What nonsense are you saying? You were the one who provoked first." But before he could finish, a sudden punch from the old officer landed squarely on Wang Hyuk's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The officer crazily struck more blows, shouting irrationally that he had disliked that face from the start. Witnessing the unprovoked violence, Min-soo stood frozen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How could he hit someone like that? Could it be that this warden was siding with the other group, while T-Ho's underlings laughed triumphantly? Wang Hyuk could only sob and beg in pain, saying he was innocent and begging for mercy. Fortunately, Yu-song arrived just in time, grabbing the old officer's hand firmly to stop the beating. "Stop it right now. We need Eve immediately." Reminded, the officer scratched his head and gave a reluctant laugh. He justified himself, saying he just got a little carried away because the kids were too stubborn and unruly. Yu-song firmly ordered everyone onto the bus to start the volunteer trip. He kindly asked after Wang Hyuk, then let out a weary sigh. Yu-song glanced at Min-soo with a suspicious look, asking if he had intended to lay a hand on that warden earlier. Min-soo turned around with a mischievous smile, winking meaningfully, "Come on, big brother doesn't trust his own brother that much." The bus rolled away from the prison gate, carrying the juvenile delinquents to the volunteer site. Hyun-jun excitedly shouted that it felt like a school field trip. In contrast, Min-soo was deep in thought about the old officer from before. Before he could answer, a foul stench suddenly hit him. Tio bluntly placed his smelly foot right in front of Min-soo's face and sneered, "Are you talking about this smell?" Min-soo furiously yelled, "You bastard, put your stinking leg down right now. That foot is a biological weapon of mass destruction." But T-Ho was still defiant, relying on the two burly guys beside him. He declared if he wanted to fight, just come at him. T-Ho confidently asserted that even if Si-jun showed up here, he could do nothing to his gang. Min-soo and T-Ho both froze when they saw a figure was walking imposingly towards them. An icy air enveloped the bus cabin. Kiga Si-jun suddenly appeared with long hair covering half his face. Si-jun stared directly at the noisy crowd, dropping a single command full of authority, "Put your foot down." Faced with the presence of the former leader of Cell Block A, the two thugs broke into a cold sweat, quickly pulled their feet back and stammered in reply, "Yes, yes, sir." Min-soo asked in surprise, "You got out of prison?" Si-jun did not reply, only silently sat down on the seat right next to Min-soo. His brother sighed wearily, having to face an old rival in this pathetic situation again. The bus full of delinquents continued speeding down the endless road. The bus stopped in front of a nursing home. A middle-aged man in a neat suit cheerfully welcomed and thanked everyone for coming, hoping the trip would positively change the reformatory kids. Yu-song politely shook the director's hand, expressing his hope that the students could be helpful to the elderly. The inmates were offered cold soft drinks. They enjoyed them blissfully, finally getting to drink cola after so long. "This is the taste of money." Just as they were enjoying it, one shouted, "Oh, there are women." The whole crowd clamored, asking where the girls were. "Point them out to me." Hope was quickly dashed. In front of them were only old ladies in wheelchairs. The teens were utterly disappointed. "What the hell is this? Only old ladies, huh?" One clicked his tongue, saying old ladies are still women. So boring, not a single young one. Suddenly another one shouted and pointed ahead. "No, look, a beautiful young girl." "Is she a nurse?" Si-jun, who was calmly drinking, suddenly froze when he saw a familiar figure. It was Ga-si-min. She kindly asked an old lady if she was cold. Let her get a blanket for her. Si-min truly is the nation's muse. Recognizing his sister, Si-jun was stunned and spat out the mouthful of water in shock. Si-jun was frozen, not understanding why his sister was a volunteer. Immediately after, the volunteer session officially began with the foot-washing ritual for the elderly. An old lady looked at Wang Hyuk and remarked he looked exactly like her husband when he was young. He immediately flattered her, saying he must have been very handsome then. But the old lady warned him not to overstep. Cameras flashed continuously, capturing the humane moments for the report. In the stifling atmosphere, Min-soo wiped his sweat and sighed wearily, just wishing this volunteer session would end quickly. Suddenly, an old man spoke up to ask, "Please wash my feet." Min-soo quickly replied, "Yes, sir," but when he looked down at the bare feet, he was horrified to realize they were in terrible condition, with peeling skin and black discoloration. Min-soo thought to himself that this old man must have suffered a lot for his feet to be so rotten. He patiently washed each toe carefully as instructed. Seeing a lot of dead skin, Min-soo kindly asked if he felt more comfortable now. The response was the grotesque grin of the shorty T-Ho in disguise. He laughed heartily, admitting gleefully that having his foot fungus scratched felt truly wonderful. Tiho was not done being outrageous. He casually placed his wet foot on Minsu's face and laughed mockingly. Hey, want to be my underling, be a foot washer? Rage exploded, making Minsu want to burst, but Hyunjun rushed over and hugged him tightly, reminding him to control himself. Minsu. Behind them, the reporter's camera kept flashing, forcing the warden to warn against fighting. Tiho's underlings laughed mockingly, calling Minsu an idiot, saying that even Sejun or Dubo were nothing to fear. Minsu gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, telling himself not to cause trouble right now. In the peaceful space of the nursing home, Min kindly cared for an old lady in a wheelchair. She gently pointed at the flower garden, saying, "Grandma, those flowers are so beautiful." Seeing Sejun silently pushing an old man past, she spoke up to ask, "Everyone is busy volunteering, are you being lazy?" Saying goodbye to the elders, the two of them went elsewhere to talk privately. Min slowly recounted that their reason for entering the labor camp was because they had beaten up a perverted old man. Min sighed, admitting it was a mistake. She regretted that she should have only reported the harassment charges, instead of taking matters into her own hands. Looking at the elderly people peacefully enjoying the scenery, Min realized that not all old people were bad. She asked Sejun, one day they too would grow old, what kind of old man would he become? The question made the young man ponder. Seeing Sejun still silent, she could only advise him to think about it sometime. Min stood up, pushing the wheelchair to bring the old lady inside because of the cold, leaving the question for Sejun's future. Lunchtime at the nursing home was lively, with kitchen staff busily preparing meal trays. Minsu and his group of fellow inmates were also busy helping out, reminding the elderly to eat carefully. Minsu worked nonstop as calls for more food kept coming. But that warm atmosphere was shattered by the despicable actions of Park Ti-ho. He teased the hungry old lady with a sausage, treating it like a game. Seeing the old lady crying and begging for food so humiliatingly, Minsu angrily shouted curses at. Just as his anger peaked, a food tray suddenly tipped over onto his head from behind. Ti-ho and his lackeys sneered despicably, saying it was just an accident. Minsu flew into a rage and was about to charge into a fight, but his friends held him tightly, stopping him. The warden walked in and yelled, asking Minsu what trouble he wanted to start now. Minsu indignantly pointed a finger at the one who had framed him, but the warden coldly brushed it aside, saying it was an accident. Minsu could only stand there in helplessness. Meanwhile, the gang in Sector C laughed triumphantly, having humiliated someone from Sector A. Ti-ho sarcastically remarked that the people from Sector A weren't so scary, and lectured about the rules of the prison camp. He said Sector A was for murder, B for assault, and C for theft and fraud. Ti-ho casually admitted he was a con man, insisting that money was what decided everything. He pointed at the TV, saying money could buy police and legal protection. He held up a coin, declaring he would use money to buy their strength. The lackeys cheered for Ti-ho, believing that even someone from Sector A would have to kneel. Meanwhile, Hyunjun remained devoted to caring for the elderly. At the bathhouse, a group of Ti-ho's lackeys were secretly gathered, smoking. One of them proudly boasted about just stealing a pack of cigarettes from an old man's pocket. As they smoked and chatted about cleaning up the waste, one of them ordered hot water to be poured on an old man before dragging him out. The poor old man trembled, crying for help under the scalding hot water. Wang Hyuk had just finished cleaning the restroom and cheerfully stepped into the bathhouse. But when he opened the door, he was horrified to see the Sector C soldiers nonchalantly smoking and torturing an old man. Wang Hyuk's face changed color, showing an expression of utmost fury. He panicked, rushed to the old man who had collapsed, and asked with concern. The Sector C soldiers smoked casually, laughing and taunting him. Witnessing the old man's critical state, Wang Hyuk furiously yelled that they had gone too far. Immediately, a powerful punch landed on his face, accompanied by curses. They kept sneering contemptuously, telling each other not to hit too hard. Wang Hyuk's patience had reached its limit. He threw a thunderous punch. The lackeys were stunned to see the gentle guy suddenly turn into a monster. Wang Hyuk roared with murderous intent, challenging the wretched bastards to come at him. Minsu and Hyunjun were horrified to witness the chaos inside. After the brawl, Wang Hyuk lay collapsed, badly injured, and Hyunjun yelled his name in vain. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Minsu hurriedly went to find Yu-song, clung tightly to his brother's shoulder, earnestly begging him to save his friend. Yu-song sighed wearily, reminding him that even outside he caused trouble. Disappointed by his brother's caution, Minsu snapped at him and then turned to walk away. If he wasn't mistaken, there were the sounds of heavy footsteps and a hoarse voice. It came from behind them, making the two brothers freeze. The old officer slowly approached, his eyes narrowed with skimming intent. Yu-song broke out in a cold sweat, trying to cover up in panic. The wily old fox was not easily fooled. He insisted he had suspected something was off for a long time, and pressed them about their relationship. The question was like a bucket of ice water thrown straight onto Yu-song. Yu-song was drenched in sweat, trying to stay calm, while Minsu trembled, blaming himself for being careless. Right in that critical moment, a hand slapped down and a loud voice yelled, "Brother!" That person was Sejun. He told Yu-song he had been looking everywhere. The sudden turn of events made the old officer freeze. He muttered in suspicion when he saw Sejun calling Yu-song brother. Yu-song breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking Sejun for his his quick thinking that helped him escape the dangerous situation. The old officer snorted coldly, reminding that this place needed strict supervision, then trudged off with his back turned. Sergeant Kang, I will let this slide this time, but be careful. Yu Song could only bow his head and accept the old man's warning. Yes, I will be careful. As the old man's figure faded, Yu Song raised his hand to cover his face, his breath still racing with fear. That was a close call. Meanwhile, those two grandfathers were still growling at each other. Hey, thanks. Not misunderstand, I had no intention of helping you. I just did not want him to interfere. Si-jun smirked at Min-soo, suddenly making a serious proposal. We should focus on the battle for the leader position. Min-soo eagerly replied, that is right. They suddenly found some unity. Both of their excitement was immediately extinguished when Yu Song rushed over, roughly grabbing them both by the scruff of their necks. Stop right now. He flew into a rage over Min-soo's carelessness, which had almost ruined the entire plan. Yu Song roared, shoving his face close to Min-soo, almost shouting, asking if he really wanted to rot in this hellish place forever. Yu Song coldly assigned the task to Si-jun. Though he had questions about the goal, Si-jun remained silent in the face of the stern threat. If you do not follow my orders, I will double your training volume. Right after, the atmosphere turned bizarre when the nursing home staff cheerfully handed each inmate a medical cushion. In reality, many elderly people urgently needed to use the restroom. The diapers were offered as a life-saving solution for those who could not control themselves. One inmate clumsily helped an old man put on a diaper and received a sincere thank you. Thank you, young man. He could only reply awkwardly. You are welcome. However, trouble began when Min-soo wanted to find the remaining diaper. He was shocked to realize that the entire stock of diapers had disappeared. Hey, where did all the diapers go? Suddenly, a desperate scream shattered the silence. Min-soo was dazed when an unbelievable sight met his eyes. His fellow inmates appeared in armor made from diapers, striking a heroic superhero pose together. They declared it was time to march out and defeat the Talos team. Min-soo stood frozen in helplessness, exclaiming, "What are you guys doing with that pile of diapers?" Seeing the chaotic and ridiculous situation, Si-jun quietly walked away. Min-soo quickly called out, but only received a cold reply. The Talos team was still excited, insisting they were not joking and had created a real monster to protect the world. That monster was Wang Huk. Witnessing this, Min-soo could not contain his rage, roaring, "You bastards, what the hell are you doing?" Just as Min-soo was about to intervene, Si-jun timely raised his hand to stop him, coldly reminding, "Keep calm." Min-soo turned to glare at Si-jun furiously. "Do not stop me, or do you want to fight?" Si-jun remained composed. Pointing at the guard officer who was about to take a report photo, he said that now was not the time to cause trouble. Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured, understanding that acting now would cause big trouble with the superiors. Well, discretion is the better part of valor. Rumors of the shocking battle spread throughout the prison compound. The inmates buzzed with talk about how Min-soo had taken down the top dogs. However, some still expressed doubt, believing his golden era would not last long. In a hidden corner, the powerful figures were quietly discussing the selection of a special candidate for a higher position. The name Im Ji-soo was unexpectedly mentioned as a formidable opponent. The person behind the game wondered if he would be outshone by a newcomer like Lee Min-soo. Si-jun walked down the corridor amid the glaring stares of his fellow inmates. He told himself this was not exactly revenge, but simply a need to prove his ability. Si-jun was determined to defeat anyone who got in his way. At the same time, Min-soo was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He realized Si-jun had been right to advise him to be patient. Min-soo told himself he had to endure a little longer to resolve the trouble in the cell, not letting Wang Hyuk fall into the trap of the C-block soldiers. However, a tree may prefer calm, but the wind will not cease. As he was moving through the corridor, a foot suddenly stuck out to trip him, causing him to fall flat. The bullies laughed despicably. "Why are you falling like some idiot?" Min-soo's limit of patience completely shattered. He screamed, "Damn it, I do not want to think anymore. Today I will kill all of you." A hand suddenly held out a piece of paper in front of him, gently asking, "Are you okay? Luckily you are not seriously injured." A gentle voice rang out as a woman in a volunteer uniform approached to help. She smiled softly, then suddenly touched Min-soo's face. "You are just as stubborn as your brother." Min-soo was stunned, stammering a reply. She just smiled cryptically. "Just consider it a secret." Min-soo's eyes widened when he saw the name tag. The name pinned her chest, Gasi-min. She turned her head slightly, conveying a sincere request. "Please take care of my younger brother, Min-soo." The name Si-min rang out like a thunderclap, leaving Min-soo frozen in shock. Impossible. The memory of the battle with Si-jun suddenly flooded back. He recalled the question Yu Song had taught him to control the beast, "Is Si-min pretty?" This very question had once caused Si-jun to completely lose his reason. Yu Song had calculated everything, wanting Min-soo to use this weakness to deal with the leader. On the rooftop of the nursing home, Yu Song and Gasi-min were having a private meeting. Yu Song approached, handing her a can of drink as a thank you. "You have worked hard, right?" Si-min smirked, asking if he used his own money to buy it. Yu Song bluntly admitted it was a bribe. He sincerely thanked her, as the work had become smoother because of her. Si-min gently leaned on the railing, her gaze distant as she looked toward the prison compound. She admitted she did not do everything out of kindness, but simply could not abandon her foolish younger brother to fend for himself in that hellish place. Song stood silently beside her. He understood that feeling better than anyone else, as they both would risk everything to protect their misguided younger brothers. These kids were at a rebellious age, thinking they were the best in this society. Min suddenly asked Yu Song if he had ever heard of the Red Prison. It reminded him of the isolated block reserved for those in red uniforms. Yu Song wondered if there was any way to infiltrate that heavily guarded place. Seeing that it was late, Yu Song urged Si-min to go home and told himself that he had entrusted Min-soo to Si-jun, so he could rest assured. Si-min smiled and said Si-jun was gentle and would not strike without reason. Yu Song was skeptical, but Si-min still believed his younger brother would not cause trouble. Do not get your hopes up. Life is not a dream. Yu Song nodded, thinking there was no reason for the two younger brothers to fight each other. But in reality, a brawl was happening right at the volunteer point. Min-soo and Si-jun stood side by side, furiously beating down the group of enemies. The two stood back to back, their eyes blazing with killing intent, ready to crush anyone who stood in their way. The group of prisoners cheered excitedly, urging the fight on. Everyone shouted that Min-soo and Si-jun were fighting each other. Min-soo realized the battle for the leader's position had begun. Min-soo smirked in challenge, asking his opponent if he was ready to lose his title. Si-jun growled back, telling him to shut up and fight, that he would show the difference between a professional and a green kid. Taeho's underlings stood on the sidelines, adding fuel to the fire, anticipating a bloody purge. Si-jun coldly declared he would make his opponent regret ever setting foot here. Suddenly, Min-soo and Si-jun simultaneously turned to attack Taeho's underlings. The soldiers from Zone C screamed in pain and shock, asking what the hell was going on. Why are the two of them attacking us at the same time? Min-soo decisively stated that the trash needed to be cleaned up first. Si-jun, with a hardened face, declared he would make these bastards pay for causing chaos in the room. At the storage shed, the fake officer calmly lit a cigarette and asked how things were going. He respectfully lit a cigarette for the rat-faced man, both of them grinning smugly, pleased that the kids had no idea what was waiting for them. The rat-faced man reminded the guard to keep an eye on Lee Min-soo, because he was the most unpredictable variable in the plan. The guard accepted the envelope full of money and immediately acted as obedient as a loyal dog. The scene at the nursing home fell into chaos, causing the guard to panic greatly. One person shouted helplessly that only the director could resolve this. Another person hurriedly ran off to report that Si-jun was beating people up like crazy. The matter was so serious that the officers regretted letting Si-jun participate in this trip. He observed from a distance. Si-min just crossed his arms and sighed wearily at his younger brother's violent nature. The soldiers from Zone C yelled orders to crush Si-jun to restore their honor, but Si-jun still stalked through them like a beast among a pack of wolves. With decisive movements, Si-jun mercilessly took down his targets, terrifying the crowd. Even though he was surrounded by 6 men at the same time, he was not fazed but became even more ferocious, shouting how dare they touch someone from his room. Instantly, the crowd surged forward to tightly restrain the leader of Room A. Si-jun gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly for having stumbled into this troublesome fight. Seeing his friend being ambushed, Min-soo immediately jumped in to break the siege. After knocking one down, he kicked another in a vulnerable spot. Si-jun took the chance to break free and punched away the one holding his arm. Si-jun began to calmly calculate blind angles to find a path for a counterattack. A Taeho thug swung a fist aimed straight at Si-jun's face, yelling triumphantly that he had nowhere to run. Instantly, Si-jun threw a thunderous punch that sent the Taeho thug crashing down with a groan. Watching from afar, Min-soo was shocked to realize the wild beast within Si-jun had awakened. He was no longer holding back. Unwilling to be outdone, Min-soo also burned with determination. He affirmed to himself that he was much stronger than before. He charged into the fight with a powerful punch, asserting that he was no longer the weakling of the past. Two stood back to back in the encirclement. Si-jun coldly warned him not to get in the way. Min-soo snapped back, telling him not to get under his feet. Min-soo roared in fury when called a mama's boy, right after he had just saved him. Si-jun, losing patience, asked if he was done talking. Two nearly started beating each other amidst the defeated foes lying all around. In the end, Si-jun conceded to let Min-soo be the leader this time. Suddenly, a giant of a man appeared and threw a kick, sending Min-soo flying backward. He called them a bunch of brats and asserted they had no chance of causing trouble here. The unknown person, exuding authority, stalked forward. Si-jun decisively kicked him in the face, but the attack did not faze him at all. The giant smirked, praising them for being strong, but said he was much stronger. Watching from above, Taeho grinned smugly. Everything was still under control. Right after, Min-soo was suddenly covered with a black bag. It was thrown over his head, plunging his world into darkness and leaving him stunned. Taking advantage of Min-soo's lost vision, Taeho furiously threw a vicious kick and shouted for him to learn to listen when he was being nice. He gleefully declared that what he truly desired was a powerful subordinate like Gesejun. However, Taeho confidently asserted that his Taeho was many times stronger than Si-jun. Tae-ho smugly believed that no matter how strong Si-jun was, he could never face the monster he possessed. Tae-ho arrogantly introduced Tae-ho as only D rank but possessing the pure strength of a true A rank. Si-jun struggled to defend himself, shocked to realize the giant deliberately took hits to find an opening for a counterattack. The flurry of punches placed him in a dangerous situation. He bitterly told himself that if he kept this up, he would surely taste humiliating defeat like before. Si-jun was determined to counterattack immediately, but reality was brutally harsh. His body seemed to have reached its limit of endurance, no longer obeying the commands of his brain. Tae-ho's heavy punches rained down continuously, blurring Si-jun's vision and making his consciousness spin. In extreme pain, Si-jun was shocked to realize darkness was engulfing him as his opponent completely overpowered him with physical strength. Si-jun closed his eyes, haunted by the obsession of failure once again in his helplessness. Scene suddenly shifted to the solitary confinement area, where Yu-song stood looking at the haggard Si-jun behind the bars. He coldly questioned whether Si-jun would resign himself to the life of a loser forever. Yu-song affirmed that Si-jun should not be in this pitiful state and offered a weighty suggestion to change the future. Si-jun looked up with eyes burning with determination, affirming that he already knew what he had to do to avoid any more regrets. Back on the scene, Tae-ho laughed arrogantly, declaring that the winner had already emerged, and Si-jun was nothing but the loser. He insulted the opponent's weakness, claiming there had never been any difference in class from the start. Si-jun lay slumped on the ground, his face bloodied and bruised. Even so, Si-jun forced himself up, his eyes blazing with resolve. "I will show you what a difference in class really means." Seeing his opponent hadn't given up, Tae-ho roared with excitement. "Right, only then is crushing you worth anything." He threw a punch weighing 1,000 pounds, aiming straight at Si-jun. He was stunned to see his attack blocked. "What the hell is this?" Tae-ho frantically unleashed a rain of blows onto Si-jun's defending arms and roared, "This is so boring." Tae-ho continued to rain down blows and shouted, "Resist harder, Si-jun." Si-jun silently endured under the thunderous punches. In an instant, a memory of training with Yu-song flashed back. Yu-song instructed clearly, "Don't just block the attack, move the point of impact." He demonstrated the subtle technique to neutralize the opponent's striking force. Yu-song reminded him to redirect the power instead of taking it head-on. Back to reality, Si suddenly performed an elegant deflecting motion, sending Tae-ho's punch flying away. Ho was shocked. "What?" He just deflected it. The scene shifted to training in the bathroom, where Si-jun questioned whether moving the point of impact really minimized damage. Yu-song gently adjusted his glasses, asserting that it was the key to victory against someone like Tae-ho. He asked Si-jun sternly if he was ready to apply it in practice. Tae-ho frantically swung his fists, but Si-jun had now begun to see through all of his opponent's movements. He took a deep breath, his sharp eyes locking onto the gaps, and silently thought to himself, "Next is this move." A thunderous punch from Tae-ho was spectacularly blocked by Si-jun. He coldly declared that his opponent's attack was going nowhere. Then he immediately threw a counterpunch that tore through the air. Tae-ho howled in shock as he realized he was completely outmatched by Si-jun's skillful technique. Si-jun deftly dodged the next attack, then suddenly closed in, grabbing the giant by the collar. A vicious blow struck directly into his face, making Tae-ho roar in pain. Si-jun declared the fight wasn't over. The fatal punch completely deformed Tae-ho's face. Witnessing his own explosive power, Si-jun was shocked and questioned whether he could truly be this strong. Yu-song watched from a distance, realizing Si-jun had found a way to neutralize the opponent's center of gravity. Si-jun threw a thunderous punch, coldly reminding Tae-ho not to just swing his fists in vain. The punch sent the giant flying backward, collapsing in pain. Si-jun stood firm amidst the fallen opponent, his eyes full of arrogance. He looked down at the defeated foe, understanding that it was his overly massive body that made Tae-ho's center of gravity easily shaken. Si-jun glanced slightly toward the next target. Meanwhile, Min-soo was being ganged up on by a hooded Tae-ho soldier. He still managed to laugh mockingly and threatened to call his lackeys to end this matter. In the black bag, Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He channeled all his rage into Tae-ho, ignoring the man's screams and pleas. Min-soo roared, "I'll kill you." The crowd was stunned that he still fought accurately despite being blindfolded. Tae-ho crumbled, crying and denying his guilt, but Min-soo showed no mercy, unleashing a set dismantling move to avenge his injured knee and his grandparents. "What the hell are you doing?" The fake officer raged and shouted because the kids were causing trouble at the volunteer event. Yu-song was worriedly trying to hide his relationship with his younger brother. Suddenly, he threw a kick that skimmed Min-soo's head and roared, "This is fighting." Min-soo screamed in anger. Yu-song quietly ordered Si-jun and Min-soo to be silent. Si-jun coldly said that the soldiers from Sector C had started it by touching his sister and harassing the elderly. Yu-song was taken aback by the real reason for the fight. The officer wouldn't listen and threatened that Yu-song would be disciplined as soon as he returned to camp. The old man was about to turn away when Si-min suddenly appeared and spoke up. I think you should prepare for a trial rather than writing a report. She casually walked over in her volunteer uniform. The old officer was stunned and asked for her identity. She raised her phone, which was recording, and asserted that she had witnessed everything. The old man was frozen in shock when he saw the scene of himself accepting a bribe on the screen. The footage of him taking money from the prisoners was clear, his face contorted in fear as Seamin sarcastically commented on the value of the video. He broke into a sweat and stammered, begging Seamin to stop. She coldly questioned his crime of taking money to turn a blind eye while the prisoners abused the elderly. In his panic, he screamed, "Give it here," then lunged to snatch the phone. Yu Song swiftly blocked his hand. The old man let out a shrill scream as Yu Song twisted his arm behind his back. Yu Song pinned him to the ground, warning that if he resisted, his arm would break. He silently thanked Seamin for her timely help. Thanks to that, he had evidence to report the dirty deeds to his superiors. Sejun and Minsu stood frozen in awe at Yu Song's decisiveness. He leaned close to the old man's ear and growled, asking about the true identity of those wearing the red uniforms who were hiding in the shadows. Yu Song held up his phone and declared he was fulfilling his duty to report. The old man quickly promised to turn a blind eye if he would let it slide this time. Yu Song roughly grabbed the old man by the collar and roared. He shoved his face close, demanding an explanation about those in the red uniforms. Back at the correctional center, the atmosphere was still stifling and full of violence. Minsu silently watched the prisoners tearing each other apart through the iron fence. He waved goodbye and then followed Yu Song to a secluded area. Yu Song sternly told him to focus because the training plan was just beginning. Both of them entered a dark storage room, completely isolated. Standing among the crates, Minsu blankly asked if he had to clean up. Yu Song replied that he had already cleaned it earlier. Suddenly, Yu Song locked Minsu's hands together tightly, with iron cuffs, leaving him bewildered and not understanding what was happening. He silently picked up a tennis ball and spoke. "From now on, this is your new training tool." Not giving Minsu time to recover, Yu Song ordered him to dodge this ball. Then he threw it straight at him at extremely high speed. Minsu could only widen his eyes in horror at the sudden attack. He curled his lip in contempt because the first ball flew slower than expected. Then he was horrified as another ball came at him with an unimaginable trajectory. The ball slammed straight into his face, stunning him. He realized it was faster now. Yu Song calmly held several balls in his hand. He explained this was a reflex exercise for unexpected situations. Minsu roared in protest. Yu Song coldly told him not to argue, and to just get to training. Minsu could only complain about the unreasonable torture while still trying to endure. Yu Song looked at his younger brother, admitting he won, but asked if he thought his victory was convincing. He analyzed that their three-man fighting style was too one-dimensional. Minsu used tactics, Sejun relied on instinct, and Dubo relied on brute strength. He had only exploited his opponent's weaknesses. But if Sejun also had systematic tactics, do you think you would still win? And what if you hadn't trained your leg strength to beat Dubo? The image of Minsu straining to block the boulder flashed in his mind. Yu Song revealed that Sejun was learning basic tactics from him. If they fought again now, he would surely lose. Minsu froze, realizing he could not afford to be careless. He gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. "Fine, I'll keep training. I don't want to lose to that bastard anymore." The memory of a spontaneous drinking session from the past surfaced. Yu Song sat across from the old officer in the empty diner. He asked directly what the red uniforms were. The old man sipped his drink, admitting he did not know either because there were too many secrets. Yu Song said he needed to know dangerous things to avoid them. The old man began to reveal that the red uniforms were a group of prisoners personally selected by the director. They carried out missions that the guards could not handle. In return, they received special privileges. Yu Song listened tensely as the old man revealed the true mission was to prevent anyone from being released. Although the goal was to reform teenagers, there were some deemed beyond saving. If they returned to society, it would cause political problems for President Han Man-soo. Yu Song questioned the reward points in the reform process, but the old man insisted it was all a facade to stop people from leaving. The old man mocked Yu Song's naivety, asking if he had seen anyone leave there in a stable condition. That was the role of the red uniform group, doing things the guards should not do. They targeted inmates who had accumulated enough points or were about to be released, acting ruthlessly to turn them into cripples. The old man concluded in despair. "In short, getting out is impossible." Yu Song stood frozen, muttering, "Impossible, huh? Even if it is impossible, I must make it a reality." Meanwhile, in another area of the camp, Im-Jisoo secretly met a middleman. He casually tapped his fingers on the table, saying he wanted to propose a deal. The person opposite asked curiously about its contents. "This is a list of people I want eliminated." Looking at the list, it was full of notorious names. Tiho made an offer dripping with money. "If you do it, I will pay 1 million won for each name." He believed the power of money would sway anyone, but Jesus' answer shocked everyone. "I refuse." For Tiho's stunned expression, Im-Jisoo flashed a contemptuous smile, coldly declaring, "No matter how good the plan, working under a weak person only ruins my reputation. Do you not think so?" Insulted, Tiho raged with threats. Im-Jisoo asked how he dared to come without bodyguards. He asserted he did not need help to deal with trash. Immediately, the top thugs from each block appeared, surrounding Im-Jisoo. First was Enkudu, the boss of Cell C2, with a giant physique and patterned tattoos. Next was Han Sang-han, the leader of Cell C3 with a murderous look in his eyes. The bosses of Cell C1 and Buck T2 of Cell B1 also appeared one after another. T-ho smugly asked Im Ji-soo if he had started. Changed your mind after seeing this formidable force? Im Ji-soo lightly pushed his glasses up, calmly uttered, impressive. He admitted using money to recruit the strong was not a bad tactic. He stared straight at the crowd, challenging. Do you really think just 4 people are enough? His arrogance made the air tense. Back at the training session in the storage room, Yu Song declared clearly, all right, let us start again. Min-soo, in a handcuffed position, took a deep breath, ready to face the challenge. Dodge, Yu Song roared. Min-soo frantically dodged, drenched in sweat under the suffocating pressure. Yu Song showed no mercy, pushing his speed to the maximum to force his brother to surpass his limits. The balls came pounding in from all sides. Min-soo maintained an astonishing calmness. Yu Song secretly observed, surprised by his brother's remarkable progress. Struggling at first, now doing quite well. He realized Min-soo had begun to eliminate unnecessary movements, dodging with extreme precision despite not being taught formally. Min-soo moved flexibly, using only minimal motion to escape the barrage of tennis balls. Survival instinct combined with natural talent made dodging the balls extremely simple for him. Min-soo, drenched in sweat and panting, asked, "Is this enough?" Yu Song was inwardly amazed that his brother also knew how to move to gain an advantage, not just dodge. He smiled meaningfully, then let us move to phase 2. While Min-soo was still stunned and asking back, Yu Song had already thrown a new ball. Seeing the ball fly low, Min-soo quickly jumped up, thinking his brother aimed at his legs. But the ball unexpectedly hit the ground and bounced upward with a bizarre trajectory. It shot straight into his face, causing Min-soo to fall flat on the floor. He cried out in pain. "You cheated. What kind of freak ball bounces like that?" Yu Song calmly explained that was the lesson of phase 2. Straight attacks like in the first phase become easy to dodge once you get used to them. At this level, you must learn to deal with strikes from various angles. Yu Song asserted that attacks hitting blind spots were always the ultimate challenge even for professionals. Although Min-soo understood the issue, he kept complaining about how uncomfortable it was to be handcuffed. Like it or not, they had to accept it, as if the two of them had gone out to play and not come back yet. Yu Song coolly reminded them that hands were meant for both attacking and defending, and should only be used when they could not dodge or block a strike. Min-soo had no choice but to continue training, but he stopped when he saw Si-jun suddenly appear. Si-jun screamed in pain as he tried to steel himself against the tension of the rope. Yu Song was standing by, observing from a distance. He wondered to himself whether Si-jun should join the training as well. Watching Min-soo struggle, Yu Song shook his head, inwardly noting the boy still had a long road ahead. Drenched in sweat, he poured all his strength into breaking past his limits. Yu Song encouraged him, saying he only needed to take one more step. Suddenly, an eruption of power snapped the rope cleanly. Si-jun lost his balance and crashed to the floor, a painful fall. Yu Song hesitated as he walked closer to his 2 younger brothers, worried about injuries from the intense training. Yu Song looked at both of them and asked, "Both of you want to become stronger, right?" He could only guide them. Whether they grew stronger or not depended entirely on their own efforts. Yu Song warned them that this training process was nothing short of hell on earth. He stared straight at the two, saying if they overcame it, their potential would explode. If not, it would remain just potential forever. Yu Song pointed at them challengingly. After this training, who would become stronger? Min-soo and Si-jun glared at each other, their eyes burning with will and rivalry. The dark of night enveloped the gloomy reform center. Behind the closed door, the fake officer flashed a sinister smile, muttering that the debts were surely settled. Officer Shin was stunned by the horrifying scene. The men Park Tae-ho'd called over had been taken down by Im Ji-soo alone. He remained calm after the fight, having hardly exerted himself due to the overwhelming mismatch. T, who rushed over frantically and clung to the old man, screaming for help. Instead of protecting him, the old man Shin coldly looked down, saying things had spiraled out of control. He calmly handed the phone to Jisoo, telling him to take it. "Didn't you say you needed to evolve?" The subordinate was horrified to realize the officer he trusted was an accomplice of the enemy. Officer Shin struck T-ho and roared in a fit of rage. "You piece of trash, because of you, Yu-song got a hold of my top men. Spit out the code now." During the interrogation, Im Ji-soo calmly pressed the phone into his hand. The voice on the other end reported that control over all business establishments had been seized. Inside the dark warehouse, thick stacks of cash and illegal account ledgers began to surface. The total value reached 200 billion won. These bastards really raked it in through illegal dealings. He was satisfied hearing the report that the revenue statements had been processed. He coldly demanded a separate commission fee, ignoring the presence of Officer Shin. He ordered his subordinate to tell those people that the scapegoat was ready. Scene transitioned to another location. Min-soo exclaimed in shock, "What the hell are you talking about?" He could not believe he was suddenly kicked out of the logistics team. The members sighed and confirmed the truth. The supervisor explained that the kitchen team was overstaffed and forced to downsize, suggesting Min-soo move to the construction team. Min-soo was suspicious of the new job, worried it would ruin Yu-song's plan. Seeing his hesitation, the supervisor snapped that if he did not want to, he should just say so. Min-soo firmly agreed. He reassured himself that this job offered more bonus points, so there should be no trouble. Min-soo inwardly realized that being removed from the kitchen team seemed to be part of someone's scheme. As soon as he stepped into the massive workshop, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped him. Before Min-soo's eyes were prisoners with menacing appearances, especially the one with a blazing red bee, the symbol of a dangerous violent criminal. Min-soo wondered in shock if these were really high school students. These guys were middle-aged. He worried whether the team leader here would be as crazy as Dubo. A calm voice rang out, saying it was impolite to scare a friend who came to help. He handed Min-soo a pair of gloves and reminded him that doing heavy work with bare hands would get him hurt. He introduced himself as Lee Kang-min, the construction team leader, but also said he could be called Im-ji-soo. Kang-min friendly slung an arm around Min-soo's shoulder, telling him to feel free to ask for help since it was his first time handling machines. Kang-min patted Min-soo's shoulder and said if there were any problems, just speak up. He would help. Min-soo cheerfully responded. He breathed a sigh of relief. The team leader was kind, nothing like that crazy Dubo. Switching to the construction team was a wise move. The moment Min-soo was not paying attention, Lee Kang-min's eyes turned sharp and calculating. This guy really preached kindness while plotting treachery. In the cold, dark hallway, steady footsteps echoed alongside complaints of exhaustion. A stranger stopped before a room, wondering if this was the place he was looking for, reeking of lonely men. After the supervisor agreed due to the limited time, that person pushed the door open and entered, not forgetting to leave a playful goodbye. That was Park Hyo-shin, a special prisoner in a bright red uniform. She naturally winked and said she came to look for someone. The crowd of prisoners below murmured in astonishment at a girl's appearance in the men's reformatory, though some were skeptical because she looked quite masculine. Lee Kang-min immediately ordered his underlings to bow their heads to the ground to show respect. Watch the people prostrating themselves like true gangsters. Hyo-shin burst out laughing in amusement and declared these were the most noteworthy faces here, that they had to be something to mess with her. Lee Kang-min stated firmly that without his signal, the bunch of underlings wouldn't see a thing. Hyo-shin muttered about how Kang-min's face didn't match the person she had met before. Seeing her expression, Kang-min insinuated whether she was disappointed in him. Hyo-shin answered bluntly that she wasn't disappointed, just surprised that someone else had appeared in his place. He got straight to the point, wondering what brought someone like her to this shabby place. Hyo-shin suddenly remembered her main purpose and exclaimed excitedly. Hyo-shin raised 3 fingers, announcing that the candidate list had returned to 3, which left Kang-min not a little surprised. She explained that since Borum and Si-jun were eliminated, the current 3 names were Lee Kang-min, Ha-sung-cheon from the maintenance team, and finally Lee Min-soo. Hearing that Min-soo was personally nominated by Im-ji-soo, Kang-min began to feel resentful. He told himself that he had worked hard to prove his strength for a long time, yet in their eyes, he was still just a candidate, nothing more. Hyo-shin let out a sarcastic laugh, asserting that Kang-min had proven nothing. She exposed the harsh truth that all his achievements were thanks to the shadow of his brother Charlie Kang-won. Kang-min was stunned, his eyes wide as he realized this stranger knew about his brother. Hyo-shin sauntered closer, dropping a venomous analogy. Even with a tiger behind it, a rabbit is still just a rabbit. She leaned close, called him a cute little bunny, and challenged him to try proving his worth without that tiger's backing. Stung by being called a rabbit, Kang-min took off his glasses. Revealing sharp, murderous eyes, he gritted out, asking if taking down Hyo-shin right here would be enough proof of his strength. Hyo-shin just sighed wearily, putting a hand to her forehead, not expecting him to fall so easily for cheap provocation. She coldly remarked that Kang-min was still too green and not qualified to stand among the high ranks. Kang-min began to feel uneasy, realizing the person in front of him was not as ordinary as she appeared. That's right, one would have to be something to dare walk around here, so imposing. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine. When he looked into Hyo-shin's dark, terrifying eyes, she gritted out in a threatening voice, "Do I look weak to you?" Kang-min froze, realizing the pressure radiating from this girl was overwhelmingly terrifying, and she was certainly not beneath him in skill. Hyo-shin unexpectedly smirked, telling him not to take it too seriously, because she just wanted to personally test the capability of a strong candidate like him. She raised her hand to her lips, issuing a final ultimatum. "If you can defeat one of the remaining candidates, I will consider that the most solid proof." Hyo-shin waved a playful goodbye. "I'll help you move forward with Min-soo's tools, okay? See you later, little bunny." She left, leaving Kang-min standing still with a hand trembling uncontrollably. He asked Elf in shock, was he really that tense? Kang-min gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, determined that defeating just one of those 2 would be enough. At the workshop area, Min-soo was diligently hammering nails into wooden boxes, unaware he was being watched. From behind, Kang-min silently observed with a calculating gaze. He assessed silently, Lee Min-soo. This kid doesn't look anything like the one who took down Dubo or Ga Si-jun. That's the case, maybe I should test him a bit. Observing Min Su working hard, Kang Min noticed this younger man possessed a talent for carpentry more skillful than he thought. Suddenly, an object shot through the air like the wind. Min Su's eyes widened in horror as the hammerhead grazed past his face and embedded itself into the wall behind with immense force. A prisoner approached, casually rubbing his fingers and smiling apologetically. "Oh, sorry about that, the hammerhead just slipped off." Min Su shouted furiously. What the hell kind of way is that to swing a hammer? He still nonchalantly made excuses that it was an accident, leaving Min Su standing with crossed arms, fuming at the irresponsibility. Min Su trudged away, telling himself to be careful since everything around was dangerous. However, just as he finished speaking, his foot suddenly caught on a cable wire stretched across the path. Min Su screamed in panic as he lost his balance and fell forward. He nearly slammed his face into a board full of sharp nails lying in wait on the floor. Prisoner from before appeared again, feigning frantic apologies, saying the wire was too long and he didn't think Min Su would trip on it. What the hell is going on here? Min Su asked himself in shock as dangerous situations kept happening around him. Looking at the active saw blade, he wondered if this was an accident or a setup. He asked himself if it was intentional, then why? Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Min Su's wrist, making him startle in fear. What trick is he pulling now? However, the prisoner only coldly reminded him, "If you keep doing that, you'll hurt your hand." Min Su dumbly let out a huh, then mumbled back, "Oh, thanks." He was inwardly confused, wondering if he had misunderstood the guy's goodwill. "Hey, stay alert, buddy. You're in here and still trusting people like that." Then, two other prisoners approached with sinister smiles. They said they wanted to teach him how to use the table saw and started closing in on him. "You have to do it like this, and this part too." Min Su grew anxious as they pressed down on his shoulders. "Hold on, I don't need that much help." The horrifying truth was revealed when they began forcefully pushing Min Su's hands towards the spinning blade. Min Su's eyes widened in terror as he realized their malicious intent. "What the hell are you guys doing? If you keep pushing like that, then..." Those demons screamed madly, their faces twisted with excitement. They brutally used all their strength to press Min Su's hands down, pushing them straight toward the blade, roaring terrifyingly. Min Su struggled as he realized the vicious intent of the people around him, sweat pouring like a shower in that moment of extreme peril. Just then, a mysterious hand suddenly pulled the switch, plunging the entire factory into darkness. The crowd bustled in confusion with shouts of "Power outage, damn it, another breakdown." Just seconds later, when the light returned, everyone was stunned. Min Su looked down at the floor, unable to believe his eyes as he saw the earlier bullies lying sprawled out. Their faces were distorted as if they had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. He dazedly reminded them, "Hey, you can't sleep here." Sensing dozens of hostile gazes focused on him, Min Su panicked and pointed at himself in protest. "This wasn't me, I didn't hit them." The factory air grew extremely tense as Min Su realized he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. He thought to himself, "This really feels like a trap." Despite trying to help, Min Su was now framed for assaulting a fellow inmate in front of everyone. Faced with the closing in of those seething with murderous intent, he wavered between fighting back or enduring to avoid penalty points. Finally, Min Su tightened his red gloves. There was no other choice now. He watched the prisoners surrounding him with dark intentions. Min Su immediately screamed for help, "Officer." But instead of intervening, the guards outside appeared utterly indifferent. Min Su continued shouting in desperation. Two officers standing nearby calmly held their coffee cups, even cheerfully chattering about the weather, as if they heard no noise from the factory. Min Su was horrified to realize the guards were deliberately playing deaf, abandoning him to the demons. That man coldly exposed the truth. All the guards here had been bribed and were on the same side as them. Min Su's eyes darkened as he realized he was completely isolated in this deadly trap. At the same time, in another secluded area, Sejun was in a state of exhaustion, drenched in sweat, panting heavily after brutal training sessions. Worried that time was passing too quickly, Yu Song reminded them both to return immediately, lest the prolonged warehouse cleanup cause suspicion. But Sejun earnestly begged for one more round of practice. Yu Song was quite surprised by the sudden persistence of that leader of Cell Block A. Sejun gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the exercise, determined to finally surpass level 1. He inwardly tormented himself, knowingly Min Su had easily passed this level long ago. Sejun told himself he absolutely must not fall behind and must not lose to Min Su again. Back at the factory scene, Min Su began utilizing the sharp reflexes Yu Song had trained. He frantically dodged attacks from all sides, charging alone into the encirclement of dozens of prisoners, rushing in to tear him apart. Lee Kang-min silently observed, judging that Min Su's strength was better than his appearance suggested, but wondered why he was only focused on dodging. In reality, Min Su was trying to hold back to avoid causing trouble. He just wanted to accumulate volunteer points and then quietly leave. Kang-bin saw through Min Su's restraint due to fear of penalty points. He cleverly told the guards to go smoke, promising to clean the factory himself. The guards trusted him and left, leaving the squad leader behind. Seeing the barrier was gone, Min Su knew it was time to act. One man lunged to attack, shouting that he needed a lesson. The group of underlings joined in, demanding his life with harsh words. No longer holding back, Minsu launched a decisive counterattack, knocking down the bald one with a straight punch to the face. Another man saw this and charged, wanting to avenge his friend, but Minsu quickly leaned his body back, dodging the blow in an instant. He used the momentum to support himself with one hand on the ground for leverage. He shifted all his weight into his body and threw a kick. The kick sent him flying, accompanied by a painful scream. Kang Min admitted that Minsu's defeat of Sejun and Dubo was not luck at all. Minsu asked in a harsh tone if he had orchestrated this despicable trick. He resentfully wondered what he had done to deserve this. Kang Min suddenly revealed that he, too, was a candidate like Minsu, facing the same question about that title. Minsu was only worried about his volunteer points. Fighting was not as important as the scores now. The taunts about him being just a little rabbit without his brother's protection touched Lee Kang Min's pride. He quietly took off his glasses, his face clearly showing annoyance at being compared to someone ignorant of the candidate system like Minsu. Initially, Kang Min only planned to use his underlings to clear the opponent, but now his rage had overcome his reason. He gritted his teeth and told himself, "Forget it, I'll finish you off personally." Seeing the opponent's clear intent, Minsu slightly tilted his head in curiosity, but quickly caught on to the situation. He casually wiped the dirt off his face, sarcastically remarking that if he wanted to fight, he should have said so from the start. Minsu thought Kang Min had wasted too much effort on useless trap and strike probing. He flashed a defiant smile, raised his middle finger in contempt, and growled, demanding that the opponent stop the cheap taunting right now. "That feint and strike trick is old news. Come at me, you cowardly bastard." The construction area. The crowd of prisoners began to murmur as they witnessed the confrontation. One man turned and asked, "Isn't that Park Trang-hai the guy in your cell?" Instantly, Lee Kang Min lunged forward with a punch that split the air. Minsu thought in shock, "He is so fast. I barely had enough strength to dodge." Kang Min attacked relentlessly, like a hunting beast pouncing on its prey. Pressuring Minsu without giving him a second to rest, he had to struggle to dodge. Kang Hong wondered if that bastard had ever learned boxing. His punches were so sharp. He must have some skill to dare challenge others. Minsu realized he could not keep defending forever. "I cannot keep throwing attacks. Then I will." He quickly shifted his footwork. Aiming for an opening, he lunged forward to throw a decisive punch. But Kang Min calmly caught the fist with his hand, leaving him extremely stunned. He smirked mockingly, "You dodge well, but it seems you have not learned how to attack yet." Lee Kang Min continuously landed spinning punches on Minsu's face, forcing him to just brace himself and take the hits. He taunted while striking, "Do you fight the others like this too?" Kang Min began to feel disappointed, thinking that Sejun or Dubo were not really that strong if they lost to someone like Minsu. Despite being overwhelmed, Minsu persistently observed and silently rejoiced when he saw a chance. "Now is the moment. I have been waiting for this moment." Just as Minsu was about to launch a counterattack, Kang Min suddenly changed his trajectory with a thrust. The extremely powerful elbow strike completely caught him off guard. Minsu exclaimed in shock, "What was that? An elbow strike?" He bitterly realized he could only continue dodging the dangerous blows to preserve his life. Minsu concluded that his current attacks were completely useless against that bastard. He decided to keep evading until the man exhausted himself to find a fatal opening. The moment he saw an opening in Kang Min's chest area, Minsu gathered his strength for a decisive strike, but immediately realized it was a trap. Kang Min suddenly threw a kick, forcing Minsu to struggle to block. He was shocked, wondering why he used a kick during a boxing match. Minsu suddenly realized he was mistaken about his opponent. Kang Min was not merely skilled with his fists. He suddenly threw a kick, leaving him unable to react. Minsu thought in terror, "Impossible, he is not a boxer. He is a kickboxer. Damn it, I am going to get killed." Just as Kang Min was about to land the finishing blow, a hand unexpectedly reached out and grabbed his leg with practiced skill. Yu Song had appeared just in time, one hand stopping the powerful kick of the construction team leader. Kang Min exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" Yu Song stood firmly between them and coldly declared the fight ended here. Kang Min suspiciously looked at the stranger blocking his way. "Who is this officer?" Yu Song growled a stern threat, "If you two keep fighting, I will throw you both in the isolation cell." Kang Min quickly realized this the new officer, but did not understand when he had sneaked in. Yu Song fired back challengingly. "What, is there a problem?" He turned and scolded the other officers for neglecting their duty, forcing them to humbly make excuses that they had just slipped away for a smoke. Yu Song decisively ordered to let this matter slide today. "It is late, let us end it." Kang Min gritted his teeth in regret as his goal of taking down Minsu had slipped away by a hair's breadth. He had almost succeeded. Watching Minsu's back as Yu Song led him away, Kang Min swore bitterly in resentment, "Next time for sure I will get you, Lee Minsu." At the infirmary, Yu Song gently bandaged his younger brother's wounds. Looking at the blood-stained cotton pads on the floor, he quietly asked why he was not angry. Wiping the blood from his nose, Minsu said, "I thought you would be angry that I was fighting again." Yu Song replied thoughtfully, "I still do not know the real reason." "Why did you transfer to the construction team?" Minsu explained, "They said the kitchen team was downsizing." Yu Song immediately sensed something was off because he had never received any such order. He began to suspect someone was targeting Minsu, just like how he was forced into the kitchen team before. Min-soo bowed his head in admission of helplessness. He is exactly like you. I could not land a single blow and could not even dodge. Yu-song explained that this opponent was a professional kickboxer. Unlike Si-jun or Du, this one could not be defeated by simple tricks or tactics. He asserted that he was forced to improve his own strength. There was no other way. Yu-song decided to start the third phase of training immediately. He declared he would directly supervise Min-soo at the construction team until the training period ended, while secretly investigating the instigator. He demanded Min-soo focus entirely on training his strength. He must prepare to face the enemy head-on. How could anyone fight without a foundation? The quiet compound. Kang Min was secretly scheming. He was pleased that the man in the red uniform had put Min-soo in his sights. But Yu Song's appearance was a major obstacle. For weeks, this sergeant's strict supervision had prevented him from making a move. Even after stealing the personal file, Kang Min still could not find Yu Song's true identity. Lee Kang Min sat silently in the darkness, his face clearly showing a dangerous, calculating look. He secretly used the light of the moon. He took out a hidden mobile phone and made a secret call. As soon as the other end picked up, he spoke softly. "Hey, it is me." Kang Min told the other party absolutely not to let the officials know about this, then gave a firm order. "I have a job I want you to do. Using a phone in prison like a free man, huh?" Meanwhile, on a bustling street as night fell, Kang Yu-song was waiting with a rather impatient expression. He kept glancing at his watch and muttering, "She should have appeared by now." From a distance, a familiar figure was slowly approaching him. It was Si-min. She appeared looking beautiful but with a hint of fatigue. Upon meeting, she immediately apologized for being a bit late. Yu-song frankly replied that he had known beforehand, so he deliberately left 30 minutes late. Si-min mischievously challenged him, asking if he wanted to make a bet. Yu-song was no less, declaring that next time he would be a full 40 minutes late. Si-min beamed and sealed the deal, saying she would be a full 2 hours late as payback. Neither was aware that their every move was being closely watched from behind. A click sounded as a photo of them together was captured through the lens of a stranger's phone. He smugly reported that he had found him. "Sir." The mysterious person stared intently at the screen, affirming that he had found Yu-song's fatal weakness as requested by his superior. In the quiet night of the city streets, Yu-song and Si-min were engrossed in conversation, unaware they were in the crosshairs. From a parked car nearby, Kang Min's henchmen were closely monitoring their movements. They kept whispering and gossiping about the conversation. One licked his lips in envy. "Wasn't it obvious? It's just a love game. How ridiculous that we have to tail him all day while he has fun with a pretty girl." The conversation ended. Si-min waved a seductive goodbye. Watching her, Yu-song could only sneer inwardly. What nonsense. However, just as Si-min was walking alone into the empty alley, a black van suddenly rushed forward, blocking her path. Two tall, strange men jumped out of the van. One grinned triumphantly. "Thanks for walking right into this place." Si-min turned around in shock, her eyes wide with surprise, asking what was going on. Surrounded by 3 men in the dark alley, Si-min calmly remarked that this was quite a large number for a tale. One man, stubbing a cigarette out on the ground, ordered her to come with them. Si-min, unafraid, smirked and agreed, but demanded that he definitely put out that cigarette because she was trying to quit. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to the suffocating director's office, where the sound of coffee being poured steadily mixed with a calculating question. "So how is Yu-song these days? So you are taking an interest in our brother's personal life?" Officer Shin sternly reported on Yu-song's unusual behavior. He confirmed that the young sergeant was too fixated on Lee Min-soo, frequently showing up to monitor the construction team and asking about the rehabilitation class. Hearing this, the director stopped pouring coffee, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He smirked, revealing that transferring Min-soo to the construction team was to observe Yu-song's reaction, the ultimate goal being that he was too suspicious. Strangely, this sergeant's file was blocked from the military network. The director asserted there must be a secret behind Yu-song's identity, so he had hired someone to check and would monitor him closely until results came in. Officer Shin curiously asked why everyone was so interested in Lee Min-soo. The director took a sip of coffee, flashed a knowing smile, and then let out a chilling phrase. "Because he looks very much like someone, that very person." Meanwhile, in the bathhouse, Min-soo was submerging himself in cold water. 2 weeks had passed since the fight with Kang Min, and he was still tormenting himself over the defeat. Despite his training efforts, Min-soo understood his old tricks were useless against a professional fighter. Facing Kang Min, he had to win with true skill. To do that, Min-soo told himself he had to master level 3 of the exercise. In the middle of the men's bathhouse, an ironic incident occurred. The soap bar unexpectedly slipped from Hyun-jun's hand. Min-soo was startled to realize the situation of dropping the soap in the men's bathhouse was very dangerous. But before it could hit the ground, Min-soo caught it neatly in his palm. Hyun-jun received the soap bar, amazed at the change in his friend. "Thanks, but how did you do that? Your body looks a lot stronger than before." In the changing room, whispers arose about the absence of the supervisor. "It seems the supervisor isn't coming today," I asked, and they said he suddenly took leave. Min-soo worriedly asked about their training plan. Instead of training, the whole group was ordered to go clean out the storage room. Amidst that, a prisoner from the construction team approached with a serious expression. He wanted to talk privately about the dark secrets within the team. Minsu asked if he was the one who cut the power to save him. Seeing Minsu's indifferent expression, he warned that Minsu did not yet understand how terrifying Lee Kang-min was. Suddenly, this man blatantly pulled down his pants, causing Minsu to shout in shock. "What the hell, why did you suddenly pull your pants down right here?" Minsu's eyes widened when he saw the deformed wounds on the other man's legs. He bitterly admitted that he was once a close friend and underling of Lee Kang-min. He once ruled East Dian District, only to receive a tragic end for once going against the boss. He trembled as he warned that Kang-min was truly vicious. He recalled the boss's cruelty, a person ready to use a hammer to crush the bones of a traitor. "Don't go to the construction team anymore. You will be crippled or kicked out of the rehabilitation class." Minsu nodded in assurance. "I won't go if there's no supervisor, and am looking for other volunteer work." In his heart, Minsu calculated that if needed for the plan, he and his brother might have to fight again. Meanwhile, at a secret location, the underlings report the situation to Kang-min. "We have caught her and are bringing her to the hideout." The black van sped down the avenue. "One received orders. We just need to ensure that guy can't return to the rehabilitation class today." When asked about the girl's fate, the reply rang out with brutal indifference to do as they pleased. The man in the back let out a perverted sneer. It seemed they were in for quite a party tonight. At this moment, Simin was bound hand and foot, lying motionless in the back seat. Simin quietly calculated. Everything was far from her initial plan. She realized these people might be henchmen of a powerful figure hiding within the prison camp. Their purpose seemed to be stalling for time, preventing Yu Song from interfering with something important. The memory of her argument with Yu Song resurfaced when he vehemently opposed this reckless plan. Yu Song insisted they had been under surveillance all along, and that one of the two was the target. He suspected the dark force running the reform class, or perhaps the one who had harmed Minsu. She stressed this was the only chance to uncover the secret, and asked him if he wanted to miss it. He worriedly admitted that if she was the target, he could not bear it. Facing Yu Song's anxiety, Simin remained calm. She raised her tracking device and said she was not worried. "If I am the one being targeted, you will surely come to save me, right?" Back in reality, the van carrying Simin sped into the dark tunnel toward the execution site. Suddenly, a high-performance motorcycle raced wildly down the road at a terrifying speed. Yu Song appeared in full protective gear. His eyes burned with rage and determination. He gritted his teeth. "Hold on, Simin. I am coming to save you." At the same time elsewhere, Lai Kang-min folded his arms and thought upon receiving a request for a private meeting. "I did not expect you to ask for this." He spoke earnestly, offering his advice. "Let Lee Minsu go." He explained he did not know why Minsu was targeted, but that person was just someone wanting to take over the workshop. Facing Kang-min's skepticism, Chang He insisted that although he was once a subordinate, he was no longer the same man now. "I am asking for this as your close friend." Memories of their elementary school days flooded back when they were still the closest friends. However, after leaving school, life had pushed them down completely different paths. Kang-min ventured into his brother's business, while Chang He had to shoulder the burden of caring for his sick mother. Due to their own circumstances, they lost contact and each chose their own way to survive. Right upon entering high school, Chang He had already gotten his license early and started a delivery job. He diligently received each bag of food from the kind shop owner and then rushed off to complete his task. The kind shop owners, knowing his difficult situation, did not hesitate to lend him a motorcycle. He bowed his head in gratitude. "I will drive carefully, thank you." With that job, he could pay for his mother's hospital bills. One day, he stopped in front of an old brick building, thinking to himself that they even ordered food all the way out here. It was too dangerous. Chang He timidly stepped inside and asked, "I came to deliver food, where should I put it?" Before him was a dark room reeking of danger with a bunch of thuggish men gathered around. Feeling uneasy, he quickly set the bag on the table. "I left it here, gotta scram before I get caught." But as he turned around, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Are you Chang He?" He jumped in surprise and blurted out. The one who called his name was Lee Kang-min. Chang He was stunned. Kang-min. That was an old elementary school classmate. But now his demeanor had completely changed. Clad in luxurious designer clothes, especially the shiny gold watch on his wrist, Chang He wondered what he did to make so much money. Kang-min casually asked, "What have you been up to these days?" Chang He stammered, "I'm still doing deliveries." He then asked if his mother was still seriously ill. Chang He sadly confirmed it. Kang-min looked at his old friend with calculating eyes. Then he flashed a sinister smile. "So do you want to make some easy money?" Kang-min showed Chang He a picture of a bowl of noodles with a roach, accompanied by a sarcastic one-star review. "Thanks for the extra protein." He proudly praised, "You have a talent for writing. If you keep this up, you'll rake in a ton of money." Chang He awkwardly asked if this really paid money, but Kang-min insisted the money would come on its own. Right then, his cruelty was exposed when a restaurant owner knelt at Kang-min's feet, crying and begging him to delete the comments because his business was failing. Kang-min sat casually on the chair, coldly demanding 5 million won to erase the dirty reviews. When the notification showed 5 million had been deposited into the account, Chang He realized in shock that it was his first month's salary from a few malicious comments. He told himself that if this continued, he could pay for his mother's hospital fees. But the price of dirty money soon arrived with a tragedy. A scene appeared, harsh whispers rang out at a funeral. Old man Kim committed suicide. Heard it was because of a roach in the food, he was blackmailed into bankruptcy, and finally chose the extreme route. Chang He stood still in the sorrowful atmosphere, hearing people curse the one who toyed with food, making his heart tighten. Those memories became an obsession. Chang He drowned himself in alcohol, surrounded by a sense of guilt. Roaches, reviews, blackmail, the things I did under Kang Min. It felt like I personally killed that uncle. And he painfully mentioned confessing. Because an innocent person had died, Kang Min only coldly asked back, "Confess?" He stared straight at Chang He, asking if he truly felt guilty when both of them were already in deep. That bastard didn't want to turn over a new leaf. Kang Min grabbed Chang He by the throat, snarling sarcastically about his old friend's supposed conscience. He asserted that if he himself truly felt guilty, he wouldn't have started those dirty deals from the very beginning. Pointed the sharp pen at Chang He's face, threatening not to tolerate any betrayal. Chang He trembled and begged. Without any mercy, Kang Min stabbed the sharp object hard into Chang He's leg, making him scream in agony. He coldly warned Chang Hai to stop his nonsense if he did not want him to truly lose his temper. At that moment, a large, imposing figure stepped in. It was Li Kang-wan, the notorious leader of the MZ gang in the Dihyun-dong area and also Kang Min's older brother. Kang Min was shocked to see his brother appear so suddenly without warning. Kang-wan coldly announced that the police had started to take notice because of the large-scale extortion cases and the victim's death. He shifted all the blame onto his younger brother and made Trang Hai a scapegoat, Trang Hai collapsing into hopeless tears as he realized he had been betrayed. However, Kang-wan smirked and asserted that Chang He alone was not enough to end the matter. He coldly ordered even his own brother to turn himself in, because he was still a minor. Kang Min would receive a much lighter sentence than an adult. In the end, both Kang Min and Trang Hai were thrown into a correctional facility with a blazing red letter A on their chests, beginning their survival journey in hell. Kang Min opened the tense conversation with Li Chang He, asking if it was from that day they had sat facing each other like this. He admitted both of them sought each other out because of Li Min-soo, and he had stopped Kang Yu-song from interfering to get close to his brother. Trang Hai, full of suspicion, asked about his old friend's true intentions. Immediately he was slammed down onto the table from behind by two of Kang Min's henchmen as punishment for daring to help Misu. He smirked, explaining the reason for managing the construction team, holding a pair of bolt cutters, asserting that in this environment, no one would notice if someone got hurt. He brought the blade of the cutters close to the victim's finger as a cruel threat. His eyes burning with calculation, Kang Min believed this plan would force Min-soo to come to him on his own. At an isolated, abandoned warehouse district, the black van had taken its position. The gang of thugs reported over the phone that they had brought Si-min to the rendezvous point. She was tied hand and foot, sitting motionless among the rubble, but she exuded a frightening calm that made the kidnappers uneasy. Gang members, smoking, whispered among themselves about the hostage's composed attitude. They sent a threatening message to Yu Song, demanding he come alone before 12 noon if he didn't want his girlfriend to be in danger. Looking at the message reeking of gunfire, Yu Song coldly adjusted his glasses and casually declared, "Do not rush me, I am already here." Without hesitation, Yu Song strode imposingly across the empty lot, heading towards the wide-open warehouse door to confront the trap set for him. "That Yu Song guy is on his way, right?" One thug spoke up amidst the desolate warehouse area. He confidently asserted that Yu Song would rush over as soon as he heard his girlfriend was captured, the gang figuring even if fast, it would take him 2 or 3 hours to arrive. They casually lit cigarettes and laughed mockingly, thinking they still had plenty of time to entertain themselves. Inside the warehouse, Si-min was tied tightly, but her calm demeanor made the bullies wonder, what's wrong with this girl, kidnapped but not even trembling? One of them approached, his perverted eyes uttering provocative words, "Or are you enjoying this? Seeing you tied up like this makes you look even prettier." He roughly reached out a hand intending to touch Si-min's face. He coaxed her to have some fun with them while waiting for her boyfriend. "Be obedient and it won't hurt." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden strong impact smashed straight into his face, sending the bully flying backwards. A helmet flew through the air at terrifying speed, heralding a raid that sent the crowd screaming in panic. The struck man writhed on the ground, groaning in pain as he realized the thing that hit him was a helmet. Through the dust and smoke, a figure strode in with overwhelming murderous intent, none other than Kang Yu-song. The group of thugs was stunned. Damn it, how did this bastard get here so fast? Suspecting he had been secretly tailing them from the start. Despite the surprise, the whole group surrounded him and tauntingly asked what he could do alone. Yu-song did not deign to reply. He coldly tightened his black gloves, his sharp eyes issuing a declaration of war that he would show them many things right now. Too many enemies, Yu-song assessed inwardly. Knowing a drawn-out fight would exhaust him, he decided to finish it quickly and decisively without mercy. Instantly, he charged into the crowd, throwing decisive punches that sent enemies falling one after another. Yu-song's punches were precise and powerful, Continuously took down each one with vicious blows. Although he began to feel breathless under the heavy pressure, Yusong told himself no matter how difficult it got, he must not bow his head. He put all his strength into a lightning-fast uppercut aimed straight at his opponent's chin. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted, "Your back is exposed, you idiot." Then he launched a vicious kick, but Yusong was faster. He ducked to dodge the attack, then grabbed the man's leg tightly, the other panicking and screaming to be let go. Yusong coldly struck, causing him to scream in extreme agony, "Ah, my leg." Witnessing such brutality, the remaining men stood frozen in shock, wondering what kind of monster this warden was. Normally, anyone caught in a one versus many situation like this would have panicked long ago. But Yusong fought with the frightening composure of a seasoned warrior. Each of his steps was decisive and agile to gain the upper hand. He fought him like eggs hitting a rock, falling like overripe fruit. The thugs realized the horrifying truth. Yusong was only toying with them. Ordinary tactics were useless against someone with superior skills. Yusong brutally grabbed one man by the face, decisively slammed him onto the floor with a dry, cracking sound. Seeing his comrade fall, a man frantically drew a knife and lunged forward. He screamed in desperation that this was the only way to end it, but Yusong maintained his frightening calm. He was lightning fast, grabbing the wrist of his opponent who was brandishing the weapon. Then he threw a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds, completely subduing him. Standing motionless watching from the corner of the room, Simin silently admitted she had been worried about the numerical disadvantage. But reality showed Yusong was dominating the area with overwhelming power. Witnessing each bully being taken down easily, Simin could not help but marvel, "Kang Yusong, you are truly a monster." She smirked with a meaningful smile, silently awarding him an extra 10 points for the impressively cool performance. Meanwhile, at the prison training ground, the reflex exercise with tennis balls had just ended in exhaustion. Min-soo lay sprawled on the floor, gasping in extreme fatigue, wishing he could die. He glanced at Si-jun, who was also lying weakly nearby, and teased, "Hey, you're tired too, stop pretending." Si-jun still tried to maintain a cold demeanor, grumpily insisting he was not tired and telling Min-soo not to bother him. Min-soo burst into hearty laughter upon clearly hearing the other's heavy breathing, proudly declaring that he had passed level 2 of today's exercise. Si-jun replied contemptuously that Min-soo should tell a more believable lie, and asserted that someone only at level 2 like him could not understand the horrifying challenge waiting ahead. While Min-soo and Si-jun were sitting on the floor of the warehouse resting, a prison guard suddenly burst through the door, roaring angrily, demanding why they were slacking off instead of cleaning up. "No one sees you when you work, but the moment you rest, the supervisor catches you, how unlucky." Min-soo frankly replied that he was just resting a bit because he was too tired. Suddenly, the prison guard threw a white cloth bundle towards him and coldly said, "Catch this." Min-soo dumbfoundedly caught the strange object, not understanding what was happening. The prison guard revealed it was a gift sent by Trang-hai. When he opened the leather bundle, Min-soo's face twisted in horror. Si-jun also noticed something was wrong when he saw Min-soo frozen, drenched in sweat. Inside was a bloody finger from Trang-hai, along with a warning from Kang-min. He threatened that if Min-soo did not show up within an hour, he would prepare other horrific gifts. Min-soo was stunned to realize this was a direct declaration of war from the leader of the construction team. At the same time, at the abandoned warehouse area, Yusong decisively used a knife to cut the ropes binding his car. Just freed, Si-min immediately complained about him arriving too late, causing her hands to ache unbearably. Yusong apologetically explained that he had tried to deal with the henchmen as quickly as possible and offered a sincere apology. However, Si-min still teased that he looked excited to get some action. Looking around the scene with dozens of men lying scattered, Yusong insisted he had truly hurried to save her. Si-min sighed, deciding to believe him. However, her face turned serious when she realized the terrifying truth. She asserted that they had both been tricked, because the real target was not kidnapping her, but keeping Yusong away from the Gangria Reform Center. Yusong asked in shock, "What?" Si-min showed her phone, analyzing that Lee Kang-min only targeted Min-soo when Yusong was not around to protect him. Yusong fell silent in thought, realizing they never intended to approach the cell, meaning until Min-soo reached stage 3 things were probably fine. Not necessarily what if they were doing it secretly without his knowledge. Yusong admitted he had long suspected his younger brother's schemes and had been secretly observing all this time. Meanwhile, at an iron staircase, Lee Kang-won sauntered down with an arrogant expression. He admitted his hands were itching because he rarely met a worthy opponent. He was sure that Yusong was feeling the same when facing someone like him. Kang-won smirked, asserting that the reason no longer mattered, then decisively issued a challenge. So, want to fight? He was Lee Kang-won, the leader of the powerful MZ gang ruling the Gangdong district. Back at the prison, Trang-hai was in a miserable state. Kang Min stomped on his unhealed wound, surrounded by a crowd of inmates. Lee Kang Min roared excitedly upon seeing his opponent completely subdued under his foot. He looked down at Trang Hai with a mocking gaze and asked if going against him was too much for him. Rage erupted, distorting Min Su's face to be more terrifying than ever. His eyes bulged, blazing with murderous intent. He roared, "Get that filthy foot off of him right now." He suddenly charged forward, throwing a punch full of hatred at the team leader. "You fucking bastard." However, Kang Min easily dodged. He silently assessed that Min Su's attack was still too clumsy and lacked the power he had imagined. Kang Min counterattacked with a punch, confident he could end the fight quickly. Minsu easily neutralized the punch in an instant. Even the team leader was stunned when he saw Minsu deflect his counterattack so skillfully. He marveled, wondering how he could react so fast in that extremely short moment. Despite noticing an opening, Kang Min remained extremely vigilant, suspecting it was a preset trap. He intended to finish it with an elbow strike, but Minsu was faster, executing a clever feint that completely caught him off guard. Kang Min was stunned to realize Min-su seemed to have secretly studied and mastered all his movements beforehand. He judged that his opponent absolutely could not dodge and decisively launched a finishing blow. Kang Min spun around and threw an extremely fast kick but was blocked by Minsu again. This forced Kang Min to admit in surprise, "It seems you have been training very hard." Kang Min was shocked to realize Minsu had stopped his kick in its tracks before it could reach him. The surrounding inmate crowd began to buzz in amazement at his remarkable progress. "Wow, that brat has gotten a lot stronger. I didn't expect Kang Min's kick to that fast." Still, one man sneered that Minsu had not landed a real attack yet. But Kang Min, with his sharp eyes, had already realized Minsu's real goal was not that simple. Crowd asked dumbfounded, "What?" It turned out Minsu accepted the blows just to find an opening to rescue Trang Hai from Kang Min's control. Trang Hai struggled to sit up, softly muttering thanks. "Yeah, thanks Minsu." Kang Min smirked, asking if this was his plan from the start. Minsu stood tall, burning with fighting spirit, and clearly declared, "Now shall we start for real? Only after saving my friend can I fight with peace of mind. The real reason for the fight no longer matters." In the silent space, a sound. Heavy footsteps echoed steadily on the stairs. A man with an arrogant appearance and a murderous smile appeared, clearly issuing a challenge. "So, want a fight?" That was Lee Kang-won, the leader of the powerful MZ gang ruling the Gangdong district. Facing Lee Kang-won, Yu Song immediately felt the overwhelming pressure from his opponent. He silently assessed that that man was truly strong, his gaze turning cautious before an enemy of a completely different caliber. Seeing Yu Song's pensive expression, Kang-won tauntingly asked why he had that look. Did he not want to fight? Yu Song was still pondering his connection with the organization, but Lee Kang-won did not intend to let him leave peacefully. He glanced at Si-min and threatened to let her go instead. He was almost certain Yu Song would have to pay the price for daring to cause chaos in this place. Immediately, Kang-won lunged to attack with horrifying speed. The sensation at the tip of his foot transmitted back felt extremely real. However, Yu Song's confidence vanished instantly when his kick was easily blocked. Kang-won casually deflected the blow and mockingly said it was not bad. Yu Song exclaimed in shock inwardly. He was being suppressed. He realized the opponent was stronger than expected and extremely perceptive. Yu Song gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to unleash his full power and attack even more relentlessly, so he continued with a second kick. Unexpectedly, his opponent not only blocked it easily but also countered immediately. An extremely powerful punch to the stomach made him cry out in pain. Yu Song dropped to his knees, gripping the ground tightly to maintain his balance. Lee Kang-won nonchalantly rubbed his head, sarcastically remarking that it hit the mark just now, but if it had really hit, his spine would have been shattered. He sauntered closer, smugly asking, "So my punch hurts a lot, doesn't it?" Yu Song clutched his side tightly, gritting his teeth against the stabbing pain, thinking his ribs were probably cracked. He forced himself up, telling himself if he kept stalling, the pain would only get worse. He threw himself forward with full force, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. A heavy, solid sound of collision rang out as Yu Song used his own fist to block the opponent's attack. Kang-won was shocked, his eyes wide in amazement, asking if he just used his fist to block that blow. With successive strikes being deflected, Yu Song realized the opponent was deliberately neutralizing every attack. He wondered anxiously if that man was toying with him. Kang-won coldly stared into his eyes, sneering arrogantly, "Nothing else yet. I'm already getting bored." Yu Song gritted his teeth well then, but just as he was about to launch his next move, Kang-won was one step faster, stomping hard on his foot and spitting out contemptuously. Too predictable. He had already figured out his pattern of attack. "I already gave you a little leeway, but it seems this is your limit. You lot who just learned from textbooks are so uncreative and too predictable," he finished. He decisively slammed Yu Song straight into the ground as the young sergeant struggled helplessly. Standing tall over him, Lee Kang-won looked down with an air of superiority, wondering what kind of battles this warden had experienced to be so naive. Kang-won, fighting was never a choice, but an instinct for survival from the moment he was born. He was born to a mother who could not live without alcohol and men, who never gave her child a shred of maternal love love. Constant hunger forced Kang Won to grow up in brawls, fighting for survival. To avoid starving to death, he had to use violence to steal and plunder, because he learned early on that being beaten was far more bearable than having an empty stomach. Kang Won learned to confront those stronger than him, no matter how tough they were. The satisfaction of victory was always the sweetest opium. After going through dozens, hundreds of life and death battles, Kang Won grew increasingly stronger and more brutal. From dark, narrow alleys to bustling boulevards, his territory expanded without end. Finally, he rose to the top, becoming the notorious gang leader who ruled the entire Gangdong district. Back to the present, Kang Won stood proudly amidst the rubble, coldly acknowledging that Yu Song had decent skills for someone who only knew how to study. Immediately after, he sneered venomously that Yu Song was too textbook. You bookworms are all the same. Yu Song lay motionless, completely subdued by the brutal real combat strength of the gang leader. Kang Won looked down at the pathetic Yu Song and muttered in disappointment, such a letdown. He sauntered towards Simin, wondering if he should find some other amusement instead. Looking at the blazing fire of resentment in her eyes, he remarked that look was not bad, even though she was not his type. Simin began to tremble in terror. Kang Won delightedly declared that it was that very expression that made the game fun. But Simin was not looking at him but at the person behind him. Yu Song gently raised his hand to adjust his glasses frame, calmly admitting that the attacks just now were too simple. He explained that it was an order from his teacher, that when facing an ordinary opponent, simply following the basic steps was enough. Yu Song looked up with a sharp, cold gaze, asserting that the opponent before him was certainly no ordinary person. Behind the glasses, Yu Song's eyes burned with a mad fighting spirit along with his declaration, so I will also give it my all. Those glasses-wearing guys are really dangerous. I thought he was done for, but he still got up. At the same time elsewhere, the assistant in an orange life jacket cheered excitedly as he lifted the massive fish. What a spectacular catch, a big haul like never before. Standing beside him, Assemblyman Kang in his fishing gear also did not stop praising, "You are truly amazing. I have never seen anyone catch a fish like this." The assistant sighed softly, saying the Assemblyman did not need to be so formal, especially since he himself had just reeled in an impressive trophy. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, the assistant mused, confessing that he had initially hoped Yu Song would give up halfway. That was the reason he arranged for Yu Song not to take the normal officer route, but to apply for Special Forces non-commissioned officer. Assemblyman Kang sarcastically remarked that if he were a real man, at least he should be able to do that much. He recalled the harsh Special Forces NCO training, where out of every 5 people, as many as 2 would have to quit. That was a grueling period of barefoot running drills, skydiving, night infiltration, mountain marches, and harsh survival training. Only those with superhuman physical ability dared to sign up, but Yu Song did not quit and even broke every Special Forces record. He insisted that to be his son, one must not only be smart in studies but also possess an extremely strong body. He dispatched the strongest warrior into the prison to investigate, undermining the current president's credibility. Hearing this, the assistant changed his expression, realizing the congressman was referring to Yu Song. Yu Song's trainer was Jun Seok-jun, a brutal former North Korean agent. Yu Song stood there silently, remembering his master's words, only to use basic techniques against ordinary people. Looking at the gang leader, he coldly declared, "I guess I can consider you not an ordinary person." Yu Song asserted decisively, "Then I will face you with all my strength." A wave of killing intent radiated, making Kang Won realize in shock that the warden's aura had changed. Yu Song ambled forward with sharp, cold eyes. Kang Won charged forward maniacally to challenge him, saying, "Let us see what has changed about you." He launched an attack, but Yu Song dodged skillfully, suddenly throwing an uppercut. Kang Won dazedly admitted that Yu Song's speed at this moment was too fast. Despite being wounded with blood streaming down his face, Kang Won still laughed maliciously, admitting the fight was becoming very interesting. He was horrified to realize Yu Song's reaction speed had transformed, making it impossible to dodge easily. Yu Song lunged forward, throwing a punch that Kang Won's arm bones cracked instantly. The gang leader roared in pain, "Do you think one arm can stop me?" But his fist was blocked by Yu Song using his elbow. He was horrified to realize Yu Song had completely read his punch. Extreme pain, the gang leader was sent flying far away. He was secretly astonished by the young warden's extensive combat experience. Yu Song did not let his opponent catch his breath, immediately landing a kick straight into him. Kang Won was shocked to realize he had never faced an opponent with such an unorthodox fighting style. He endured a rain of brutal blows, screaming in utter helplessness. Kang Won frantically wondered where the hell Yu Song had learned these damned things. Yu Song coldly asserted that what had been taught to him was not ordinary martial arts. Continuous, decisive punches rained down, crushing Kang Won. Yu Song deeply remarked that fighting was not simply about defeating an opponent. The true purpose of the skills he possessed was to eliminate the target as quickly and efficiently as possible. Yu Song delivered the final, brutal blow, making the gang leader collapse under the overwhelming power. At the same time, in another location, the crowd of fellow inmates could not help but be astonished. He murmured in surprise, not expecting Min Su to have such stamina. forcing the construction team leader to use his leg techniques that early. The moment the kick aimed straight for his side, Min-soo decisively raised his hand to block the attack, inwardly cheering that he had blocked it. Kangmin immediately followed up with a punch, leaving Min-soo dazed and groaning. He gritted his teeth, realizing this bastard was deliberately launching consecutive attacks to prevent him from dodging. Kangmin's movements were too fast and decisive, leaving Min-soo completely passive. Now he was like a punching bag for that guy to vent on. The relentless rain of blows from both sides of Min-soo. Min-soo could only tense up and endure the assault in utter helplessness. Kangmin gave a triumphant, sinister smile, declaring this was the finishing blow. He swung his leg, preparing to deliver a high kick to end the match. Kangmin's kick came crashing down, convincing the crowd that it was all over. They affirmed that no one had ever remained standing after that team leader's fatal high kick. But even Kangmin himself halted with a deeply suspicious expression. The horrifying truth was revealed when Min-soo's hand had somehow firmly grabbed the opponent's leg. He looked up with sharp, threatening eyes, growling, "I was worried you would not throw this kick." Min-soo radiated a cold killing intent, declaring he had been waiting for this high kick for a long time. This was exactly the harsh reflex training Yu-song had painstakingly instilled, forcing his younger brother to reach the limit of his concentration. Yu-song had continuously thrown balls while clearly imparting fighting secrets. You must know which moves to dodge and which moves to accept. He wanted Min-soo to understand that in a real fight, complete evasion is impossible. Therefore, one must know how to sacrifice to create an opening in the opponent. Back in the reality of being surrounded, Min-soo had perfectly applied that hard-learned lesson to read his opponent. He swiftly caught hold of Kangmin's leg the moment he swung a high kick. Min-soo's eyes lit up with triumphant madness. He growled that he had been waiting for that kick for a long time. Kangmin's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his signature kick had been read so easily. With hands like iron clamps, Min-soo tightened his grip on the opponent's leg and muttered an incantation. Sacrifice flesh to obtain bone. He channeled all his resentment and strength into a punch straight to Kangmin's knee, causing the construction team leader only enough time to scream in pain before being subdued. The extremely heavy blows to his knee made Lee Kangmin scream miserably. He crumpled, clutching his leg in shock. "You bastard, my knee. It's not over yet. Don't you dare collapse in front of me." Before Kangmin could collect himself, he took another punch from Min-soo. Outside the factory area, Yu-song sat slumped on the ground, his face bruised from the fight. Si-min sniffled as she reached out to touch his face. She thought to herself his face was already a mess and now it's even worse. She choked out in reproach, "You overexerted yourself." Yu-song looked at her blankly, then asked softly, "Are you crying?" Si-min couldn't hold back her choked sobs. She quickly hugged him tightly to hide her weakness. "Don't look," she cried out in anguish. "You could have ended it faster. There was no need to get beaten up like this." Yu-song could only whisper an apology. "I'm sorry." Looking at his motionless opponent, Yu-song silently admitted that man was not easy to deal with. He understood that if that man hadn't been careless, the outcome might have been different. Yu-song recalled the moment when, if he hadn't broken that man's arm from the start, the loser would probably have been him. Yu-song was supporting Si-min when the sound of the metal door swinging open made them both turn to look. A group of unfamiliar men strode into the warehouse. Yu-song frowned, demanded, "How do you know the way here?" The thug triumphantly shone his phone, sneering that he had called for backup while Yu-song was busy with his pretty girl. But before he could finish his words, a hand landed on his head, then slammed it down to the ground. That person was Kang-won. Unexpectedly, after having his arm broken, he could still get up. Though exhausted, he forced himself up and roared at the thugs that this was a fight between him and that bastard over there. "Who gave you the permission to interfere?" He emanated a chilling, murderous intent, threatening to tear apart anyone who dared to meddle in the fight. Before the authority of their boss, the gang members all bowed their heads. "Yes, boss, you keep fighting, we'll wait here." Worried underlings rushed over to help Kang-won up, as he was in an extremely bad condition. Yu-song unexpectedly spoke up, asking everyone to stop. Despite his crushing defeat, Kang-won flashed a challenging smile. "I lost this time, but we will definitely fight again." He maniacally declared he would challenge Yu-song 10 more times, even 1,000 times, until he won. Yu-song only looked coldly into his eyes and said decisively, "No, it's best we never see each other again." While Yu-song and Si-min stood silently in the desolate warehouse area. At the Ganjo Center, the atmosphere in the construction workshop was also tense to the extreme. The crowd of inmates began to stir, whispers of astonishment echoing everywhere. Could it be that Kang-min is losing? Ever since his signature kick was read by Min-soo, Lee Kang-min had completely fallen on the defensive. Min-soo continuously closed in, throwing punches aimed directly at the opponent's weak points. Each heavy blow forced the construction team leader to only brace himself and take the punishment. A decisive punch landed squarely on his body, sending Kang-min flying backwards, and he collapsed to the floor to the shock of everyone present. Min-soo strode closer to the defeated enemy, his eyes cold as he ordered, "Get up, this isn't over yet." Lying weakly on the ground, Kang-min's eyes suddenly turned maniacal when he saw the screwdriver within reach. Frantically grabbed the sharp weapon and screamed with hatred, but just as he was about to launch an attack, a hand flashed like lightning, grabbing his wrist tightly and stopping his scheme. The unexpected interferer was none other than Trang Hai, causing Kang Min to exclaim in shock. Seizing the moment Kang Min was off guard, Min Su continuously rained down punches. He furiously pounded his face to vent all the resentment and bitterness he had suppressed for so long. Witnessing Min Su's explosion, the crowd of fellow inmates stood frozen in shock as they saw Kang Min completely overwhelmed. Continuously rained blows down on Kang Min, leaving him stunned and wondering how those two could be so close. He bitterly realized the harsh truth and cried out in despair, "Impossible, can I not win?" A punch from Minsu sent Kang Min flying backwards, while the surrounding inmates only stood by watching, not daring to interfere. Kang Min crashed hard into a pile of objects in a pathetic mess. He slumped on the floor, frantically wondering how to maintain his candidate status when everything was slipping from his grasp. When Minsu rushed over to call Chang He, Kang Min suddenly laughed maniacally. His savage laughter echoed through the factory, like a man who had completely lost his mind. Kang Min howled at the crowd and accused Chang He of cowardly interfering with the fight. "You see, that bastard Chang He jumped into my fight. He provoked the prison gang and said that if he lost, they would have to live in misery here too." His cunning words stirred up the anger, and the crowd roared for the one who broke the law to be punished. Minsu stood alone, surrounded by dozens of inmates full of murderous intent. The overwhelming numbers put Minsu in danger. The guards from the vehicle bay screamed and rushed over to get him under control, locking his hands tightly. A triumphant guard roared, "Got you now, you coward." Punches kept raining down, causing him excruciating pain. He didn't expect them to gang up on him like this. Who could handle that? A sudden punch landed squarely on the face of the guard holding him, sending him flying backward. Minsu looked up in shock. "Huh?" It was Sejun. He coldly asked, "Were you just calling for help?" He could not believe that the leader of Cell A had shown up to break the siege at this very moment. Sejun's presence completely turned the tide. He charged in the crowd like a wild beast. He unleashed brutal attacks, enemies falling one by one amid terrifying screams. The atmosphere in the factory suddenly turned cold and heavy with pressure, all from the mere appearance of one man. Sejun stood firm among the defeated, his sharp gaze ready to crush anyone who dared to oppose him. Heavy footsteps sounded along with astonished murmurs. He had arrived. Vice Captain Kim Song-hoon, former captain of the construction crew, ambled over with an arrogant expression. He lifted his chin and asked, "Hey, are you looking for someone, right?" Kang Min knelt on the ground, a sneer on his face full of calculation. "In a situation like this, who else would I be looking for besides you?" He did not expect Kang Min to have an ally, and the fight was back to square one. Immediately, Sejun charged forward, terrifying the crowd, as he aimed straight for the rear captain. Kim Song-hoon roared with excitement. It has been a while since he had a chance to warm up. "Fuck it, let them all come," he dove into attack. Sejun dodged skillfully, lightning fast. Song-hoon was shocked to see his opponent was too agile. "What? Is he moving in sync with my hands?" In an instant, Sejun vanished from sight, causing the vice captain to panic as he searched. Sejun suddenly appeared from a nearby blind spot. He threw a powerful punch right into the face of his opponent. A decisive strike sent Kim Song-hoon flying backward and he collapsed. The crowd of inmate friends stood frozen, unable to believe it. Thought he was something, but he is just all talk. Witnessing the overwhelming power, Kang Min broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he questioned himself. "Sejun, since when did he become this strong?" Seeing the disadvantage, Kang Min quickly yelled, "Stop. I don't know why you are saving Lee Min-soo, but from now on, listen to me." He sneered cowardly, threatening the subordinate who had captured Sejun's sister as a hostage. Min-soo blurted out in shock, "What do you mean?" Sejun gritted his teeth in fury, clenching his fist knowing his sister was in danger because of a piece of trash. Kang Min carelessly dropped the phone, challenging him, "Whether you want to believe it or not, this is the truth." On the phone screen was a clear image of Ga Se-min, bound hand and foot. He asked smugly, "Your sister's name is Ga Se-min, right?" Kang Min continued to taunt, admitting he had taken her hostage to apply pressure, then pressed to ask where Yu Song was. Kang Min laughed with glee, imagining the scene of Yu Song being brutally beaten by his men as he tried to rescue his sister. But the insults had not even finished when a punch from Min-soo slammed right into his face. Min-soo roared in anger, exposing the true face of someone who always pretended to be gentle. In front of others he acted one way, but in reality he was a cunning and despicable bastard. Even though he was knocked down, Kang Min still challenged whether Min-soo could stop his plan with only his own strength. He frantically ordered Sejun, "If you want to save your sister, then kill that bastard right now." Then, completely contrary to his expectations, Sejun and Min-soo looked at each other and smiled a knowing smile. Then they gave each other a firm high five right in front of the enemy. Both stood their ground, declaring they had seen through the entire plot to divide them. Sejun looked at the defeated man kneeling and sarcastically asked if he really thought his sister was alone. Kang Min was stunned, sweat pouring out as he saw Sejun ignore the threat against his sister. He frantically screamed for Min-soo to be killed, but Sejun coldly replied that his sister, though beautiful, could take care of herself. And above all, she had Yu Song protecting her, so he had no reason to worry. Sejun stood before the trembling Lee Kang Min, again, daring to touch my sister, or the kids in my cell, and I will make you pay dearly. Kang Min panicked and screamed in despair. Wait, just then, the cell phone of the captain on the ground suddenly rang. A hand quickly answered it. On the other end was Yu Song's calm voice. Hey there, bro. Everything good on your end? Min-soo told his brother, everything is done here too. Si-min is fine. But because he dared to kidnap Si-jun's sister, Kang Min is getting beaten to a pulp right now. Yu Song was stunned, stammering, oh, of course. See you guys at school tomorrow then. Yu Song hung up decisively. Yu Song gently adjusted his helmet. He said thoughtfully upon hearing his brother's voice. The kid seemed very angry, as if he was being disturbed. The engine roared as the two sped away on the large motorcycle. Si-min wondered about their destination. Yu Song bluntly replied that the weather was a bit cold today. Was his wound alright? She called softly, hey Kang Yu Song. Then how about this, come to my place to see the cat. She lured him with the cute cat. As soon as he entered the house, Yu Song was attracted by the golden cat purring. He sat down on the floor, affectionately stroking it while Si-min was busy in the kitchen. She smiled softly. Thank you for saving me. I'll cook something for you. Tinker saw the old photo on the shelf. Yu Song curiously asked if it was a family photo. Si-min thoughtfully explained the past. Si-jun used to know how to play the piano. The man in the photo was her unfaithful father. Her face showed clear resentment. The dish was finished on the sizzling pan. Si-min warned threateningly, it's done even if it's bad. You have to eat it and say it's delicious. Si-min brought out the food and reminded him of the effort she had put in. But Yu Song just wanted to lie down and rest with the cat on him before going back to school, leaving Si-min just standing there, watching and muttering softly, humph. Well, great, luring this wooden block home is this boring. Seeing him lying asleep on the floor, Si-min went into the room to get a blanket and covered him. After thinking for a moment, she also lay down and gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Hey, it's dinner time. What are you two doing making such an unsightly scene? If you see something good, you have to seize the opportunity. The brief peace quickly passed, giving way to the brutal reality in the prison camp. Si-jun sauntered over, coldly calling out the name Lee Min-soo. Min-soo looked up with tired eyes, muttering softly, oh, Si-jun. Si-jun gently rubbed his head, admitting that he was exhausted from the recent battle. At that moment, Trang-hai suddenly removed the bandage wrapped around his hand. Unexpectedly, on his hand there was no wound at all. So whose finger was it that Min-soo received earlier? Time rewound a few hours earlier, when Trang-hai was about to have a finger cut off by Kang Ming. The requested instructor appeared just in time to stop this action. In the medical room, another horrifying truth gradually revealed itself through the dry sound of cutting. A prosthetic finger was decisively cut off from the model hand, falling to the floor. Officer Shin smirked proudly. He believed this fake act would fool everyone. Officer Shin knelt beside the medical kit, muttering that he shouldn't start a dangerous game, and had to finish it before the director found out. He held the syringe, claiming he was just a pawn caught in a vortex of crime. In the medical room, another guard opened the box in shock, seeing the prosthetic arm with its finger cut off. He shouted in excitement, thinking he had found evidence to punish Lee Min-soo. Min-soo was having his real hand wound bandaged by a nurse, receiving a reminder that he was lucky his hand wasn't crushed. Nurse breathed a sigh of relief, confirming he was extremely lucky the wound didn't reach the bone, otherwise his hand would be ruined. Min-soo quietly thanked her and then sat in silence. He recalled the moment the hammer grazed his face, thinking to himself that if it had hit, he would have been in big trouble. Amidst the fear of being stuck in this place forever, the forest beside him suddenly made a noise. Reaching out to push aside the bamboo curtain, Min-soo looked up in surprise. He widened his eyes when he recognized the person lying on the hospital bed. The patient next to him was Tae-ho, the bully of the elderly at the nursing home, now bandaged from head to toe. This guy admitted he had brought trouble upon himself by daring to challenge Lee Kang-min, and thanked Min-soo for taking revenge for him. Min-soo coldly asserted he did not act for him. He directly asked what the hell the red uniform was. The guy smirked, setting a condition that Min-soo had to become his underling. Showing no mercy, Min-soo used a feather to tickle the sole of Tae-ho's foot, making him hold back laughter and break out in a sweat. Under the brutal torture, this guy could only beg and promise to spill the whole truth. He revealed that the red uniform was for special priority subjects, those society did not want to reintegrate. This was the prisoner group under the direct management of the director. Instead of reform, they were given a dark mission called release management. The red team would create situations to force prisoners to violate discipline. If the trick of incurring penalty points was not effective, they would use more brutal methods. The injured guy looked at Min-soo intensely, repeating the rumor that no one left the reform center intact. For those who accumulated enough points or were about to be free, the red team would crush their bones or turn them into mentally crippled wrecks. The ultimate goal was to ensure that once outside, they would no longer be able to cause trouble for society. Min-soo stood frozen in shock when the guy dropped a chilling final sentence that he was the #1 target for the next purge. In an isolated, luxurious room, members of the red team were calmly monitoring the situation via CCTV. Im Ji-soo remarked that the situation was chaotic, but the one across from him with long black hair seemed unfazed. He stared at the screen and stated, I'm more interested in Lee Min-soo. When Im Im-ji-soo brought up the fact that Min-soo was the monster who had defeated Dubo and Si-jun. The other man remained skeptical, refusing to believe he was that strong. Im-ji-soo sneered, saying Min-soo was nothing more than an amusing toy that only made the black-haired man more interested, wanting to verify the newcomer's strength himself through the surveillance cameras. These guys get to use a computer room even in prison. Huh. Meanwhile, the entire prison situation had completely shifted after the recent fight. Lee Kang-min was thrown into solitary confinement as punishment for starting the brawl. Min-soo's reputation caused the other prisoners' attitudes toward him to change noticeably. Min-soo silently acknowledged his new standing as he stood before the team and gave a firm order. "Alright, let's start today's work with no accidents." Crowd shouted in unison. "Yes, squad leader." Lee Min-soo was officially the leader of the construction class, walking arrogantly among the fearful gazes. Walking along the corridor, Min-soo wondered, "I didn't expect you guys to actually follow me and sign up for the construction class." His fellow inmates cheerfully replied, "Working under the leader is more fun, and staying in the cell all day was boring." They buzzed with chatter about the fight, some still doubting whether Min-soo had really beaten Kangmin. Another guy chimed in, saying he heard Si-jun was the one who did it. Si-jun coldly corrected him, saying he only landed the finishing blow. Suddenly, a sharp shout tore through the air, "Stop right there." An old prison guard blocked their path, roaring furiously at the inmates for gathering in disorder. Yu-song rushed over frantically to mediate, but was scolded by the old man for failing to salute a superior. Yu-song quickly stood at attention and reported, "Ah, sorry Sergeant Yu-song reporting," but the old man did not let up. He swung his baton and struck Yu-song with immense force right in front of all the prisoners. Min-soo screamed in shock in his heart. "Brother," the old man roared, asking if that was how a sergeant saluted his superior. He accused Yu-song of disrupting the order of the correctional facility. He ordered everyone back to their positions, threatened to punish anyone who disobeyed, stood towering with his baton, looked at Yu-song with contempt, and demanded discipline. Min-soo and his fellow inmates stood frozen, watching Yu-song get beaten down. The old man coldly announced that the warden was waiting, then declared his twisted ideology with a loud voice. He said he only wanted to help you scumbags become human again. After speaking, he decisively turned and walked away, leaving Yu-song struggling to get back up in the cold corridor. At the warden's office, the old man performed a military salute and reported loyally, "Colonel Yu-song reporting." The warden asked softly about the recent incident. Yu-song confirmed it was handled, but expressed concern. "I heard that area was completely tainted. I will begin rectifying it immediately." The warden asked in surprise if Yu-song needed more leave, having just returned. However, the old man only coldly tightened his grip on the baton in his hand. He asserted that his only happiness was personally turning these scumbags back into humans. In the classroom, a suffocating atmosphere prevailed as prisoners struggled with complex literature. Amid the piles of books, one student was utterly exhausted. He could no longer resist the drowsiness and laid his head down on the desk. Instantly, a chair was thrown with extreme force. It crashed directly into the seat of the sleeping person with a deafening bang. The vice warden glared and roared threateningly, "If you don't want to stay trash forever, don't sleep in class." The victim trembled, stammering an apology in utter terror before the face twisted with rage. The old man's brutality also extended to the kitchen. Just for not cooking to his liking, Dubo had an entire pot of soup poured over his head. Since the vice warden appeared, life at the correctional facility became far worse. In the cells, the teenagers were forced to kneel in perfect posture for hours. The peak of humiliation was the guards yelling at prisoners to squeal like pigs whenever they passed by, forcing them to march in perfect formation. But for Min-soo, a much worse problem was waiting ahead. Before, the training was just for the guards' entertainment. Now things had entered a horrifying new chapter. The drills under the vice warden were truly a living hell. In the pouring rain, Min-soo and his group were forced to lie face down in the muddy puddles to do push-ups. Guards screamed crazily, "Heads down, you short runts, don't you dare lift them up." Min-soo struggled to breathe as the filthy mud rose to his nose. He cursed in his heart with resentment. "Damn it, the water is up to my nose. I have to breathe through my mouth." A boy next to him couldn't take it anymore. Puffing and choking, he stammered an apology as mud flooded his nose. Immediately, the guards nearby flew into a rage and bellowed, "I told you to lift your head. I said get down, you damn bastard." They brutally beat the boy, shoving his head deeper into the filthy water. "If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you." The sound of splashing water mixed with miserable groans, turning the scene into a savage nightmare. Witnessing the inhumane scene, Min-soo could no longer hold back. He screamed in fury, regardless of the danger, "Stop it right now." Min-soo lunged forward, shoving the guard away, and hurriedly helped Hyun-jun, who was barely breathing. Yu-song stood there, fully aware that his younger brother's impulsive action would be hard to escape punishment. Min-soo roared in resentment, "None of this is right. He could have killed him." At the most tense moment, Yu-song stepped in between them and bowed his head. "I apologize, Vice Warden. I will teach them a lesson myself. Please do not trouble yourself." The vice director looked at Yu-song with a sharp, suspicious gaze, asking if he was in charge of these brats. "Alright, then I'll leave them to you to handle." He stepped closer, pointed at Minsu, and challenged that he also wanted to see how he would deal with them. "Show me right here." Yu and Xiong along with Minsu stood facing each other under the cold rain. Now the two brothers found themselves in this situation all because of that damned vice director from Kia Aqua. He glared at Yu Song in the rain, his voice harsh as he repeated his curiosity about how he would discipline those unruly prisoners. Teacher Yu Song still without moving a muscle. The vice director lost patience, sarcastically asking if he was hesitating because the old man was watching. Yu Song quickly reassured the old man that he was just calculating the most effective way to discipline them. He gripped the baton tightly in his hand and declared he would show him his method. Without holding back, Yu Song swung the baton and delivered a direct blow to Minsu. Minsu collapsed into the muddy slush. Yu Song stepped closer and shouted loudly, ordering him to get up immediately. The younger brother struggled to rise, gasping for breath as he replied that he was planning to do just that. Yu Song was faster, landing a vicious kick straight into Minsu's body. After the beating, Minsu was led into the bathroom to wash the mud off his body. Yu Song looked at his dazed brother on the chair and reminded him that if he kept this up, he should just go back inside. "How long do you plan to sit here?" Minsu lowered his head. He replied softly that he was thinking, that he had been thinking a lot. He recalled the times Yu Song had always stood up to protect him at all costs, even accepting being beaten by enemies until he had bandages on his face. When Yu Song laughed it off, saying it was nothing, that he would find a way to protect them, Minsu roared in fury. That was the problem. Why did he always try to protect them like that? His role was a warden, not a babysitter. "You once said you would get us out of this place where meat is eaten and bones aren't spat out. To leave we have to endure." Minsu stared straight into his brother's eyes, clearly stating that to achieve that, the two brothers had to forget the fact they were brothers. "I am a criminal and you are a warden, so promise me if you have to punish me again. Act like a true warden, not a brother under the hallway lights." The two brothers decisively hooked their pinky fingers together to affirm their resolve. Back to the scene under the pouring rain. Yu Song frantically yelled, putting on an act before the vice director. "You collapsed after one blow," but inside he fervently begged him not to get up. Minsu just lie still there, ignoring his brother's silent plea. Minsu still gritted his teeth through the pain, struggling to rise from the muddy puddle, and challenged him. "I already took that hit. It was nothing special." Under the rain he rose from the mud puddle, but Yu Song didn't let him catch his breath. To play his role perfectly in front of the old vice director, he threw a kick straight into his younger brother, causing Minsu to collapse again in the cold schoolyard. Yu Song stepped forward, looked down at his brother's lifeless body, and coldly asked if it was really nothing special. He madly raised his baton high to deliver another fatal blow, but in that critical moment, a hand as fast as lightning stopped him. Vice director spoke up to stop him. "Enough, that's sufficient." Yu Song still wore a murderous expression, insisting through gritted teeth that he wanted to teach this guy a lesson he would never forget. The vice director smirked slightly, admitting he understood Yu Song's feelings. He reminded him that if Minsu's neck got broken, all efforts at reformation would be meaningless. Yu Song quickly suggested taking Minsu for treatment, fearing his death would burden the facility. Under the unending rain, all the prisoners maintained their humiliating, punishing posture in the yard. At the same time, in the director's office, a knock on the door shattered the silence. The warden brought in a detailed file of Sergeant Kang Yu Song's record, exactly as requested. The old director calmly flipped through the dossier, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he saw the processing information was faster than expected, and immediately began searching for loopholes in the young sergeant's file. Shocked as he looked at the dossier, Yu Song was horrified, asking himself whether the terrible things before his eyes were truly real. In a weary daze while being carried on his brother's back, distant childhood memories suddenly flooded back into Minsu's mind. It was the time before entering the orphanage, when Minsu was still a small child, protected and carried around everywhere by his brother. This warm feeling had been gone for so long that Minsu almost forgot it. He realized his brother's back had now become much broader and sturdier than before. Just waking up from his faint, Minsu panicked and shouted, "What is this? Why am I on your back?" Yu Song glanced at him briefly and asked if he was awake, but Minsu still struggled, demanding to be put down immediately. In the quiet hallway, Yu Song firmly held onto his younger brother. He gently said they were almost there and that he just wanted to keep this position for a little longer. Seeing his brother's shoulders tremble slightly, Minsu hesitated and asked if he was crying. Yu Song immediately brushed it off, cursing him for wanting to die by daring to say he was crying. Minsu lowered his head, sincerely apologizing for causing his brother to get involved in all this trouble because of him. Yu Song bitterly recalled how he himself was the one who had hit him painfully, but Minsu understood he did it only to protect him from the enemy. He knew many hardships lay ahead, but Minsu earnestly hoped the two of them would never give up on each other. Yu Song's eyes behind his glasses blurred with emotion at his younger brother's resilience, pained by the way they silently cared for each other in a place that treated human life like garbage. Minsu's eyes burned with a will of steel stronger than ever. No matter what, I will definitely escape this damned place. Standing before the cold iron door of the restricted area, Yu Song suddenly noticed an abnormal change. The guards who were usually on strict duty had vanished without a trace, making him wonder if some incident had just occurred. He believed that every dark secret about the Red Army and the facility's conspiracy lay behind that door. Images of the brutally tortured victims kept flashing back. Crippled Chang-Su haunted his mind relentlessly, urging Yu Song to uncover the truth at all costs. If he didn't find out quickly, his little brother might be dealt with by these people soon. He decisively stepped forward, telling himself he had to infiltrate inside to expose everything. But just as he was about to act, Yu Song suddenly froze because of an unexpected presence. It was the vice director himself. Yu Song wondered in shock what that ruthless man was doing here at this hour. He quietly watched the old man use a keycard to swing open the door leading into the restricted area. Doubt arose in his heart, wondering if that man was the one behind controlling the entire mysterious red uniformed group. Suddenly, the vice director stopped, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he had long known of his presence. He asked softly, "Are you curious to know what's inside?" Yu Song froze when he was caught. Meanwhile, the scar-faced old man coldly issued a haunting invitation. "Then let us go inside together." Yu Song trudged silently behind the vice director along the empty hallway. His heart was heavy with suspicion, not understanding why that man had dragged him into this matter. The heavy iron door swung open with a piercing screech, revealing a mysterious space behind it. Stepping inside, Yu Song was shocked to realize that before him was only an unusually large and empty room. The vice director stood still for a long time, hand on his chin in deep, mysterious thought, muttering whether the director had secretly made a move before him. Turning to look at Yu Song, he coldly asked if his curiosity had been satisfied. He issued a stern warning that he should not delve deeper, as this place was extremely dangerous. Yu Song asked in astonishment, "Is this a warning? Why did you show me this place?" The vice director narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze full of calculation, and asserted that to him, he must be a special kind of person, the kind of enemy who would make you strike your own brother. Yu Song turned pale, his eyes wide with horror as he realized his biggest secret had been exposed. The vice director continued to mock that if he had thrown himself into hell, he should at least know how to disguise himself as a demon. He warned that if he didn't know how to hide himself, Yu Song would surely be exposed and eliminated in this wretched place. Ending the conversation with the vice director, he returned to his daily shift. Yu Song wondered about the sudden appearance of the vice director after a long absence. A guard explained that since he was new, he wouldn't know. That man had just had to stand trial for accepting bribes. Yu Song asked in shock, "Taking bribes?" The guard revealed that there had been reports of him taking money from a prisoner's parents, but he had just been acquitted and returned to his post. There were rumors that this was actually a plot by the director to frame him, as he always saw the vice director as a direct rival for power. Witnessing the confrontation between the two powerful men, Yu Song questioned this hostile relationship, but told himself it was too early to draw conclusions. Suddenly, a chaotic brawl broke out in the hallway, catching Yu Song's attention. One prisoner shouted in fury, "You bastard! How dare you look at me and laugh?" The other guy was no pushover either, throwing out insults and challenging the other to get lost. In the midst of the tension, Min-Soo quietly moved toward the conflict area. He calmly intervened, "It's work hours, take it elsewhere." Annoyed at being interrupted, the enraged prisoner swung his fist at Min-Soo and yelled, "Get out of the way. Who do you think you are, acting like the class monitor here?" He boasted about his record of stabbing someone outside as a threat. Min-Soo coldly replied that he didn't care about his past. Then he suddenly threw a punch that made the arrogant man clutch his mouth immediately. "Even if you brag about your record coming in here, once you're chained up, you only eat fists and rocks, kid." Min-Soo stood towering over the defeated man, coldly warning him, "I'll let it slide this time, because you're a rookie. During work hours, focus on your own job." The rookie now could only tremble, sweat pouring down like rain, and stammered, "Sorry, I'll focus on the work." Min-Soo ordered the team with a clear voice. "All right, let us get to work." The prisoners responded in unison with spirited energy. "Understood, Captain." Watching from a distance, a guard leader breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that when Min-Soo managed the construction class, everything became easier because there was no need for direct intervention. Yu Xiong quietly nodded. He silently realized his younger brother had truly changed since that fateful day and vowed he would never abandon him. Having been hit many times, he had learned where the danger was and where to let go. Yu Xiong was also determined to create opportunities for Min-Soo to accumulate reward points faster. The meeting in the command office took place in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Yu Song confidently announced the mission. The next community support location was a village that had just suffered heavy damage from flooding. The guard leaders discussed expanding rehabilitation efforts, focusing primarily on civil engineering, maintenance, and cooking classes. However, the deputy director expressed concern if the prisoners escaped, who would be responsible? But the head warden immediately reassured him that the volunteer visit visit to the nursing home had gone smoothly with no incidents. They agreed to establish a strict inmate selection system based on recommendation lists from the guard leaders. Yu Song adjusted his glasses, asserting that if the community support project succeeded, it would be a golden opportunity to promote the center's positive image to the public. The director nodded in satisfaction at his thorough preparation. Good, proceed as planned. Immediately after, he ordered all staff to leave the room, keeping only Yu Song behind for a private discussion. The other guard leaders silently filed out. In the quiet room, Yu Song stood at attention, trying to maintain a calm demeanor as he softly asked, "Yes, director, do you have any instructions for me?" The director suddenly approached, reached out to straighten Yu Song's tie, and softly reminded him, "Your tie is crooked." Yu Song awkwardly thanked him, cold sweat beginning to break out under the pressure of this unusual closeness. He slowly revealed that he had always wondered why someone as weak as Yu Song would choose this shabby place, and now he had found the answer. Yu Song was appalled and asked what that meant, then froze when the director smirked and confirmed the real reason was his father. The director flashed a sinister smile, casually exposing Yu Song's identity. "Isn't that Congressman Man-T, sworn enemy of the president, who founded this facility?" He smirked, wondering if he should treat a prestigious young master like him with special consideration. The director coldly made his decision. "You will be excused from participating in this community service mission." Immediately after, the heavy prison gate swung open. The buses carrying the prisoners silently rolled out. They left the facility to begin their volunteer journey. On the bus, Min-soo looked around nervously and quietly asked Si-jun, "Do you see my brother anywhere?" Si-jun was also puzzled by the absence of the familiar guard. "I don't see him. It seems he is not on this bus." He slowly guessed that Yu Song was probably in a different vehicle. While observing the surroundings, Si-jun suddenly noticed a stranger sitting next to Min-soo and asked curiously, "Hey, who is that guy?" Min-soo looked at the person resting their head on his shoulder, then sighed in a helpless tone. Him? I don't even know who he is." He could only wonder to himself in exasperation, why could a complete stranger with gray hair so casually sleep soundly on his shoulder like this? At the sight of the village that had just weathered a fierce flood, Dubo and the logistics team were ready in position. Holding a large ladle firmly, the team leader aggressively asked his subordinate where to start preparing the relief meal for everyone. Meanwhile, the labor group began taking their first steps into the mud, which was calf-deep. The whole team encouraged each other to get to work quickly so they could finish this difficult task early. The atmosphere suddenly became fervent like a real battle. Min-soo led the group of prisoners, shouting the marching orders, met by the determined cheers of his fellow inmates. At this moment, they were not facing a gang but stepping into a tough fight against the mud. Shouts rang out across the area, urging each other to move waste and clear the debris. The record flood caused by relentless rain for days had turned this place into a desolate battlefield. The entire village was submerged in a sea of murky brown mud, making travel and rescue extremely difficult. The prisoner exclaimed in shock upon seeing the electrical equipment heavily damaged, almost unusable. Amid the chaos, Dubo's logistics team tirelessly continued their supply runs. Calls for hot soup rang out to lift the spirits of the exhausted workers. In another corner, the technical team was struggling to replace fuses and test circuit boards, hoping to restore power for the villagers. In contrast to that bustling atmosphere, Im Ji-soo casually sat yawning in boredom. Perched on a stair, Im Ji-soo muttered complaints about why he had to be in such a shabby place. He wondered if he should end things quickly and leave soon. Watching Min-soo diligently sweeping mud, Im Ji-soo silently noted that this kid acted differently than he had imagined. His gaze suddenly grew cold and calculating as he wondered if this was truly the target he should aim for. Min-soo remained completely unaware of that scrutiny. Tired, he held a steamed bun in his hand, looked at the food and silently doubted, "Can I even eat this?" The entire group of prisoners took the chance to sit on the ground resting, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after hours of exhausting work under the scorching sun. But the peace was quickly shattered by arguments between a guard leader and a villager. "What do you mean by that?" The guard leader tried hard to persuade a stubborn old man to evacuate, because the ground had weakened after the heavy rain. However, the old man furiously dismissed the idea, insisting his home of decades was still sturdy. Even though the guard leader earnestly urged him to move to the temporary shelter, the old man still yelled in fury about the inconvenience there. He pointed at the prisoners and roared maliciously, "And now I have to trust those kids. They just stole my wallet." "What now? Which one stole it?" The deputy director lumbered over, coldly questioning whether the old man was sure these kids had taken his wallet. The old man frantically insisted the wallet had disappeared in an instant right after he set it aside to clean. He was certain the culprit was none other than these kids. And he suddenly pointed at Si-jun, who was silently carrying a load of boxes away, and shouted, "It is him. That long-haired guy took it." The old man lunged forward, roughly grabbing Si-jun by the collar to interrogate him. The old man screamed in rage, Give me back my wallet, you thief. Facing the blatant slander, Sejun kept a cold expression and firmly denied it. I did not take it. The old man's fury did not stop. He yelled out of prejudice, claiming criminals never change. Watching from a distance, the deputy director somberly noted that this was exactly the reason the kids did not want to do community service. The warden concluded a harsh truth: no matter how many good deeds they did, once branded a criminal, society would always see them as worthless. So whatever you do, do not go overboard and drag your brothers into the mud along with you. The old man continued screaming in Sejun's face, his hand clenched tightly around the boy's collar in a violent grip. In the eyes of the world, scum like you are all thieves. You're here for reform because of theft, right? Or should I chop off your hand to teach you a lesson? Just then Hyunjun interrupted. Excuse me, are you looking for a brown wallet? The old man turned and snapped. Who are you? Did you steal it? He calmly replied. I saw it fall on the ground, so I left it at the supermarket. Hearing this, the old man was stunned and let go, but still kept his pride. I'm not saying you're right, but what if even a single cent is missing? You damn criminals can't be trusted. Sejun turned away, speaking bitterly. Nothing ever changes. Hyunjun scratched his head and replied, I was just telling the truth. Suddenly, a kind old woman approached, holding a bowl of hot corn. She gently said, eat up and don't mind that old man anymore. Seeing the two boys confused, she explained further. It became like that after some kids on a motorcycle broke his leg. Sejun took the corn and began to eat. The old woman smiled and asked, so is it good? Sejun nodded slightly, sincerely answering, yes, it's very good. Peaceful scene of the volunteer work temporarily ended, but the atmosphere became more stifling once inside the office. In the reception room with a long row of computers, Yusong was wearing headphones, his eyes fixed on the screen. He sighed wearily. How pathetic, demoted to a place like this. Yusong thought to himself, it's only a matter of time before I'm found out. The shadow of his father, the senator's power, was truly too great to hide. He clearly remembered the director's words. Isn't your father Senator Mantai, the president's opponent, the founder of this place? That man insisted that the son of such a powerful father surely couldn't be wrong and announced he was exempting him from this community service. Yusong was shocked, trying to stay calm as he questioned, what's the problem with me being the senator's son, or are you implying I have other motives? The director sneered, saying he just wanted to nip trouble in the bud before anything happened. Back in the room, he reflected, meaning that man still didn't know he and Minsu were blood brothers. But the memory of the vice director's suggestive words rang out, the enemy who made him lay hands on his own younger brother. Yusong panicked. That old bastard he really already knew? His eyes were full of suspicion, realizing he was trapped in the scheme of those at the top. Under the pouring rain, the vice director stood on the balcony looking down at the village. His gaze was sharp. I must find the truth. What is his purpose after all? When the guard reported the kids were all assembled, he coldly asked, have you checked the GPS? Confirming everything was fine, he turned back to his unfinished plan. The rain grew heavier. The vice director shouted orders to the whole team. The rain is about to get worse. Today we move to the temporary shelter. He threatened the soaked prisoners. We're tracking you through GPS, so don't try anything. The prisoners chanted in unison, yes sir, and trudged on, while the director observed thoughtfully, hoping no incidents would occur. However, a horrifying sound rang out as the entire mountainside suddenly collapsed. The landslide crashed down, freezing the prisoners in terror. Minsu was stunned to realize it was the old man's house from earlier. The old man thrashed wildly, screaming for the guards to let him go so he could rush into the rubble. Ignoring the warnings about a second landslide, my wife is still in there. A heart-wrenching cry made Sejun freeze as he thought of the old woman. The kind soul from years ago, now with crippled legs, was still trapped in that collapsing house. The vice director frantically ordered to call for rescue and told the kids to step back. Mud and earth kept flowing down, threatening to swallow everything in an instant. Amidst the chaos, Sejun silently bent down, tightening his shoelaces decisively. Minsu was shocked to realize his reckless intention. Hey Sejun, don't tell me you're going to, but there was no reply. Sejun immediately charged toward the house in the landslide area, ignoring everyone's shouts to stop him. He didn't look back, his mind filled only with worry about his reckless act. Inside, mud and rubble were pouring down like a flood from cracks in the ceiling. Sejun kicked open the bedroom door and shouted, Grandma. Amidst the dusty wreckage, he frantically searched, where is she? While searching, Sejun suddenly froze when he heard a dry snapping sound from above. His eyes widened in horror as the entire ceiling began to collapse right in front of him. Outside, the old man could only scream in despair. Honey, he struggled within the circle of two police officers, crying out, let me go, my wife is still in there. The officer stopped him. No, you'll be in danger. The landslide had swept away the house, and inside was still an elderly person unable to move on their own. Sejun stood still, sweat and rain streaming down his face as he looked at the massive concrete block that had just collapsed right next to him. But at that moment, Minsu had appeared beside him from somewhere. Sejun asked stiffly, why are you here? Minsu brushed off dust and frowned. Some idiot charged into a death trap, so as department head, I have to protect him. Sejun brushed it off, stopped talking nonsense and focused on finding the old woman. The two searched the rubble. Sejun pointed to a dark corner. That's the only place left unchecked. Finally, they found the old woman lying unconscious beneath a pile of debris. Minsu and Si-jun together toiled to clear the rubble to rescue everyone. Misu worriedly called for her grandmother to wake up. Si-jun checked her pulse and then breathed a sigh of relief, confirming she was still breathing. But before the joy could be complete, horrifying cracking sounds echoed from above. The entire ceiling, having lost its support, collapsed, burying all three people in dust and debris. Witnessing that scene from outside, the prisoners screamed in despair. The ceiling collapsed. Minsu and Si-jun are still inside. In the midst of everyone's panic, an armored guardian hand grabbed the edge of the collapsed roof. Right after, a large prisoner named T-Ho with disheveled hair also rushed forward to lend his strength. Both strained with all their might, green veins bulging on their muscles as they roared together in a supreme effort. Under the pouring rain, the two giants poured all their strength into lifting the rubble, clearing a path to survival for their teammates inside. Seeing Dubo's brave action, the kitchen crew underlings could not sit still. They cheered him on. The team leader is fighting, we must lend a hand. Even the maintenance team was stirred up. Their leader shouted loudly, "It would be shameful to be timid now, right?" All answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Dozens of prisoners gathered their strength, shouted, and lifted all at once. Small gaps suddenly appeared in the rubble, cracking sounds echoing dramatically. There is a gap now. Minsu and Si-jun quickly seized the opportunity, yelling loudly, "Run now." They rushed out with the old woman in a split second before the house completely collapsed behind them. The prisoners stood looking at the ruins, stunned. Some still couldn't believe their eyes. They looked at each other and exhaled, realizing they'd all just barely escaped the scythe of death. The wail of ambulance sirens echoed throughout the devastated village in the pouring rain. The old man rushed frantically to the stretcher, crying and shaking her. "Dear, wake up, my dear." The old woman opened her eyes dazedly, bewildered, wondering how she could have survived what seemed like certain death. Finding his wife safe and sound, the old man could only hold her hand tightly. Standing from a distance, the timid warden asked the deputy director if he intended to punish the kids for acting on their own. The deputy director silently looked toward Minsu and Si-jun. Jun was sitting on the ground by the ambulance with a pensive expression. The warden remarked that the kids here seemed to have changed noticeably since Lee Minsu appeared. Looking at Minsu's determined face in the rain, he concluded that the one who could change the kids was not us adults. The sky the next day was suddenly unusually clear and blue. The community support journey continued amidst the rubble of the village. The only difference now was the added help of the Women's Here Association. Even the villagers' gazes towards the kids had changed. They cheerfully offered food. "Eat if it's not enough, just tell us." An old woman even scolded the warden when he tried to stop them. "Why so strict? The kids need eat watermelon to regain their strength." The old woman fed the warden while kindly asking about his hard work. From the radio, news of the conglomerate chairman pulling out his gun and missing the court due to a chronic illness came on. Im Ji-soo clicked his tongue in contempt. Hearing the villagers calling out for him to eat watermelon, he was slightly startled and replied awkwardly. A cool glass of fruit juice was suddenly thrust in front of him. Jia Si-min in her apron smiled. "Hey, drink some fruit juice." Si-jun, resting under a tree, looked up surprised and asked when she had arrived. Si-min teased that her little brother hardly knew what surprise was anymore, and Si-jun admitted he had guessed she would come because Yu-sung hadn't shown up. Si-min asked softly, "Aren't you someone who absolutely hates people?" Si-jun said thoughtfully, "Still am, but I couldn't just walk past the old lady who was kind to me." Hearing that confession, Si-min smiled approvingly. "Well done. But little brother, from now on don't rush into danger like that anymore." As night fell, the whole group gathered to rest at the residence sports hall. Looking at the long rows of prisoners who had fallen asleep, Minsu silently prayed there would be no more incidents, saying to himself that going out on a mission is more dangerous than brawling in prison, sirs. In the middle of the night, Minsu woke up due to a personal need. He mumbled, I really need to go to the bathroom." He sat up groggily to quickly relieve himself and go back to sleep. But Minsu stopped short when he looked at the spot next to him. Where's Hanjun? Did he also go to the bathroom? Outside in the still of the night, rustling sounds came from the bushes at the edge of the forest. A figure was frantically rushing through the dense thickets. It was Hyunjun, running for his life with a terrified face and gasping breath, as if being chased by something scary. In the dead of night, Hyunjun found a donation bin for used clothes by the roadside. He frantically rummaged through it and changed his prisoner uniform for a floral pajama set and a woolen scarf to disguise himself. Heading to the main road, he saw a woman taking a walk, timidly spoke up. "Excuse me, how do I get to the hospital where the gun procedure is done?" Seeing the young boy's strange appearance in the dead of night, she felt a bit sorry for him, silently sympathizing with a pitiful beggar. Thinking his disguise was quite good, she enthusiastically pointed, "Just catch that bus over there, about 30 minutes, and you'll be there." Hyunjun bowed politely. "Thank you, ma'am." But as the bus stopped and then started rolling away again, Hyunjun remained rooted to the spot at the deserted forest station. He frantically searched his pockets, and then stared blankly as he realized a bitter truth. "What am I going to do? I have no money to take the bus." Standing alone in the dark of night, Hyunjun gritted his teeth and told himself he must get money at any cost. At this moment, in the duty room, Yi-young was glued to the screen monitoring. A series of beeps warned that Hyun-jun's GPS signal had left the service area. Yu-song calculated that he had not gone too far yet. He had asked Officer Shin to stall until morning, so there was still some time. But even if he left immediately, it would take 4 hours to drive, and Shin could not leave his post. They escaped too easily, everything was in their hands. Out of options, Yu-song had to call for help. He hesitated. I am sorry, but you are the only one I can ask right now. Seamin, please go find Hyun-jun and bring him back for me. Agreeing, Seamin immediately put on protective gear and started the large displacement motorcycle, ready to hit the road into the night. Seeing Sejun standing there gloomily, intending to come along, she asked in surprise, "Are you coming too?" Sejun walked forward coldly, cutting her off. "Be quiet and let's go." Sitting behind his sister, Sejun stared thoughtfully into the night, his mind full of reflections on past mistakes. Only a Seamin, not Hyun-jun. He bitterly realized he still owed them a confession and had not had a chance to apologize. Meanwhile, at roadside eateries, the news reported that Mansu, the chairman who pulled the gun, was again absent from court. The people were furious, clicking their tongues in contempt. The worst of the rich, he is pretending to skip court. Around here, they plead insanity incurable, and then go on vacation. At another street corner, Moon Hyun-jun was kneeling on the ground, struggling to pick up loose change that had fallen under a vending machine. He muttered blankly to himself, "Screwed up, I am still short 1,251 for the bus fare." A dead end, a bald man with a perverted smile suddenly approached, asking him if he needed money. Hyun-jun naively looked up, full of hope. The man sneered in reply, "Of course, in return, you be my secret friend." Hyun-jun was suspicious. What is a secret friend? The disgusting man explained bizarrely, "A secret friend will go over there and have fun with me," the man said while pointing at a dark alley. Hyun-jun was uneasy, timidly refusing, because that place did not look like a place to play. Despite his hesitation, the old man drew closer, his face contorted with desire. Realizing his dark intentions, Hyun-jun screamed in terror and ran away. "I am not a child, you are mistaken." The old man called after him with regret. Hyun-jun ran for dear life into another alley, gasping from exhaustion. He leaned against the wall, muttering in despair, "So hungry, so thirsty, I cannot run anymore. It is 1:30 in the morning now." Suddenly, the sound of loud snoring caught his attention. At the base of the wall, a homeless man was sleeping soundly, beside him a bowl of loose change. A dark thought flashed through his mind. "I only need 1,250 more won. Taking it, he would probably be fine." Hyun-jun stood in front of the homeless man's bowl. His hand trembled as he reached out, then stopped as his conscience tormented him. He realized he could not do such a terrible thing. At this moment, Sejun and Seamin were driving through the night searching for him. Sejun bent down to look under the vending machine. Seamin grumbled that it was too small to crawl through, but Sejun thought with his small build, it was entirely possible. Seamin told him to be quiet so she could focus on checking the GPS. She announced that Yu Song said the target had moved, but was still wandering around here. Sejun put his hands on his hips, demanding a cigarette from his sister since he had not smoked in a long time. Seamin replied this was candy. She had quit. Sejun was shocked because his own sister had dragged him into this path. He asked why. She replied she wanted to kiss someone who did not smoke. Sejun froze for a few seconds, then screamed in fury, asking who that bastard was. Ignoring her brother's rage, Seamin just urged him to focus on finding Hyun-jun instead of worrying about irrelevant matters. Sejun's hateful screams echoed through the empty streets. "Who is it? Who is that bastard? How are we supposed to search like this?" Back in the dark alley, Hyun-jun clenched his arm, struggling with the thought that he could not steal. He turned to find another way when a voice said, "Take it." Hyun-jun's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, asking, "Weren't you sleeping?" The homeless man looked at him drowsily, kindly telling him if he needed money, to just take the small change from the bowl. Hyun-jun frantically waved his hands in refusal, but the old man still calmly said he must be in more trouble than him. His appearance showed he had his own burdens. The man opened his palm full of change and a bill, generously saying he could pay him back tenfold later. Hyun-jun was moved, shyly accepting the life-saving money. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Sejun and Seamin had arrived at the right small alley. Sejun confirmed the last tracking signal came from here. He scoffed that with money, he was probably long gone. Looking around the empty alley, Seamin wondered there was no one. Had he moved again? Suddenly, desperate screams rang out from a dark corner. "No, I will not give it to you." Sejun stopped in his tracks, full of suspicion. Ahead, a group of delinquent youths were kicking and punching the homeless old man to rob him. They screamed for money to buy drugs, mocking him for begging so he had to share. Seamin coldly turned to leave because she did not see Hyun-jun and did not want to meddle. But Sejun suddenly froze when he realized something unexpected. In the middle of the chaos, Hyun-jun rushed out and hugged the old man tightly to shield him from the kicks. He yelled, "Stop, do not bully him." The gang of thugs got furious, pulling his hair and beating him repeatedly. Seamin was shocked to realize that was Hyun-jun, the person they had been searching for. Finally, after all the effort searching through the quiet night, they had found the target. Moon Hyunjun had appeared. Hyunjun clutched the old man, screaming in pain, "Stop, do not bully him anymore." A furious thug grabbed his hair, cursing him severely. "What the hell is this beggar? You got my new clothes all dirty." He swung his fist, about to hit the kid. "Get lost." Hyunjun could only awkwardly utter a sound as he saw the fist coming inches away. Suddenly, Sejun appeared, blocking the punch completely, coldly ordering him to stop bullying others and get lost. He looked at the scum with sharp eyes, asserting he would make them feel pain many times over what they imagined. The gang of thugs initially tried to act tough. "Does this bastard dare look at us like we are trash?" But faced with Sejun's overwhelming power, they knelt and apologized humiliatingly. "We really are trash. We are sorry." Hyunjun quickly crawled over to the old man to check on him. "Sir, are you okay?" The old man, his face bruised and bloody, still forced a smile, saying it was fine, because he was used to being beaten daily, then thanked the boy for saving him. Jimin approached, gently saying, "I do not know what business you have here, but let's go back together." Hyunjun secretly worried that if the group left right now, no one would notice their absence. In the silent night, the group quietly left the abandoned building to make it back before dawn. Yu Song panicked, pressing the phone to his ear, breaking out in a sweat upon hearing the news from the other end. "What do you mean? You found him but still can't come back?" Min honestly explained she needed to stop by the hospital for a bit and earnestly asked for more time. She firmly promised to return as soon as possible, then sped off into the night with Sejun on the motorcycle. Yusong stood still in the command room, only able to sigh helplessly. Fine. However, a bigger problem arose that made Yusong restless and unable to sit still. From the window, he was shocked to see the director's jeep starting its engine, ready to depart. The old director cheerfully waved and called out, "Sergeant Kang, I'm going out to check on something. Keep an eye on the correctional run and make sure it goes well." Yusong stood frozen, watching the car's taillights fade away, realizing the old man was heading straight for the community service area, where the prisoners were secretly leaving. At Rukzung Hospital, two large displacement motorcycles screeched to a halt right in front of the main lobby. Sejun, Min, and Hyunjun stepped into the elevator in a tense atmosphere. Sejun asked curiously, "Is your dad hospitalized here? What floor?" Hyunjun timidly replied, "Floor 16. Upon hearing that number, Sejun paused for a moment, then decisively pressed the button. Min was impressed, seeing it was the VIP wing. "Wow, Hyunjun's family is really rich, huh? Booking a VIP room." Hyunjun stammered, revealing that this hospital and many other major hospitals were owned by his father. "A rich kid who went astray or something?" Sejun looked at the boy suspiciously. "Is your father a doctor?" Hyunjun quickly denied it, saying he only owns the hospital. Sejun coldly demanded he lie in moderation, because Hyunjun's bad habits seemed to be flaring up again. He recalled the times Hyunjun had bragged that the entire world-famous Lot World Tower was his family's, making the boy just laugh awkwardly. The bell chimed as the elevator stopped at floor 16. Sejun silently stepped out, not forgetting to warn that if he kept lying, no one would trust him anymore, making Hyunjun mutter an apology. The moment the elevator doors opened, Sejun stepped out, but immediately froze at an unbelievable sight. 2 rows of tall, black-suited bodyguards stood solemnly along the hospital corridor, as if welcoming an extremely important figure. Sejun was stunned, wondering if the group had gotten off on the wrong floor. Even though he was initially determined to protect Hyunjun, faced with the awe-inspiring presence of these men, Sejun still couldn't help but tense up, clenching his trembling hands tightly. He was about to call Hyunjun back, thinking they had made a mistake. However, the horrifying truth was immediately revealed as all the bodyguards simultaneously bowed in greeting. "Young master, you have arrived." Sejun and Min stood frozen behind him, shocked to realize that the weak and timid Hyunjun from school actually possessed such a prominent status. The determined look completely different from usual. Hyunjun clearly requested, "Please, let me see my father." Meanwhile, at the command center, the GPS signal on the computer screen kept blinking, indicating Hyunjun's current location, right at the central hospital. Yusong looked at the navigation map on his phone, calculating that the distance from here to the community service area was quite far, taking over 2.5 hours of travel time. He realized he only had about 2 hours left before the old director reached the place and discovered the prisoner's absence. Yusong tore at his hair in extreme worry, understanding that the time was completely insufficient to get the group back in time. He frantically looked for any way to delay the old director's trip at all costs. At the same time, the old man's jeep was still speeding along the empty boulevard in the dark night. The driver timidly spoke up, "Sir, I think we will be a bit late." The old director, exhaling cigarette smoke, frowned and asked if there was an accident on the road. Driver could only gesture for the old man to look ahead with a worried expression. Under the streetlights, the national flag fluttered beside the massive gun barrels of tanks that were silently marching, blocking the entire road. The old director was stunned by the sight of a military exercise taking place in the middle of the city, without any prior notice. He screamed in rage, demanding to find another route immediately. The driver hurriedly reported there was still one final alternative route. It turned out the reason for tonight's military parade was that Yu Song had asked for help from his powerful foster father. Yes, thank you, father. I am sorry for this unreasonable request. I will contact you again later. Yu Song hung up the phone, his eyes turning sharp and calculating. Now let's try the next method. Meanwhile, the director's car continued to encounter trouble on the detour. The driver tremblingly reported, "Sir, I think we will be a bit late." The old man screamed in fury. Why, we already avoided the military exercise zone. His answer was the sight of a cyclist leisurely cruising right in front of the car's hood. It wasn't just one person, but an entire professional cycling team that suddenly appeared, riding abreast and blocking the only road leading to the village. The driver helplessly exclaimed, "There is no other road besides this one. What do we do?" Meanwhile, at the hospital, Hyun-jun stood in front of his father's hospital room door. Horrifying memories of the past suddenly came flooding back. It was the days when he had to watch those crazy people follow the gang to beat up other children. He did not hesitate to do cruel things that crossed the limits of humanity, and even take someone's life. His father, a man holding absolute power, coldly affirmed that covering up crimes was impossible. If you do wrong, you must be punished. Hyun-jun could only hold his head and sob in extreme confusion. "But father, I still don't understand." Boy stood still, staring at the corpse at the bottom of the stairs, his mind shattered by the cruel injustice of his family. He told himself that being punished for committing a crime was natural, but why did all the blame fall on a child like him? Meanwhile, the real culprit, his older brother who had committed the crime, was smiling smugly, casually putting his arm around him as if nothing had happened, making Hyun-jun seethe with hatred. He cried out in utmost fury, Why is it me who has to receive the punishment and not my brother?" The oppressive space of a wealthy family, dinner times had never brought Hyun-jun any feeling of warmth. He silently observed the cruel discrimination within his own home. According to the unshakable rules, the grandfather, father, and the eldest grandson always got priority to dine first at the lavish banquet table. Meanwhile, Hyun-jun and his sister could only huddle in a corner of the room, waiting for whatever was left over like outcasts. Rich family living like a feudal dynasty, huh? The favoritism peaked when the grandfather gently asked the eldest grandson about the taste of the fish dish. But when facing Hyun-jun and his sister, he would bark orders at them like servants. If they didn't do exactly as he wished, he was ready to use his fists and feet. He yelled at the boy, calling him disrespectful, forcing him to personally pour water, serve, and show absolute respect to his older brother. The atmosphere grew even more chaotic as the grandfather continuously scolded his daughter-in-law for letting the eldest grandson's soup get cold. The meal turned into a scene of oppression and blind submission. For Hyun-jun and his sister, this house was no different from a living hell they always wanted to escape. The indiscriminate beatings from his older brother had become a terrifying trauma in his childhood memories. That man would vent his rage on Hyun-jun for ridiculous reasons like eating good food or being blamed for the hardships of studying. Seeing her younger brother being bullied, his sister couldn't hold back anymore and stepped in to teach that brat a lesson. After that, Hyun-jun was no longer bullied, but the consequences of hitting the grandfather's eldest grandson came quickly. That day, his sister was locked in the storeroom and starved for a whole day and night. Worried, Hyun-jun urged his sister to take her medicine and eat properly to get well soon. The siblings hugged each other for support to get through the adversity. As time passed, both of them studied like mad in the hope of escaping their family's grip, while Hyun-jun tirelessly stayed at his desk despite the pain. That eldest grandson, on the other hand, sank deeper into a path of crime as he grew up. He led a gang, carried out brutal assaults, and did inhuman things. Even when arrested by the police, he would still laugh arrogantly in defiance, believing his grandfather would use his power to clean up all the trouble. Truly a spoiled brat who needed to be locked up early. One day, his sister radiantly ran to show her grandfather and father the university acceptance letter. The old man laughed heartily in praise. He roughly snatched the paper away and cruelly said there were more important matters. He forced her to give up her dream to serve the path of advancement of her older brother. She helplessly obeyed the harsh arrangement of the family. From then on, Hyun-jun's sister completely changed. And pushed to the brink, she threw herself into the middle of the road seeking death. But in that rotten family, no one cared that she lay barely breathing on a hospital bed hooked up to all kinds of machines. Witnessing his sister's tragedy, Hyun-jun was completely disappointed with those called family. A few days later, during an assault on a schoolmate, the eldest grandson kicked the poor student down the stairs, causing a tragic end. Hyun-jun happened to pass by and witness the incident, but that despicable older brother was still smug after taking a life. To cover up the crime for his eldest grandson, the powerful old man used his connections to hush it up. The older brother leaned close to Hyun-jun's ear and whispered a threat. "Just do as I say, you'll be out of there soon enough." In the end, Hyun-jun trudged into the reformatory in a uniform bearing the number H523, bearing all the guilt for that evil enemy. In that living hell, Hyun-jun was continuously brutally abused by the fellow inmates. That bastard is lying again. He gritted his teeth and endured all the humiliation, silently wondering if this was the price for failing to protect Sister Seamin. Hyun-jun lamented through his tears. I will accept the punishment, but shouldn't my brother also pay for his crimes? Back in reality, Hyun-jun's father stood by the window. He casually dropped a cold remark. All of this is for the family. A small sacrifice will bring the greatest benefit to the business. He cruelly forced his son from a concubine, Hyun-jun, to remain silent and endure a while longer. Witnessing such extreme cruelty, Si-jun replied contemptuously. Can you say such things so shamelessly? He coldly turned and walked away, silently concluding that old man no longer deserved to be called human. Si-jun told Han-jun not to worry, but insisted there was still an important matter to handle before entering the camp. Let's go, your hospital stay is finally over. Hyun-jun muttered in reply and left with the group. Suddenly, they came face to face with the old chairman and Hyun-jun's older brother waiting for them. Hyun-jun exclaimed in shock, grandfather. Night fell, shrouding the gloomy Ganjia Reformatory Center. The deputy director was walking down the hall when he accidentally overheard a conversation between two inmates. Are you sure this is the last time you can see it? The creaking sound of the electric fan echoed in the silent space. An inmate looked at his friend who was busy fixing the fan, unable to hold back his curiosity. What the hell are you doing? Fixing it as if your life depended on it. The other calmly replied that he wanted to show respect to the boss. He revealed his dream of finding a job at an auto repair shop after getting out of prison. The friend asked excitedly, if I get out first, you'll definitely look for me at that auto shop, right? He smiled and affirmed he would keep his promise. After that, they both worked hard together, thinking about the future after release. The deputy director stood still at the door looking at the two kids with pity, because he knew no one had ever left this hell safely. Meanwhile, in the dark hallway, Hyo-shin secretly observed and reported that the man in the workshop was ready for the mission. He was full of scheming, preparing to embark on his dark plan. At the hospital, two bodyguards were standing strict guard in front of the VIP room door. Hyun-jun was stunned to face his exhausted father and that arrogant older brother. The older brother contemptuously asserted that a criminal is forever just trash, not protected by the family. He laughed mockingly, saying Hyun-jun's honor was worthless. The older brother turned to look at Si-min with a perverted gaze and made lewd remarks about her appearance. He casually draped his arm over Si-min's shoulder, demanding to play around, because he felt attracted to this unique style. Seeing that filthy hand touch his sister, the killing intent from Si-jun began to surge to its peak. Without a word of warning, Si-min threw a punch that knocked him down. Eldest grandson flew backwards, shocking everyone watching. The old chairman and the father could only stand frozen, eyes wide open at the violence erupting right in the hospital room. She coldly remarked that it seemed he hadn't learned anything decent in school, besides using his fists to solve problems. Si-min's eyes darkened, blazing with intense fury and cold killing intent aimed at the man who had just insulted her. The enraged old man roared, "How dare you touch my precious grandson?" Si-min smirked sarcastically. "Your grandson. How ridiculous. Are you blind? Didn't you see that bastard was about to defeat me?" The old man pointed angrily. "I plan not to interfere in other people's business, but were you two never taught any manners?" Si-min retorted defiantly. "My parents divorced early. I was homeschooled. If I learned anything..." She looked straight at the old man and stated clearly, "It's that brothers must not fight. They must share and yield to each other." Hyun-jun was stunned by Si-min's sharp words. She concluded, "It seems your precious son missed that lesson." The infuriated old man shouted at his son, "What the hell is that bitch saying? Do something now." The arrogant old man pointed and ordered the kids, "Get lost while I'm still being nice." But the older brother Hyun-jun had no intention of stopping. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Get lost my ass." He grabbed the long iron bar and swung it with all his might at Si-min's head. Si-jun's eyes widened in horror. He screamed in despair, "Sister." The old man did not stop him, but instead cheered gleefully. "That's right. My grandson did well. Teach that bitch a lesson." The iron bar whistled through the air, coming down inches from Si-min's face amidst the crazy old man's excitement. Meanwhile, in the reformatory area, two prisoners were working. One of them needed to use the bathroom and left first. Taking that opportunity, the mysterious figure sneaked in and picked up the crowbar from the ground. The prisoner thought his friend had returned and paid no attention, unaware of the imminent danger. Not giving the opponent chance to react, he used the crowbar to strike the poor guy directly on the head. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood on strict guard before the sealed VIP room door. The older brother Hyun-jun widened his eyes in shock at the scene inside. "What the hell is this?" Hyun-jun bravely stood in front of Si-min. "I won't back down. I don't want to see anyone beside me get hurt anymore." His defiant look infuriated the older brother. "What's with that look? It seems I need to re-educate you." Just as the older brother was about to strike, Si-jun roared, "Stop!" An unexpected slap landed straight on that bastard's face, leaving leaving him dazed. But the one who struck was not Si-jun, but the man who held authority over them. The old man roared in extreme fury. Son. Hyun-jun stood frozen, only managing to utter, "Father." The raging old man slapped his eldest son repeatedly across the face. "What the hell are you doing?" he screamed, asking if this was what he had taught him. The older brother collapsed, unable to believe his father had hit him. "Did you just hit me? You have never once hit me. Is it right to hit your eldest son like this?" The old man coldly ordered him to stop immediately, insisting he had endured more than enough. He painfully recalled losing his eldest daughter, all because of this man, and he also let his youngest son, Han-jun, go to the reformatory to take the blame for him. The father bitterly admitted he was wrong to believe that his eldest son would eventually mature. He looked at the cruel reality and realized the price of blind faith was too high. Standing before his pitiful youngest son, he bowed his head and apologized. "Please forgive this, father. I will correct your brother's mistakes and get you out of this place soon." Behind him, the old man still yelled, "Do you know what that means?" He glared. "Who gave you permission to do that?" He called out loudly, and immediately the hesitant bodyguards appeared. "Yes, sir." He pointed and ordered, "Arrest all those who mocked my eldest grandson." The men in black rushed in and surrounded Si-jun and the Si-min sisters. In the silent corridor of the reform school, Ji-soo walked calmly and wondered, "Do you really think you can leave this building?" He smirked, thinking that coming back after leaving was natural, because the outside world was fine. Ji-soo dragged the corpse on the floor, silently deciding Seung-cheon was a target he needed to finish quickly so he could sleep. He trudged on, dragging the body out of sight around the dark corridor bend. Hearing a strange noise, a guard came to check. Unexpectedly, the culprit had not left but was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for the next prey. At the same time, Min-soo was in the bathroom taking care of business. Min-soo worriedly calculated, if the situation worsened, he had to find a way to stall for time at all costs. Suddenly, Seung-cheon from the maintenance team spoke up, remarking that he seemed to be carrying a lot on his mind. Recognizing a familiar face, Min-soo inwardly wondered what this guy was up to by taking the initiative to approach him. Seung-cheon offered to help if Min-soo was in trouble, which surprised the latter into asking why. Standing next to each other in the bathroom, Seung-cheon admitted he had once misunderstood Min-soo because he was a red candidate, so he had thought he was evil. He said while washing his hands that it was just prejudice, then curiously asked Min-soo if he hated that red uniform. He lowered his voice, insisting he never wanted to return to the dark days of the past. Looking in the mirror, Seung-cheon bitterly realized that being chosen as a candidate was just being a pawn forced to slaughter each other. He promised to help Min-soo anytime, as long as it didn't involve violence. Min-soo awkwardly replied, inwardly hoping the guy wouldn't start a conversation while he was using the bathroom, because he found it annoying. He returned to the room where the incident had occurred. A heavy wrench had just fallen to the floor. Unexpectedly, the guard who was attacked was none other than Officer Shin. Time turned back. The deputy director calmly lit a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating the scars on his edged face. Officer Shin asked softly, had he not quit smoking? He answered bitterly, anyone would start again after going through an unjust trial. Suddenly, the deputy director asked directly. What was more important was whether he had found Han-jun yet. Officer Shin was shocked. You already knew? He snorted coldly with the way you were shouting on the phone. Everyone knew. He warned that if the director found out, he would use negligence of management as an excuse to apply pressure. The deputy director told him to act as if nothing had happened. However, the sudden roar of a helicopter engine echoed in the night sky. Officer Shin looked up in panic. It was the director's helicopter. He hurriedly grabbed the radio to handle the emergency situation. Immediately, a fake award ceremony was organized. The guard holding the camera urged, "Don't move, smile." The camera captured the fake humanitarian moment, the two people lifting the 5 million won bonus board and shouting slogans. Next was a photo of the deputy director standing next to Min-soo, who was holding the 50-point reward board. The subordinates did not stop flattering. The photo was beautiful because of the wonderful model. The director calmly looked at the product. Your skin looks good. Min-soo looked at the board in his hand. He asked again to be sure, you are really giving us 50 bonus points. He could not hide his excitement. That is even better than volunteer points. The director gave a sinister smile. He replied that 50 points was little compared to saving a life. Thanks to him, the promotional material looked very good. He patted Min-soo's shoulder encouragingly. Not many more points until the parole review period. Try a bit harder. Min-soo beamed. Yes, thank you, sir. However, right after, the director's eyes turned icy cold with a vicious thought. Of course that was impossible. It enveloped the empty corridor of the correctional facility. The deputy director stood still in the hallway, staring at his phone screen with a foreboding feeling, if they do not come back, trouble will arise. At the shelter, the head guard grew impatient when not enough people had shown up. He asked in a harsh voice, "Why are they not here yet? I have been waiting here for quite a while." Min-soo hurriedly explained that he had been waiting for a while, and Si-jun was in the bathroom. The lower-ranking officer wondered if he had lost track of the kid's location. The deputy director coldly stated he no longer needed that. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Si-jun had brought Hyun-jun back. The two apologized for being late, worrying Min-soo. Though inwardly relieved, they had finally returned before anything happened. Going back to earlier when the two were stuck at the withdrawal hospital, the atmosphere was no less heated. Hyun-jun's father frantically stopped the black-suited bodyguards. He shouted for them to stop and demanded why they dared to ignore his orders. The elderly chairman glared at the son who dared to talk back, roared, "Do you all want to be fired?" Facing the wrath, the bodyguards could only sweat and stammer an explanation that they were forced to follow their superior's orders. This infuriated the old chairman more. He screamed, asserting that he was the one who put him in his seat. He insulted the son for trying to appear with a laughable authority, then yelled, "How dare you defy me?" Witnessing the extreme stubbornness, Hyun-jun's father could not hold back and yelled, "Please just stop." The old chairman was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at his trembling son. He muttered in confusion, "Why are you acting like this?" Despite the strong opposition, the old man stubbornly justified that all sacrifices were for the future of his eldest grandson. The brutal truth of the noble family gradually revealed itself through a series of tragedies. The chairman sold out his own grandson to protect the eldest son who always caused trouble. The pain peaked, the eldest daughter became a vegetable, and Hyun-jun was thrown into the correctional facility to take the blame for his brother. The father screamed in pain and resentment, "They are also your grandchildren. They are my precious children." He firmly insisted that the other children would understand, because the highest goal was for the eldest son to inherit the family. Unable to endure it any longer, the father ordered the bodyguards to drag the honorary chairman out. The old man struggled frantically, demanding to protect the eldest son. The father coldly ordered not to let the old man step outside without permission. Turning to Hyun-jun, he whispered a firm promise, "Hyun-jun, I will definitely find a way to get you out of there." Realizing time was running out, Si-jun and Si-min urged the group to leave quickly. Before parting, the father was glad to see his son still healthy. Back at the correctional facility, a souvenir photo was taken to capture the meaningful reward moment. Min-soo asked softly, "I do not know what happened, but is the problem resolved?" Hyun-jun bowed his head, sincerely apologizing for the trouble he caused. Seeing his friend still sad, Min-soo suddenly put an arm around his shoulder warmly and encouraged him, "It is okay, you are back, that is good. Let us accumulate reward points together, and definitely leave this place." Hyun-jun smiled brightly in response, "Yes." But right at that moment, amidst the taking of fake reward photos, a desperate scream rang out, causing Min-soo and Hyun-jun to run down the hallway. Min-soo confirmed the sound definitely came from this direction and quickly identified the suspicious room. Inside, Sung-cheon screamed in pain and shock. Why? He could not believe why his comrade had ended up in such a horrible state. Before Min-soo's eyes was a horrific scene with two people lying motionless, among them Officer Shin with a very serious head injury. The deputy director strode in, coldly ordering everyone to get out of the way. He knelt beside Officer Shin's blood-soaked body and pressed for what had happened, his face full of murderous intent. Sung-cheon frantically clung to Taegu's fading hand. He screamed in resentment, asking who could have been so vicious. In his delirium, Taegu gasped out that the attacker was someone with long hair. Sung-cheon stood frozen in shock. Long hair? Min-soo suddenly felt a very bad feeling. This description pointed directly at the only person present at the scene, which was Si-jun. The warden coldly ordered Si-jun to step aside so the medical staff could work. He demanded pressingly, "H523, what did you see happen here? Tell the truth immediately." Amidst the tension, Hyun-jun suddenly rushed over. "It wasn't Si-jun. He was with me at the time." Si-jun raised a hand to stop Hyun-jun and coldly ordered, "Stop it." Hyun-jun looked at his comrade in shock, not understanding why Si-jun wanted him to stay silent. The warden narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if Si-jun was covering up an escape or some plot. In the atmosphere thick with suspicion, Min-soo roared to break the deadlock. "The long-haired guy from the construction team is not Si-jun." He insisted he saw someone else on the bus to the volunteer site. "And a little long-haired kid sat next to me. His name is right Hyo-shin." Warden immediately took out his phone to check the inmate list, but his face twisted in shock as he announced a startling truth. In the volunteer list there was no one with long hair, and there was no name, Hyo-shin, at all. Min-soo frantically shouted that the real culprit had sat next to him, but the warden threatened he would be in big trouble if he covered for his friend. Vice Director Chen Yin watched doubtfully, wondering if this was a preset trap. A burst of rage erupted. Sung-cheon charged forward ready to strike, but was tightly restrained by the guards. He struggled, screamed to be let go, outraged on behalf of Taegu, who was about to gain freedom, had always been hardworking and caused no trouble. He couldn't accept that such a good person had to suffer these severe injuries. Sung-cheon's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the hallway. Why did it have to be Taegu Hyung? The ambulance sped away with its siren, taking the critical victim. Next morning, the volunteer trip ended gloomily as the bus trudged back, returning the inmates to prison. As soon as he returned, Si-jun was thrown into the cold solitary confinement cell. He sat silently in the dark, absolutely not uttering a word about the truth behind that horrific assault. The heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving Si-jun alone amidst unsolved secrets. The dry thud of a head hitting the pillar echoed through the gloomy solitary wing hallway. In the dark, Sung-cheon was also thrown into solitary confinement after the brawl. He curled up between the four cold walls, eyes blazing with hatred and muttering in madness, "I'll kill you, Si-jun." Meanwhile, at the hospital, information on maintenance team leader Park Tagu began to update. Fortunately, Tagu had overcome the critical period and was no longer in danger. But the harsh reality struck when the doctor reported peripheral nerve paralysis in his left arm, severe damage causing almost total loss of hand movement. This was a tragedy, because he had already been approved for amnesty, and was due to leave the correctional center shortly. The scene shifted to a solemn ceremony under the blue sky. It was a military funeral with honor guard rites for a fallen soldier. The grieving mother collapsed beside her husband's grave. Tears called the deceased's name in utter despair. Attending Officer Shin's funeral were both the chief warden and the vice director. Yu-song stood among them in an elegant suit, his eyes behind glasses carrying a faint sadness and deep thought. Yu-song silently followed the procession, but turned his head to look at the graves behind him with troubled eyes. Heavy footsteps echoed in the silent space. The vice director leaned against the cold brick wall, and then stood motionless. He collapsed in helplessness and extreme anguish. His shoulders shook, and a belated apology escaped his lips. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry to you." The lumber mill, Min-soo was still busying himself beside the screeching saw blade, but his mind was immersed in dark thoughts. He recalled the moments when brothers leaned on each other, and bitterly realized that with the current situation, leaving this damned place was impossible. T-ho loomed behind him, casually stating that just a glance was enough to know what Min-soo was worried about. He exposed the cruel rule that had always existed. Those about to accumulate enough freedom points were often purged and crippled right before their release date. T-ho asserted that the only one with enough power to delete Hyo-shin's records was the director, which led to only one conclusion. Min-soo exclaimed in anger, "That is the Red Uniform Squad." The restricted area heavily guarded by armed sentries. Those red-clad beings from the gods had officially returned. They casually played games, enjoying their freedom after a long period of avoiding the vice director's scrutiny. Amidst the fun, Im-jisoo coldly took a sip of wine. A calculating look was clear in his eyes as he declared it was time to decisively pick the next name for the candidate list. Black-haired guy, while looking at the game screen, wondered besides Lee Min-soo, who else was worthy of catching their eye. He mentioned how Sung-cheon refused to cooperate, so they had to eliminate that stubborn bastard. Another man flashed a sinister smile, revealing a malicious scheme. Used Sung-cheon's fury upon seeing the team leader crippled to get him to destroy Min-soo. Make the two strongest kill each other in a life and death battle. The sound of scissors snipping rang out. Hyo-shin coldly cut off the long hair he had painstakingly grown himself. He clicked his tongue full of regret. What a shame to have spent so much time growing it this long. Stripping off his jacket, revealing a haunting long scar on his back, Hyo-shin silently put on the gray prison uniform. With a completely new appearance, he declared that they would now begin the plan. In the maintenance team's area, Sung-cheon was focused on his work when Hyo-shin suddenly appeared. He approached, asking for help with a sly expression. Sung-cheon reminded him not to look at him with that gaze. Hyo-shin then evasively said he was new and needed assistance. Standing under the vehicle, he suddenly confirmed whether he was the maintenance team leader, Sung-cheon. Upon receiving the nod, Hyo-shin immediately issued a dangerous warning, telling him to watch his back, because Lee Min-soo was targeting him. This was a feint. He began to launch insidious psychological attacks. He brought up that Min-soo had already taken down the kitchen team and the construction team. Both of those teams were taken down by him as soon as they arrived here. He said he heard the maintenance team was the next target. He maliciously fabricated a plot that Min-soo was recruiting teams on the director's orders, and Sung-cheon was the last obstacle to be eliminated. Faced with suspicion, Hyo-shin smiled mysteriously and replied that he also hated Lee Min-soo, and he thought Sung-cheon was the only one who could stop him. He just wanted to help. The steel door swung open and Min-soo entered the maintenance area guided by a guard. Immediately, the air became thick with hostility as numerous sharp eyes fixed on him. The crowd surrounded him, isolating Min-soo in a circle of seething angry men who questioned and challenged him. Min-soo roared, insisting that he did not come willingly but was framed by someone to be assigned to the maintenance team. He suddenly stopped short when he caught the smug smile of the short-haired guy. Realizing something was wrong, Min-soo decisively grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Caught you." Accused this very man of framing team leader Taegu. Hyo-shin remained nonchalant, challenging him, asking if he was going to hit him. Sung Qian immediately intervened. He roughly shoved Min-Su's hand away, stating that this man did not have long hair and was not from the construction team. Sung Qian coldly ordered Min-Su to shut his mouth and disappear into a corner so as not to disturb the work. If not, he would personally settle the score with him after finishing. Urged on by Sung Qian, the entire maintenance team threw themselves into their work to finish the task as quickly as possible. The scene shifted to a scorching asphalt road under the blazing summer sun. A cicada was writhing on the hot asphalt surface. Suddenly, it was mercilessly crushed by a foot in a slipper. Amidst the hurried crowd, a woman with black hair, disheveled and with a tired face, she slowly dragged a red suitcase. She trudged silently towards a massive garbage dump, completely detached from the bustling city around her. Then, she suddenly let out a mad laugh. The suitcase suddenly shook violently, revealing an eye watching through the zipper gap, before being snatched up into the air by a giant hook. Ji-Su watched coldly, the only law in her mind being the cruel rule of elimination. If you are useless, you will be discarded. If you become a burden, you will be discarded. If you are weak, you will be discarded. In short, if you bring no benefit, you will be discarded. In the middle of the camp yard, the guard roared an announcement about an emergency assembly. He threatened the prisoners not to cause any trouble. Within the ranks, Min-Su recalled the principles of survival. Suddenly, he lunged at his opponent and roared, reminding him of the promise made in the restroom. The memory surfaced of the opponent promising to help him anytime, as long as it did not involve fighting. But the reality was the opposite, as he plunged into a brawl under the watchful and amused gaze of Ji-Su, who wondered who would be the last one standing. Unexpectedly, just as both sides were about to clash, they pulled a sharp 180. They simultaneously turned and threw punches straight at Hao Xin's face, to teach him a lesson for hiding his intentions and being an instigator. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please hit like to support the channel. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.